Chapter 1 Super God Level Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Brother How, wake up, Ragnarok will be launched at 9 o'clock, and you will miss the launch time if you sleep any longer. Ragnarok? Launch? Lin Tianhao opened his eyes suddenly and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment around him. Is this the Dream Chasing Club? Wait. Wasn't I killed by that damn woman Wu Qianqian when I was exploring the ruins of the gods? What's the situation now? Lin Tianhao grabbed the phone, and the time on it showed May 20th, 2032. I was reborn, and I was reborn back to 10 years ago, when Ragnarok was just launched. Seeing Lin Tianhao's big reaction, Zhou Xiaopeng immediately comforted him. Brother How, don't worry, the brothers will find a way to help you raise money, your sister will be fine. As his memory gradually became clearer, Lin Tianhao suddenly remembered that at this time in his previous life, his sister was hit by a car and suffered a blood clot in the brain. The surgery cost 300,000 yuan, and the driver escaped. There was no surveillance in that place, and the police had not been able to find out who the murderer was. The 300,000 yuan surgery fee fell on Lin Tianhao. Although Lin Tianhao's brothers were helping Lin Tianhao find a way, in the end, they only raised 260,000 yuan with the loan. Lin Tianhao knelt in the hospital and begged, but he was short of 40,000 yuan. The hospital said that it would not do the surgery at all, and finally his sister died on the bed. Thinking of that cute and lovely figure, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, don't worry, this time, I will definitely save you. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. I will live again, and I must change my fate and not let the tragedy repeat itself. Looking at Zhou Xiaopeng in front of him, Lin Tianhao suddenly smiled. Fatty, let's enter the game, and our fate is written by us. Zhou Xiaopeng was relieved when he saw Lin Tianhao return to normal. Brother How, come on. Entering the game cabin, Lin Tianhao was really a little upset. Ragnarok, a cross-era virtual online game, claims to be a second world jointly created by more than 100 countries around the world. But Lin Tianhao, who had experienced his previous life, knew that this game was not created by the so-called country at all, but a god-making game created by the main god of the galaxy with the power of the ancient gods of the earth. The purpose is to cope with the catastrophe 5 years later. 5 years later, the Alet galaxy will attack the Milky Way galaxy, and the catastrophe will begin. Lin Tianhao, who had experienced the catastrophe, knew very well how important it was to accumulate power in the game. In my previous life, I didn't awaken my talent until I died. In this life, I want to see what my talent is. Lin Tianhao entered the character creation page, and the gorgeous promotional video began to play. This was an 8-hour promotional video, and it could not be fast-forwarded. It could only be skipped or watched normally. In the previous life, almost all the players who came in did not finish watching it, and chose to skip it directly. After all, 8 hours would have opened a big gap with others. But Lin Tianhao did not skip the promotional video, because the first person to finish watching the promotional video could get the God-level Talent Awakening Stone. Talent is a special setting of Ragnarok. Everyone has different talents. And according to the level, they are divided into Yellow level, Mysterious level, Earth level, Heaven level, Holy level, and God level. To awaken talents, you need Talent Awakening Stones. In the previous life, Lin Tianhao got the Holy level Talent Awakening Stone, but in the end his talent awakening still failed. This shows that his talent is an extremely rare God-level talent. In the previous life, those who had God-level talents were all super strong men who dominated one side. In this life, he will also awaken his God-level talents. Combined with his memories of the previous life, Lin Tianhao is confident that he can reach the top and defeat the Alet galaxy. Time passed bit by bit, and finally, the long 8 hours ended. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to watch the trailer of Ragnarok, and you will be rewarded with a God-level Talent Awakening Stone +1. Sure enough. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face, and the next moment, he appeared in the character creation hall. Profession, Archer, nickname, Snow Emperor. Lin Tianhao did not hesitate at all and directly said the choice of his previous life. Ding, career creation is successful, you are about to enter the 10,086th novice village. The next moment, Lin Tianhao appeared in the 10,086th novice village. Each novice village can accommodate 10,000 players. In other words, there are now more than 100 million players entering Ragnarok, which shows how popular Ragnarok is. Lin Tianhao walked to an empty corner, took out the god-level talent awakening stone, and silently chanted awakening. Ding, because your talent is too high, the god-level talent awakening stone can only awaken part of your talent. Ding, you awaken the talent, the hand of divine punishment. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. What's going on? His own talent, the god-level awakening stone can only awaken part of it. Surprised, Lin Tianhao immediately checked his talent. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God Level 1 Star. Effect 1, each general attack causes true damage of 1% of its own health. Effect 2, each general attack permanently increases 1 point of health. Proficiency, 0/1000. Lin Tianhao was stunned on the spot. Super God Level? In his previous life for 10 years, he had never heard of the existence of Super God Level. Moreover, this talent is too abnormal. Permanently increase health. After a brief shock, Lin Tianhao habitually called up his attribute panel. Nickname, Snow Emperor. Level, 1, 0/100. Occupation, Archer. HP, 100/100. MP, 50/50ths. Attack, 9 magic power, 5. Armor, 3 magic resistance, 1. Attack speed, 0.63. Movement speed, 3.1. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Special attributes, none. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God Level. Skill, Continuous Shooting, 1 star. Equipment, Novice Longbow. If the Hand of Heavenly Punishment is not counted, this attribute page is mediocre. However, it is precisely because of the existence of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment that his plasticity is very terrifying. Level up first. Lin Tianhao knew that he had wasted too much time. Coming out of the novice village, level 1 red-eyed rabbits can be seen everywhere outside the village. Red-eyed rabbit, normal level 1. HP, 90/90ths. Attack, 5. Skills, none. The attributes are average, as long as the operation is not too bad, it can be hunted alone. Swish! Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow without hesitation. -8. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also found that his health value increased a little. With this talent, he is simply invincible. Lin Tianhao hunted red-eyed rabbits while stacking health points. Now the attack speed is slow, and it takes about 1.5 seconds to shoot a feather arrow. This is a little uncomfortable for Lin Tianhao, whose attack speed in the previous life reached 13.5. Ding! You killed the red-eyed rabbit, experience value +1. Chapter 2. Was he fired for watching a promotional video? It is true that red-eyed rabbits are easy to hunt, but the experience points are pitifully small, and they almost only drop the quest item red eyes, and even copper coins are rarely dropped. But Lin Tianhao is happy to hunt them. After all, his main purpose is to stack health points. As long as his health points go up, his attack damage will naturally go up. Moreover, Lin Tianhao knows a hidden reward in the novice village, which is that when submitting the red-eyed rabbit task, the original 100 red-eyed rabbit eyeballs that need to be submitted are increased to 10,000. Then he can get a special skill, which can increase the attack distance of ordinary attacks. When it is upgraded to the full level, it is said that it can increase the ordinary attack distance by 50%. This may be a bit useless for professions such as mages and priests, but for Lin Tianhao, an archer, it is quite amazing. The attributes are stacked up, and then he gets this skill that increases the attack range, then his next plan can be implemented. Ding! You killed a red-eyed rabbit, experience +1. Ding! You killed a red-eyed rabbit, experience +1. You can add 2 health points in 3 seconds, which means 40 health points in 1 minute. Excluding the time for moving and monsters dying, Lin Tianhao can add 30 health points per minute on average. At first, Lin Tianhao needed 12 arrows to kill a red-eyed rabbit, then 10 arrows, 8 arrows, and 5 arrows. When only 5 arrows were needed, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Your talent Hand of Heavenly Punishment has been upgraded to 2 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level 2 stars. Effect 1, each general attack causes true damage of 2% of its own health. Effect 2, each general attack permanently increases 2 health points. Proficiency, 0/100000. With the upgrade of talent, Lin Tianhao only needs 3 arrows to hunt the red-eyed rabbit. Fortunately, more than 8 hours of game time have passed, and there are no other players here. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably be watched by many players. Ding! You have reached level 2, free attribute points +5. Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised. He finally upgraded. He added all 5 free attribute points to the attack speed. The attack speed increased from the original 0.63 to 0.73. Although there has been an improvement, it is still a drop in the bucket. Equipment, and free attribute points, these are what I lack now. Lin Tianhao thought secretly, and at the same time a feather arrow flew out, hitting a red-eyed rabbit not far away. -30. With the increase of health and talent, Lin Tianhao's general attack damage is now very considerable. 3 arrows for a red-eyed rabbit, the efficiency has been improved, but it means that he needs to frequently attack new red-eyed rabbits, slowing down his attack progress. Originally, he could make 30 general attacks in 1 minute. But now it is different. He can only make 20 general attacks in 1 minute. Fortunately, the talent has been upgraded. Each general attack increases 2 points of health, and 40 points are increased in 1 minute, which is more than before. But now Lin Tianhao faces a problem, that is, hunting level 1 monsters at level 2 does not give experience points. In Ragnarok, except for dungeons, bosses, and a few special monsters, there is no experience value reward for hunting monsters below your own level. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose to continue to brush red-eyed rabbits here, just for the special skill that provides attack distance. 2 hours, fleeting. Lin Tianhao's level is still level 2, but the difference is that Lin Tianhao's health has increased from the original 100 points to the current 4,800 points. This is definitely a very terrifying increase. At this stage, even those warriors who add pure health points at level 5 should only have 500 health points now. In Ragnarok, the increase in attribute points of different professions is different. For example, for archers, 1 free attribute point increases the attack speed by 0.02, while for other professions it is 0.01. For warriors, 1 free attribute point increases health by 20 points, while for other professions it is 10 points. Specifically, the warrior's main health, armor, and magic resistance are all doubled. Archers focus on attack, attack speed, and crit. Assassins focus on attack, movement speed, and crit. Mages focus on magic power, mana, and movement speed. Priests focus on magic power, mana, and movement speed, just like mages. Therefore, the direction of adding free attribute points for different professions is different. However, relying solely on the upgraded free attribute points is a drop in the bucket. The attributes can only be fully improved with the blessing of equipment. Looking at the red eyes in the backpack, Only more than 1,600 have been collected so far, which is still a long way from 10,000. However, Lin Tianhao is not worried at all, because now he has already shot a red-eyed rabbit with one arrow, and it will be very easy to collect red eyes later. At this moment, Lin Tianhao received a message, which was called by an external device. Lin Tianhao glanced at the game time. It has been more than 10 hours. It is probably to call offline for dinner. Coming out of the game cabin, Zhou Xiaopeng said excitedly, "Brother Hao, this game is too real, it's really like the second world." As they spoke, the two walked towards the dining room. Dream Chaser Club. It is one of the three major game clubs in Binhai. Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng are only gold earners in the club, belonging to the bottom of the club. But for Zhou Xiaopeng, food and lodging are provided, money is earned, and you can play games. Where else in the world can you feel so good? There were more than a dozen people eating in the dining room, all of whom were gold earners of the Dream Chasing Club. After everyone arrived, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked in, followed by a long-legged secretary in black stockings. The general manager of the Dream Chasing Club, Li Heidao. Also known as Li Ziwipao, he has no talent in games and talks a lot of nonsense all day long. Today, Ragnarok is open. You have been in the game for 10 hours. From left to right, report your level and gold earning situation in turn. Level 4, 45 copper coins. Level 4, 53 copper coins. Level 4, 32 copper coins. One by one, they began to report their situation, and almost all of them were at level 4. Finally, when it was Zhou Xiaopeng's turn, he said very proudly, "Level 5, 2 silver coins." Li Heidao, who had not taken it seriously at first, looked up at him, a little surprised, and finally nodded and said, "Just make do with it." Lin Tianhao lowered his head to eat, and Zhou Xiaopeng pushed him, "Brother Hao, it's your turn." Level 2, 15 copper coins. The drop rate of level 1 red-eyed rabbits is really touching. Lin Tianhao hunted more than 1,000 of them, and only dropped these copper coins. Hearing Lin Tianhao's words, Li Heidao slapped the table fiercely. "Lin Tianhao, what's wrong with you? Everyone is level 4, why are you only level 2? I wasted some time watching the promotional video." Lin Tianhao said truthfully. "Watch the promotional video. Don't you know how precious the time is in the early stage of the game? You still watch the promotional video?" Li Heidao scolded him. "Lin Tianhao, the club never keeps idlers. We don't need an internet addict like you. Pack up your things and get out now." Chapter 3, Resurrection Ring. Zhou Xiaopeng stood up quickly, "Manager Li, Brother Hao must have watched the promotional video to better understand the game. And I got 2 silver coins today. Can I give one to Brother Hao?" "No." Li Heidao said coldly, "If you are slow in the game, how can you keep up with the pace in the future?" Zhou Xiaopeng wanted to say something, but Lin Tianhao raised his hand to stop him. "Fatty, forget it. But your sister still needs money for surgery, and she has lost her job. Don't worry, I can earn enough money for the surgery." Lin Tianhao stood up and turned to leave. Walking out of the Dream Chasing Club, Lin Tianhao felt relieved. In his previous life, he wasted too much time here and put too much energy on making money. Zhou Xiaopeng chased out of the club, "Brother Hao, there are still 20,000 yuan in this card. You can use it for emergency first. When I make money, I will give you some more and I will definitely help you get the money for King's surgery." Lin Tianhao was quite moved. Fatty, Skinny Monkey, and Glasses were Lin Tianhao's 3 best brothers. It was also when Lin Tianhao was poor in his previous life that he spared no effort to help his 3 brothers. "Fatty, leave the Dream Chaser Club and come out to work with us. Set up a studio and be your own boss." Zhou Xiaopeng was stunned. "Brother Hao, if you ask me, I will say no, but your sister. I understand what you mean. 3 days, just 3 days, I can earn enough money for the surgery from the game. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm, even if he didn't have super god level talent. With the memory of his past life, he still had a way to earn money for his sister's surgery through the game. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't question Lin Tianhao, then I'll call Xiao Erhao and Yanjing to join us. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng returned to the Dream Chaser Club and quit directly. Resigned without a job. He didn't get a penny. But it didn't matter. He believed in Lin Tianhao. This is brotherhood. Xiao Erhao and Yanjing are not in Binhai now, but Zhou Xiaopeng has sent them a message, and they all said it was not a problem at all. Going to the Ragnarok login device sales point, Lin Tianhao and Zhou Xiaopeng spent 20,000 yuan to buy 2 game pods. Returned to the rental house. Lin Tianhao did not visit his sister at the hospital. It's not that he is not worried, but Lin Tianhao knows that the most important thing now is to make money. Fatty, you upgrade first after entering the game, and don't rush to the main city after reaching level 10. Okay. Re-enter the game. Ragnarok is directly bound to the iris and DNA, so after changing the login device, no new account will appear, and it will still be the original account. Back to the game, Lin Tianhao continues to hunt red-eyed rabbits. 5 hours, gone in a flash. 99.98. 99.99. 10,000. Finally enough. 10,000 red eyes, finally I can submit the task. Back to the novice village, Lin Tianhao found the village chief. First accept the task of collecting red eyes, and then submit 10,000 red eyes. Great adventurer, you are really a person with extraordinary perseverance. I will give you a special reward. The old village chief smiled at Lin Tianhao with great satisfaction. Ding! You have completed the red eye task. Reward experience value plus 1000, silver coins plus 5, skill general attack increase plus 1. Learn skills. Lin Tianhao learned skills without hesitation. General attack increase, passive skill 1 star. Effect, your general attack distance increases by 5%. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/1000. Sure enough. Brave adventurer, your perseverance is the only one I have ever seen in my life. If you can hunt down 10 boss, I will give you an unexpected reward. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. 10 boss? What kind of fairy promotion task is this? He thought that this task might have a follow-up, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Ding! The old village chief has issued a new task to you, hunting down 10 boss in the novice village. Task penalty, deprive you of the skill general attack amplification. Task reward, unknown, do you accept? Accept. Hunting down boss, this coincides with what he is going to plan next. To make money, you must consider hunting boss. After leaving the novice village, Lin Tianhao went directly to the territory of the 10th level Twisted Tree Man. He must upgrade first, otherwise the next attack speed is not enough to hunt boss. Twisted Tree Man, normal level 10. HP, 1900/1900. Attack, 32. Skills, Vine Rotation, Resuscitation. Swoosh. Lin Tianhao raised his hand and a feather arrow flew out. -424. After hunting the red-eyed rabbit, Lin Tianhao's health value has reached more than 21,200 points. Although his attack power cannot break through the Twisted Tree Man's defense, the passive true damage of the Hand of Punishment, which should not be underestimated. 1900 HP is just 5 feather arrows. Ding! You killed the Twisted Treeman, experience plus 90. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. The experience reward for killing wild monsters above his level was really generous. Normally, killing ordinary Twisted Treeman only gave 10 experience points, but now, 90 points were given. Adding the 1000 experience points rewarded for completing the task before, Lin Tianhao now only needs to hunt 20 Twisted Treemen to level up. Not only that, killing Twisted Treemen above his level can also improve the explosion rate. Ding! You killed the Twisted Treeman, experience plus 90. Ding! You killed the Twisted Treeman, experience plus 90. Ding! You have reached level 3. Free attribute points plus 5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao added all the free attribute points to the attack speed. The original 0.73 attack speed increased to 0.83. After hunting down 20 Twisted Treemen, the equipment finally dropped. Ring of Resuscitation, Common. Wearing requirements, Level 10. Effect, Restore 2 health points per second. Wear resistance, 100. It's actually a ring. Lin Tianhao was surprised. This is the most difficult ring to drop in Ragnarok. Just this effect is really useless to Lin Tianhao. Restore 2 health points per second, weak. But it's useless to him, but I believe there will still be people willing to buy it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao directly put this equipment on the trading line. The selected bidding mode is 500 yuan, and the bidding time is 5 minutes. If it is in the front novice village, Lin Tianhao will definitely directly put it up for 10,000 yuan. After all, those guilds that want to compete for advantages in the early stage will naturally buy it at a high price. 5 minutes later. Ding! Player Futu Dungeon has purchased your equipment. Ding! Player Futu Dungeon requested to add you as a friend. A member of Futu Guild. Seeing this prefix, Lin Tianhao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Futu Guild is one of the top 10 guilds in Dragon Country. Logically, it shouldn't have entered the game so late. Shwedi, I'm leaving a friend slot. Can I ask you what task did you do to get this resurrection ring? It's paid. Chapter 4 Walking in the Holographic. I got it from killing monsters. Lin Tianhao replied, and at the same time received a message that 9,000 yuan had been credited. Fuck, Shwedi, do you know any monster blocking points that can kill level 10 monsters without damage? No wonder Futu Dungeon was surprised. Lin Tianhao was only level 3, and it was impossible for him to kill level 10 monsters head-on. No. Lin Tianhao replied, and then ignored Futu Dungeon and continued to kill monsters. Futu Dungeon saw the ring and smiled, you didn't tell me, right? I'll find it now. The level 10 wild monster is the Twisted Tree Man, which is the information discovered by the Futu Guild exploration team as soon as they entered the game. Therefore, Futu Dungeon quickly came to the spawning place of the Twisted Tree Man. At this time, Futu Dungeon saw an archer in front of him killing monsters. -426. -426. Futu Dungeon's eyes widened. At this stage, who can shoot 426 damage with one arrow? Even those people in their elite group, now with equipment, the attack power is barely over 100. Lin Tianhao's arrow is more than 400, and it is a cross-level battle. How can he not be shocked? Big Boss Shwedi. Futu Dunshan knelt down immediately. He entered the game late because of some things in real life, and the progress was left behind. For him, who used to be a big shot in all major games, this was completely unacceptable. Big Boss Shwedi, how about forming a team and helping me level up? It's paid. Lin Tianhao didn't want to bother with Futu Dunshan at first. After all, he didn't want to waste time. But when he thought about his sister who was still lying in the hospital, he changed his mind. Okay, but I want 300,000. 300,000. Futu Dunshan almost couldn't help cursing when he heard this. 300,000 to help him level up to level 10? He found those gold-making groups, and the maximum was 20,000. Today, I will take you to level 10. Futu Dunshan was stunned, and he looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. Although it was only 4 o'clock in the morning, there were still 20 hours. Even if he didn't eat, drink or rest, it would be a pipe dream to take him to level 10 in 20 hours. But even so, your price is too high. He has money, but he is not a sucker. I know it's high, but what if you add a set of level 10 elite suit? Hearing this, Futu Dungeon's breathing became rapid. Boss Shwedi, are you kidding? Noise. Lin Tianhao answered very confidently that a level 10 elite treeman could drop a complete set of suits. Of course, the premise is that you are lucky enough. However, if you swipe enough, you can do it. Okay, how about I give you a deposit of 50,000 first? No, 300,000, I want to get the money first. Futu Dungeon hesitated, but seeing Lin Tianhao's speed of swiping monsters, he agreed after just a little thought. Okay, I'll transfer the money to you. Ragnarok has a transfer function, and there is no need to provide a bank card number separately. Soon Lin Tianhao received the message that 300,000 had arrived. The money was in hand. Lin Tianhao sent a message. Wait for me for a while. After the voice fell, Lin Tianhao hid behind a big tree and then went offline. Futu Dungeon? Fuck, I was cheated? Go offline and run away after taking the money? Oh my god, I trusted you so much, and you treat me like this? Futu Dungeon is not short of money, but at this moment he feels like he has eaten 10 piles of shit, and he is extremely uncomfortable. Lin Tianhao certainly did not run away. Now that he has money, he will naturally send the money to the hospital as soon as possible to pay for his sister's surgery. Looking at Lin Qingqing lying on the bed, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He will make up for the regrets of his previous life. After paying the fee, Lin Tianhao hurried back to the rental house. Re-login to the game. Novice Village number 10,086. Futu Dungeon is frustrated and lets several players take him to brush the level 4 wind dog. Suddenly, he sees a message pop up in his friends. Level 10 Twisted Tree Man, come here. Futu Dungeon was stunned for a moment. He thought Lin Tianhao had run away, but he didn't expect Lin Tianhao to come back again. Okay. Although he had cursed Lin Tianhao's ancestors in his heart before, he still ran over happily when he heard that Lin Tianhao wanted to help him level up. Lin Tianhao didn't waste any words and directly sent a team invitation. At the same time, he said that only he could pick up the dropped items. Futu Dungeon wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything after all. But the next moment, he found something very outrageous. Experience point distribution. 9-1. Lin Tianhao 9, he won. Damn, is this helping me level up? Big Boss Shwedi, that, experience point distribution, is it wrong? That's right. Lin Tianhao replied, and then he started to kill monsters. -426. -426. 5 arrows for a twisted treeman. Even if Lin Tianhao's current attack speed is not fast, he can kill it within 10 seconds. Starting from 6 per minute. 360 per hour. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's health value is still increasing. Futu Dunshan, who was standing by, was stunned when he saw Lin Tianhao constantly hunting twisted treemen. If Lin Tianhao's damage was just high, he would think that Lin Tianhao might have obtained some hidden equipment or awakened his talent in advance. But Lin Tianhao's walking skills were too smooth, and the twisted treeman was killed before he got close to Lin Tianhao. Don't think that this is a holographic virtual online game, and walking will be easy. Futu Dunshan, who is in the Futu Guild, knows very well that walking is more difficult than traditional games. Because there are 4 steps: moving, drawing the bow, aiming, and shooting. If one step is not smooth, the whole set of walking will appear stiff. Even the top shooters in their guild are still unable to walk skillfully. This is simply an art. Futu Dungeon couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time turned on the recording function to record Lin Tianhao's walking He wanted to send it to Futu Guild so that the shooters in the elite group could learn it well. Lin Tianhao didn't care so much at this time. Walking A was already a common thing for him. In his opinion, walking A was not even a skill. Big brother Sweaty, what was your previous ID? Walking A like you is definitely not an unknown person. Walking A? Isn't it enough to have hands? Lin Tianhao replied subconsciously. This kind of walking A skill, in the era of the Cataclysm, almost all shooters can do it. For shooters, the real difficulty is infinite crit and field control. 100% crit, that is, infinite crit. If you rely on attribute stacking to get crit, it is actually not worth the loss. However, attacking skills can achieve infinite crit. Even with only 5% crit rate, it is possible to achieve infinite crit. That is a fatal attack. For example, the core of the Twisted Tree Man, the head and heart of the humanoid monster, etc., these fatal positions are attacked, which will greatly increase the possibility of crit. As for controlling the field, this is also the most difficult operation for an archer, especially in a team battle. It would be very difficult for an archer to control the field. But now he is not in the mood to explain so much to Fu Tu Dun Shan, and continues to hunt the Twisted Tree Man. While hunting, Lin Tianhao moves forward. The experience value provided by ordinary Twisted Tree Men is not high. To bring a burden to level 10 in one day, you need to hunt elite Twisted Tree Men. When Lin Tianhao hunted the Twisted Tree Man, Fu Tu Dun Shan had sent the recorded video to their president, Fu Tu Shen Lang, the president of Fu Tu Guild. He was leveling up at this time, but at this time, he received Fu Tu Dun Shan's video. Why send me a video instead of leveling up? Well, President, take a look, there is a surprise. Chapter 5 Is Lin Tianhao an ancient god? Fu Tu Shen Lang killed the flame snake in front of him and opened the video. Such high damage. This was Fu Tu Shen Lang's first reaction. But then, he was stunned. At this stage, how can anyone be able to walk and attack so smoothly? Fu Tu Shen Lang himself is an archer, and one of the most technically advanced archers. Naturally, he knows how difficult it is to walk and attack smoothly in Ragnarok. Which guild is he from? We must find a way to dig this person to our guild, and we can give him an annual salary of 10 million. Fu Tu Shen Lang was thinking about digging people after a brief shock. Okay, President, I'll ask. Lin Tianhao was harvesting the Twisted Tree Man quickly at this time. The explosion rate of Ragnarok is really touching. After hunting so many Twisted Tree Men above their level, Lin Tianhao also got the previous resurrection ring. Ding! Suddenly, there was a crisp sound, and an equipment fell out. Treeman shoulder pad, ordinary. Wearing requirements, level 10 all professions. Effect, HP plus 200. Wear resistance, 100. Do you want this equipment? Lin Tianhao looked at Fu Tu Dun Shan. Yes, but Shui de boss, this equipment, the price must not be the same as the ring. 3,000. Lin Tianhao said lightly. Shoulder pads are regular equipment, relatively easy to appear, naturally cannot be as high as the ring. Deal. In fact, money is useless in the future. The reason why Lin Tianhao still needs money is just to cope with the needs of life in the future. When he has enough money to spend, he will consider exchanging equipment for things in the game. At this time, the sound of the system prompt sounded. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Berserker Blade for being the first to go to the main city, rewarded with plus 10 gold coins, plus 1 black iron equipment, plus 10 free attribute points, hereby announced. Hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Berserker Blade for being the first to go to the main city, rewarded with plus 10 gold coins, plus 1 black iron equipment, plus 10 free attribute points, hereby announced. Hope that all players will continue to work hard. Fuck. Fu Tu Dunshan looked at the time, it's so fast, Blade is actually level 10. The key is that the first to leave the main city actually has such a generous reward. Lin Tianhao didn't care, this reward was not enough. Novice village is a treasure land. If you have the strength, but leave the novice village like this, you will never come back. In the past life, I don't know how many people regretted beating their chests and stamping their feet after knowing the hidden benefits of the novice village. Big Boss Shwedi, work harder. By the way, Big Boss Shwedi is so powerful, which guild does he belong to? A single player. A single player. Fu Tu Dun Shan was a little surprised. Lin Tianhao's skills didn't look like a single player at all. In just a moment, Fu Tu Dun Shan knew the reason. Lin Tianhao must be an ancient master. In the past, PC games dominated the game. Some ancient masters had a good sense of games, and their skills and ideas were very clear. But because of their age, their hand speed could not keep up, and they were gradually eliminated. Ragnarok is a holographic virtual online game, everything is digitized, and naturally it will not be affected by hand speed. However, seeing that Lin Tianhao was concentrating on killing monsters, Fu Tu Dun Shan knew what to do and didn't say anything. Ding! You have reached level 4, free attribute points plus 5. Lin Tianhao added all his free attribute points to the attack speed, and the attack speed increased by 0.1 to 0.93. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's health has increased by more than 1000, and his normal attack damage has been improved again. Minus 448. Minus 448. At this damage, it still takes 5 arrows to kill a Twisted Tree Man. However, it is getting closer and closer to 4 arrows. Fu Tu Dun Shan, who was standing by, could only silently see Lin Tianhao's upgrade. Silently envious. Lin Tianhao gets most of the experience points, so it's not easy for him to level up. Finally out. Lin Tianhao looked at the Twisted Treeman in front of him with a satisfied smile on his face. Twisted Treeman, Elite Level 10. HP, 5700/5700. Attack, 49. Skills, Revive, Vine Rotation, Vine Entanglement. The Elite Twisted Treeman has an additional control skill. Big Snow Emperor, do you want me to help you resist? Futu Shield Mountain is a pure meat play, plus he is rich and powerful, and has several low-level equipment. In his opinion, the attributes are still very luxurious. No need. Lin Tianhao responded lightly and started to attack directly. Minus 449. Minus 449. The output is very stable, but it still takes 13 arrows to kill an elite Twisted Treeman. Moreover, under Lin Tianhao's kite-flying style, the Twisted Tree was killed by him before it approached him. Ding! You killed an elite Twisted Tree, experience plus 321. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. He still had to hunt elite wild monsters to increase his experience. Even if it was Fu Tu Dun Shan who teamed up with Lin Tianhao, he also gained 32 experience points. 1, 2, 3. Lin Tianhao's health was constantly increasing. At this time, all server announcements began to sound one after another. Players from all major guilds reached level 10 and entered the main city. Of course, there were also some individual players. Fu Tu Dun Shan was envious, but he had no choice but to watch. My loss is too big. Lin Tianhao still had that cold attitude and did not pay attention to Fu Tu Dun Shan. At this time, equipment was released again. Treeman Armor, Elite Level 10. Effect 1, Magic Resistance plus 10. Effect 2, Health plus 500. Wear Resistance, 100. Awesome, Shwedi, is this one of the suits you mentioned? Lin Tianhao nodded and threw the equipment to Fu Tu Dun Shan. Yes, as long as you hunt enough elite Twisted Treeman, you can get a complete set of Treeman suits. Fu Tu Dun Shan's eyes lit up. Shwedi, you are so nice. When you went offline before, I thought you were going to run away. Lin Tianhao was full of black lines, but he didn't say anything else and continued to kill monsters. This one kill took an hour. The novice village is really good in this regard, that is, the wild monsters refresh very quickly, otherwise it can't support Lin Tianhao's crazy hunting. Ding! You have reached level 6, free attribute points plus 5. In just 1 hour, Lin Tianhao went from level 4 to level 6, and his attack speed also increased from 0.93 to 1.13. At the same time, Lin Tianhao got 3 more Treeman suits, all of which were given to Futu Dungeon. A player can wear up to 13 pieces of equipment. They are main weapon, boots, heart guard, armor, helmet, cloak, ring, double, necklace, shoulder guard, double, leg guard, double. Futu Dungeon now has 4 pieces, and there are 9 pieces left. This suit can be said to be the strongest shield warrior suit before level 20, without a doubt. Chapter 6 Precise Shooting, Interrupting Skills. Even those multi-hour suits at level 20 are inferior to this Treeman suit. After collecting 10 pieces of the Treeman suit, the suit effect can be triggered. Effect: restore 50 health points per second, and is not interrupted by attacks. This is a very abnormal effect in the early stage of the game. After collecting all 13 sets, there will be a second set effect. Effect: all physical attacks you bear will automatically counterattack 10%. Coupled with the attribute blessing of the Treeman set, a shield warrior with high recovery, damage, and tankiness will appear. Futu Dungeon bid 300,000 to get this set, which is absolutely worth the money. Ding! Because you hunted a large number of Twisted Treeman, it caused the dissatisfaction of the Twisted Treeman King. It will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Please leave quickly. Lin Tianhao and Futu Dungeon received the system prompt at the same time. Is it finally here? Futu Dungeon also received the system prompt and immediately became excited. Big brother Xuedi, the boss is out, do you want to fight? Lin Tianhao nodded, and then Futu Dungeon received the system prompt. Ding! You were kicked out of the team by Xuedi. Futu Dungeon. Boss Xuedi, what do you mean? You're not taking me with you to fight the boss. Lin Tianhao just nodded, don't join in the fun, stay away. No. Futu Shield Shan was bitter. How could you treat your sponsor like this? Boss Xuedi, aren't you being a bit unfair? I only promised to take you to level 10, but I didn't promise to share the boss with you. Lin Tianhao's answer was very simple. All boss first kills will have special rewards. If you complete the first kill alone, the reward will be particularly generous. Bringing Futu Dun Shan, a burden, will only affect his reward. Futu Dun Shan wanted to say something, but suddenly noticed that a big guy was approaching them. Twisted Treeman King, Black Iron Boss level 10. HP, 116,800. Attack, 325. Skills: Summon Treeman, Revive, Vine Bind, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. Fug! Futu Dungeon was dumbfounded, is this the boss? With more than 110,000 HP and this attack power, who can beat it at this stage? Even if Lin Tianhao can deal 500 damage with one normal attack, it will take more than 200 normal attacks to kill him. This is too outrageous. Futu Dungeon retreated involuntarily, and at the same time he was a little happy. The attributes of this Twisted Tree King are so abnormal, let's see how you can kill him. You know, the Twisted Tree King is a magic monster, and the hidden magic power attribute is definitely much higher than the attack attribute. Add 2 control skills, who dares to say that he can kill him alone at this stage? Then, when Futu Dungeon thought that Lin Tianhao would retreat, swish! A feather arrow accurately hit the tree core of the Twisted Tree King. -501. A damage number jumped out. The critical hit rate is 0. Even if it hits the weak point, it can't cause critical damage. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, but he was not afraid. When the feather arrow was shot, he immediately moved, and another feather arrow flew out at the same time. -501. The damage is still good, but the speed, and attack distance of the Twisted Tree King are not comparable to ordinary wild monsters. A long-distance vine hit Lin Tianhao. -319. The damage of more than 300 in a normal attack made Fu Tuidunshan dumbfounded. He has just reached level 6, and with the equipment he can wear, his health is only over 700. He can only take 3 hits from this attack at most. But the next moment, Fu Tuidunshan saw a scene that made his scalp numb. That is, after Lin Tianhao lost more than 300 blood points, his blood bar actually dropped a little bit. Fuck. Now Fu Tuidunshan can only use the word fuck to describe his mood at this moment. If he didn't know something about the game Ragnarok, he would definitely say that there is a cheat. However, this feels even more perverted than a cheat. Lin Tianhao ignored the shocked Fu Tuidunshan, and deliberately tried the attack of the Twisted Tree King. The normal attack was a bit scratchy. Of course, the skills still couldn't hold up. In this case, there is no need to drag the normal attack to affect the output time. With an idea, Lin Tianhao stopped dodging the normal attack and started to fight against the Twisted Tree King. This scene made Fu Tuidunshan dumbfounded. Fighting against the boss, what kind of immortal character is this? After being shocked, Fu Tuidunshan turned on the recording function here. He dared to guarantee that if his own president saw this scene, he would definitely be shocked. However, what Lin Tianhao did next really stunned Fu Tuidunshan. I saw that the Twisted Tree King was preparing to release a skill while swinging its vines. Fu Tuidunshan showed a playful smile on his face. He naturally knew that the Twisted Tree King was a magic monster and the damage of his skills was absolutely abnormal. But just when the Twisted Tree King was casting a skill, Lin Tianhao hit the Twisted Tree King's wrist with a feather arrow, interrupting the Twisted Tree King's chanting. Is this a precise strike? Fu Tuidunshan was a high-level player of the game after all. As soon as Lin Tianhao's operation came out, he knew the principle. However, knowing it was one thing, but to hit the Twisted Tree King's arm among so many vines and interrupt his spell casting, even if you invited an Olympic champion in archery, it might not be possible. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm did not stop, and the smooth movement was simply pleasing to the eye. Every time the Twisted Tree King wanted to release a skill, he was interrupted by Lin Tianhao's precise strikes with feather arrows. What kind of a monster is this? Lin Tianhao's game attributes are high, which is understandable to Fu Tuidunshan. After all, he has just entered the game and is lucky enough to get equipment or special rewards beyond the current stage. It is not impossible. But with high attributes and such outrageous skills, Fu Tuidunshan has to think deeply. Where did Lin Tianhao come from? The Dignified Black, for more novels, 112,373, join, https://discord.gg/skstastk. The Iron Boss was actually played around by Lin Tianhao, with no power to fight back. Its attack power seemed very high, but when it hit Lin Tianhao, it was just a scratch. With Lin Tianhao's current health of more than 25,000, even if he resisted, he could still withstand 300 general attacks. What's more, Lin Tianhao was still walking a to pull. Monster, such a monster must be brought to our guild. Fu Tuidunshan made a decision secretly. He was not only an elite member of the Futu Guild, but also the young master of the Futu Guild. The health bar of the Twisted Tree Man King was still decreasing, and Lin Tianhao's attack frequency did not change. Finally, the health bar of the Twisted Tree Man was only 5%, and it was about to kill the Twisted Tree Man King. But what Fu Tuidunshan didn't expect was that Lin Tianhao actually stopped. He was a little confused, but at this moment, he saw Lin Tianhao actually shoot a feather arrow at the air behind the Twisted Tree King. Swish! The feather arrow cut through the sky. Dang! With a slight sound, a dagger came out of the air and actually cut Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Fuck, there's an assassin! Chapter 7 First Kill Boss, Thunder Jump. Fu Tuidunshan was shocked again. He was so fascinated by Lin Tianhao's operation that he didn't realize that an assassin was approaching in stealth. After a brief surprise, Fu Tu Dunchen reacted instantly, "Boss Swaity, he wants to steal the boss." Lin Tianhao ignored Fu Tu Dunchen and looked at the assassin. He had already worn most of his equipment. His eyes were sharp and murderous. This person was not an ordinary player. The murderous intent in his eyes is not something that ordinary players can have. Moreover, he just used a dagger to cut his feather arrow. This kind of operation is more common in the late game, but in the early game, especially on the first day of the game. Pull me into a team, and the boss will be divided equally. The assassin player spoke indifferently, without any emotion in his words. Lin Tianhao shook his head, "No." Hearing this, the assassin player did not speak again, but retreated and entered stealth mode again. Damn, what does he mean? Just got on? Want to stealthily grab the boss? Fu Tu Dunshan was a little annoyed. "Stinky boy, I tell you, I am a member of the Fu Tu Guild, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise. Be careful." Before Fu Tu Dunshan finished speaking, Lin Tianhao shouted loudly. As the voice fell, one of his feather arrows flew out. Swish! The assassin player appeared behind Fu Tu Dunshan. He did not use the novice skill backstab, but directly cut his throat. A scarlet critical damage appeared. -642. Bleeding. -90. -90. The next moment, Fu Tu Dunshan fell to the ground. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly. What a clean and neat method. Moreover, what a high damage. Even if it is a critical hit, his attack power should be able to break through 300. His level is level 8. Even if all the attack power is added, the attack power should only be around 80. In other words, his equipment or some passive skills provide him with high attack power. Some passive skills of assassins provide attack power, movement speed, and attack speed. To be precise, all major professions have similar skills. Fu Tu Dunshan was reborn from the resurrection altar in the novice village. He was numb when he saw that he had lost one level and a level 5 equipment. What the hell is this? It killed me in 1 second. Fu Tu Dunshan felt that his 3 views on the game were shattered. He was a tank, but he was killed in 1 second. Here is the Twisted Tree King. Lin Tianhao looked at the assassin player coldly. What? You want to show me your skills? With 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, it was impossible for Lin Tianhao to compete with him in terms of skills. The assassin player hooked his finger at Lin Tianhao and immediately entered the stealth state again. Swish! Lin Tianhao immediately drew his bow and shot arrows, and this shot was a skill burst. 2 feather arrows cut through the sky and instantly forced the invisible assassin player out. Swish! Lin Tianhao did not let him go. Since he was forced out, it was impossible for him to sneak again. The Twisted Tree King on the side has begun to recover health. But Lin Tianhao is not in a hurry. Feather arrows are constantly fired, and the assassin player uses a dagger to cut off Lin Tianhao's feather arrows one after another. Lin Tianhao is calm and composed, and his attack frequency remains unchanged. His attack damage exceeds 500 points of damage. Although the game mechanism can cut off the feather arrows, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows are so powerful that the wear resistance of the dagger in the hands of the assassin player is definitely not enough. As expected. After the assassin player cut through more than 10 feather arrows, his face darkened. Facing the feather arrows that followed Lin Tianhao, he did not continue to resist with a dagger. Instead, he did a backflip to avoid Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Looking for death? Lin Tianhao sneered, and the feather arrow shot again, hitting the assassin player's lower abdomen. The impact of the feather arrow made the assassin player in mid-air retreat a short distance. Then, the second feather arrow arrived. -502. With 2 arrows, the assassin player died on the spot and returned to the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and the assassin player actually exploded a pair of boots. At the same time, Lin Tianhao also found a problem: this assassin's health is not low. If it was a regular level 8 assassin, he should have killed him with one arrow. Cruel Boots, Elite Level 7. Effect 1, Movement Speed plus 0.5. Effect 2, Crit plus 1%. Wear Resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. The attributes of the brutal boots were very suitable for him. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that the attack speed was not increased. The attribute he needed most now was the attack speed. Because the attack speed was fast enough, he could naturally stack more health points. With the health points increased, his general attack damage could naturally increase. Putting away the brutal boots, Lin Tianhao continued to attack the Twisted Tree King. No one stopped him. The Twisted Tree King was just a toy in Lin Tianhao's hands. Originally, the Thorn Shield, a skill that could rebound physical damage, would have some impact on Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao relied on his skilled and accurate shooting to prevent the Twisted Tree King from releasing skills at all. This also benefited from another advantage of the Novice Village, that is, the bosses in the Novice Village basically did not have control-free skills such as the Overlord. Ding! You killed the Twisted Tree King above your level, plus 8,250 experience points. Ding! You are the first player to kill the boss, and the whole server will be notified soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. After living a new life, it's just a first kill, so it's not enough for Lin Tianhao to hide his name. Moreover, he wants to be famous. He needs prestige. Because only in this way can he stand at the pinnacle of power in the future. To fight against the Aelite Galaxy, relying on the power of one person is a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Lin Tianhao must take power and control the overall situation. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treeman King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the Twisted Treeman King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to kill the boss in Ragnarok, and you will be rewarded with plus 50 free attribute points, plus 1 skill book for this profession, plus 1 main weapon for this profession, and plus 100 gold coins. Lin Tianhao's mouth corners rose. Sure enough, the reward for single-handedly brushing the boss was really extraordinary. Lin Tianhao added all 50 free attribute points to the attack speed. The original attack speed of 1.13 instantly became 2.13. This attack speed can definitely be said to be the best among all. Lightning Jump, Passive Skill 1 star. Effect: your normal attack has a 50% chance of triggering a lightning jump, which can jump 10 target units within a 20-meter radius at once. The lightning jump damage is 10% of your actual damage. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This skill is interesting. If the skill level is increased, does it mean that the damage may be increased to 90%? The range of lightning jump and the units that can jump can also be improved? Just imagining it, Lin Tianhao shuddered. His damage was already outrageous, and the only difference was that he couldn't kill monsters in groups. But now with this skill, this only shortcoming has been made up. Chapter 8 Treeman Suit, Skill Revival. When Lin Tianhao checked the skill attributes, many players were shocked by Lin Tianhao's announcement to the whole server. Fuck, who is it? He is so evil that he can defeat the boss of Novice Village alone. Shuedi? I have never heard of this ID before. Does anyone know which guild he belongs to? Aren't the conditions for triggering the boss of Novice Village very harsh? How did he trigger it? I heard that there are 10 bosses in Novice Village, but so far, none of them have been triggered. Many people are discussing it, especially some top players. They know very well how outrageous it is to defeat the boss alone at this stage. Lin Tianhao didn't care so much. After learning the skills, he checked the weapons rewarded this time again. Thunder Bow, Silver. Wearing requirements, no level requirements, limited to professional archers. Effect 1, Attack plus 300. Effect 2, Critical hit rate plus 15%. Effect 3, Attack has a 15% chance to trigger paralysis effect. Effect 4, Attack has a 15% chance to splash surrounding enemy units. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded when he saw the attributes of the Thunder Bow. Attributes that are better than nothing. That's right, in Lin Tianhao's opinion, the most useful thing may be a paralysis effect, but the probability is so low. As for attack power, as long as his health is added, the amount of attack power is not important at all. How to say it? For him, it can only be used in the novice village. The key is that this is still a silver weapon, and Lin Tianhao just feels that he has been messed up. It's really outrageous. Can't you give it an attack speed plus 1? This wave is a gank from the system. Rubbing his hands, Lin Tianhao set his sights on the Twisted Tree King. Finally, it's time to touch the corpse that everyone loves to see. Ding, you got the Equipment Treeman King necklace. Ding, you got the skill Resurrection. Ding, you got the Treeman King helmet. Ding, you got gold coins plus 5. Ding, you got the Treeman King's heart. Lin Tianhao looked at the good things in his hand. It seemed that there was nothing he could use except gold coins. Wait, this resurrection skill seems pretty good. Resurrection, 1 star. Effect, restore 1 health point per second, not interrupted by attacks. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/1000, proficiency is equal to health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the star level of this skill. Lin Tianhao didn't care about this resurrection skill at first, but when he saw the introduction of proficiency, he was stunned. Is this a surprise from the system? His talent, the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, can stack health points without limit. It just fits this skill. Automatic blood recovery, to some extent, is even more abnormal than blood sucking. Learn. Lin Tianhao directly learned this skill. Resuscitation, passive skill 3 stars. Effect, restore 50 health points per second, not interrupted by attacks. Cooldown, none. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 25130/100000. Proficiency is equal to health points. Note that there is no upper limit to the star level of this skill. Stable. With this skill, Lin Tianhao feels that his safety factor has risen sharply. Resurrection, come out quickly, do you want to level up? Lin Tianhao blocked private messages and friend addition prompts, and sent a message to Fu to Dungeon. At the same time, he started leveling up. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao put on the Thunder Bow and hit the tree core of an elite Twisted Tree Man with 1 arrow. -1524. A huge bright red number appeared. Critical hit. At the same time, an arc of electricity jumped out from the elite Twisted Treeman, and jumped over the 5 Twisted Treemen around it in succession. -152. -152. One by one, the damage numbers jumped out. After being hurt, a total of 6 Twisted Treemen began to move towards Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao didn't care. Whoosh! 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 Critical hit, and critical hit. Lin Tianhao's current critical hit rate is 16%, which is already good at this stage. In addition, Lin Tianhao's weak point attack increases the critical hit damage. The elite Twisted Treeman that originally needed 12 arrows to kill now only needs 4 arrows. Moreover, because of the lightning jump, after killing the first Twisted Treeman, the other Twisted Treeman lost 608 points of health. As Lin Tianhao pulled, more and more Twisted Treemen were pulled over by him. This lightning jump is a double-edged sword. It attracts so much hatred at once. If you can't bear it, you will die in 2 hits. Looking at the group of Twisted Tree people following behind, Lin Tianhao felt like crying but had no tears. Fortunately, his attack speed is amazing now. 4 arrows in 2 seconds can easily kill a Twisted Tree man. And because of the lightning jump, he only needs 3 arrows, or even 2 arrows, to kill the Twisted Tree man behind. Ding! You have reached level 7, free attribute points plus 5. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao added all the free attribute points to the attack speed. The attack speed of 2.13 increased to 2.23. Big brother Shuedi, I'm here. Fu Tu Dun Shan came late at this time. He had just arrived and saw Lin Tianhao's terrifying monster-killing speed. Big brother Shuedi, you have become stronger again. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation over. This time, the experience value was still 91 points, but Fu Tu Dun Shan was 9 and he was 1. The next time, I will first complete the list of Fu Tu Dun Shan, and then start to prepare for the next things. With the attack speed of 2.23, plus the lightning jump, Lin Tianhao only spent 3 hours to upgrade Fu Tu Dun Shan to level 10. Not only that, after hunting a large number of elite Twisted Tree people, the tree man suit that Lin Tianhao promised Fu Tu Dun Shan also appeared. Putting on the tree man suit and seeing the changes in his attributes, Fu Tu Dun Shan was immediately dumbfounded. Big brother Shuedi, this suit is really awesome. Especially the effects of the 2 suits, which are simply amazing. I still have 2 pieces of black iron level equipment here, dropped by the Twisted Tree King. After wearing them, it will not affect the suit effect, and it can also enhance the attributes. How much? Although he didn't spend a long time with Lin Tianhao, Fu Tu Dun Shan already knew Lin Tianhao's character. 50,000 for 1 piece. Fu Tu Dun Shan pulled his lips. Lin Tianhao was asking for too much. 5,000 for the current black iron equipment, that's fine. Fu Tu Dun Shan agreed after a slight hesitation. It must be that he is rich, otherwise he would never spend 100,000 yuan to buy such transitional equipment. No matter how good this suit is, it is only level 10 after all. In a week at most, this suit will be eliminated. After receiving the transfer of 100,000 yuan, Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. I should be able to get equipment in the future, and we can continue to cooperate then. Chapter 9 Be careful of your sister. Big brother Shuedi, wait a minute. Fu Tu Dun Shan saw that Lin Tianhao was about to log off, and immediately stopped Lin Tianhao. Anything else? Boss Shuedi, I am the young master of the Fu Tu Guild. I want to invite you to our Fu Tu Guild. The annual salary is 10 million. How about it? Fu Tu Dun Shan has his own understanding of the game. Lin Tianhao's skills are too strong, better than all the professional players he has seen. Just this skill, he is worth 1 million annual salary. Not to mention that Lin Tianhao has such a strong attribute. Sorry, I created a team myself. Lin Tianhao shook his head, thank you for your kindness. Oh? That's why, but we can also become long-term partners. No problem. Lin Tianhao nodded, and suddenly, he stopped. You said you are the young master of the Fu Tu Guild. Yes, what's wrong? We are also acquainted. Let me remind you, be careful of your sister. 3 months after the launch of Ragnarok in the previous life, the news broke that Fu Tu Group had a major reshuffle. Originally, when the young master of Fu Tu Group was driving out, the brakes failed, and he had a car accident and became disabled. Half a year later, it was revealed that the mastermind behind the destruction of the brakes of the young master of Fu Tu Group was the sister of this young master. Be careful of my sister. Fu Tu Dun Shan frowned, what's wrong? Just remember what I said. Lin Tianhao waved his hand. After knowing each other for a while, he reminded him, which was enough. As for the final fate of Fu Tu Dun Shan, it had nothing to do with Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao did not log off the original line this time. Instead, he returned to the novice village to log off, mainly because he offended the assassin, so he had to be careful. If he was stabbed by the assassin when he went off the line in the wild, it would not be worth it. After logging off, Lin Tianhao looked at the time. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhou Xiaopeng was still in the game. Lin Tianhao did not disturb him, opened the refrigerator, and made breakfast. As a cross-era online game, Ragnarok has a very magical point, that is, in the game, the body can get enough rest, and even the spirit can be more sufficient. Later, some experts came out to popularize science and said that this is because the game is equivalent to sleeping. This statement is not correct. That was discovered in the late stage of the game. The upgrade in the game enhances the attributes. Although reality cannot be materialized, it can sublimate people's souls, and naturally the spirit will get better and better. Fatty, go offline to eat. Due to budget reasons, Lin Tianhao and his team only used ordinary game warehouses, not advanced nutrition warehouses. It is said that the most advanced nutrition warehouse, after preparing the nutrient solution, can be kept online for half a month, and the body nutrition can keep up. Zhou Xiaopeng just logged off and smiled at Lin Tianhao. Brother Fan, you are right. It is easy to make money if you work alone. I got a level 7 equipment today and sold it for 12,000 yuan. There are so many rich players in this game. Lin Tianhao smiled without commenting. It is not that there are many rich players. On the contrary, the number of rich players who are self-employed is average, not too many. The ones who really hyped up equipment and skill books are guilds, consortiums, and the government. The guild saw the popularity of Ragnarok and knew that they could definitely make a lot of money in the future. After all, the game industry of the endgame can reach tens of billions, and the game industry of Ragnarok must be in the hundreds of billions or even trillions. As for the consortium and the government, they naturally know the nature of Ragnarok and are naturally very clear about the importance of becoming stronger in Ragnarok. Lin Tianhao knows the reason why Zhou Xiaopeng was so strong in the early stage. He chose the profession of a warrior. After leaving the novice village, he met a bard and heard the bard reciting poems. He was nonsense. Zhou Xiaopeng used the ancient poems of the sages of the Dragon Kingdom to show off in front of the bard. This move not only did not make the bard dissatisfied, but he admired Zhou Xiaopeng very much and immediately prepared to become his apprentice. The apprenticeship gift is the 3 passive skills of the warrior. Relying on these 3 passive skills, Zhou Xiaopeng is very strong in the late game. The 3 passive skills are double armor, double shield, and double slash. The skill effects are: double armor, all attacks taken will rebound a certain percentage of damage to the opponent. Double shield, every time you cast a control skill, you can get a shield that is a percentage of your own health. Double slash, every attack, including skills, equipment effects, potion effects, etc., may have multiple effects. Anti-injury, shield, and damage are relatively versatile. In particular, these 3 are passive skills that can be triggered infinitely. Moreover, double slash and double shield can be superimposed on each other. For example, the warrior's collision skill is a control skill that can trigger double shield. If double slash triggers multiple effects, the shield will also trigger multiple effects. Brother Hao, I'm already level 9 now, and I've got 3 passive skills. I'll definitely get more advanced equipment later. Lin Tianhao nodded. Fatty, don't worry, I've already paid for my sister's surgery. Paid? Yet. Lin Tianhao took out the payment list. I'm luckier than you, I killed a boss. Fuck, Brother Hao, are you the Snow Queen? Lin Tianhao nodded and said to Zhou Xiaopeng, let's eat, I'll prepare a guide for the novice village for you later, there are many hidden rewards in the novice village. I see, Brother Hao, you're so awesome, if Li Haidao knew what you've achieved now, he'd probably regret it. While eating, Lin Tianhao recalled the guide for the novice village. The hidden rewards in this novice village are more suitable for each profession. Fatty, go to the novice village tavern, buy 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor and go to the blacksmith shop. Let the blacksmith shop make you the strongest warrior weapon. Then, he will give you a series of tasks. The higher the completion of this series of tasks, the more rewards you can get. Okay. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't ask Lin Tianhao how he knew it, and agreed. After dinner, Lin Tianhao gave Zhou Xiaopeng 2 more guides, one for monkeys and one for glasses. Fatty, you enter the game. I'll go see Ching Ching. Let's go together. Zhou Xiaopeng didn't enter the game alone, but came to the hospital with Lin Tianhao. Because Lin Tianhao had already paid the fee, the hospital was arranging the operation. In the ward, Lin Tianhao looked at the unconscious Lin Qingqing, and his eyes softened a lot. Doctor, when will my sister's operation start? Lin Tianhao asked. It's already been arranged. The surgery can be performed this afternoon. You can sign it here. Okay. Lin Tianhao nodded and signed the surgery confirmation form. After doing this, Lin Tianhao returned to the rental house and entered the game. Chapter 10 Open the Dungeon, Twisted Jungle. Online again. This time, Lin Tianhao did not go to the level 10 wild monster area, but walked towards the steep cliff behind the novice village. In the novice village, in addition to the regular wild monsters, there is also a hidden dungeon. The first pass reward for this hidden dungeon is very generous. Step here. There are no wild monsters here, and it is a cliff, so naturally no player will come here. In the previous life, it was only after a week of the game that someone accidentally opened this dungeon. The conditions for opening this dungeon are also very simple. That is to kill a tree man here. There are many big trees nearby. And among these big trees, one of them is a tree man. At first glance, if you don't pay attention, you won't notice it at all. Found you. Disguised Treeman, Normal Level 10. HP, 2100/2100. Attack, 32. Skill, Disguise. A very weak wild monster, Lin Tianhao raised his hand to attack. Although he didn't attack the weak point, he only shot 3 arrows to kill the disguised treeman. Ding! You killed the disguised treeman, experience plus 43. Ding! Because of you killed the hidden monster in the novice village, and the hidden copy of the novice village Twisted Jungle is about to be opened. Ding! You are the first player to open the copy. A server-wide announcement will be made. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Xuedi for successfully opening the hidden copy of the novice village Twisted Jungle. He is the first player in the server to open the copy. Special rewards are plus 10 free attribute points, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 1 black iron equipment. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Xuedi for successfully opening the hidden copy of the novice village Twisted Jungle. He is the first player in the server to open the copy. Special rewards are plus 10 free attribute points, plus 10 gold coins, and plus 1 black iron equipment. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. As the server-wide announcement sounded, the Twisted Jungle dungeon appeared in all novice villages. Lin Tianhao added all 10 free attribute points to attack speed. Then his eyes fell on the rewarded black iron weapon. Jungle Longbow, Black Iron. Wearing requirements, none, Professional Archer. Effect 1, Attack Power plus 65. Effect 2, Health plus 500. Effect 3, Blood Sucking plus 2%. Wear Resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao held his forehead, another fucking weapon. Attack Speed, Attack Speed, Attack Speed. Can't there be a weapon that increases attack speed? Really miserable life. When Lin Tianhao checked the attributes, the players were all furious. Especially the players who had already left the novice village, they immediately regretted it. Damn, there are dungeons in the novice village? If I had known earlier, I would never leave the novice village. Hey, luckily I level up slowly, so I can go to the dungeon now. There should be high rewards for the first pass of the dungeon. Is there a team? The Dream Chaser Guild is recruiting strong tanks. Lin Tianhao has already arrived at the dungeon entrance. The difficulty of the Ragnarok dungeon is divided into 4 levels: easy, difficult, nightmare, and hell. The higher the difficulty of the first pass of the level 10 Twisted Jungle, the more rewards you will get. It's you, hell level. Ding, reminder, it is not recommended to enter the hell level dungeon alone, are you sure? Okay. The difficulty coefficient of the hell level dungeon is indeed very high, but is Lin Tianhao afraid? Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. His current attributes are actually not enough to solo the hell level dungeon. However, Lin Tianhao still has the top technology of his previous life. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Lin Tianhao saw a large number of Twisted Treemen appearing in front of him. Twisted Treemen, Elite Level 10. HP, 8500. Attack, 129. Skills, Resurrection, Vine Rotation, Thorn Entanglement. It is also an Elite Twisted Treeman, but this attribute is much higher than the Elite Treeman attribute that Lin Tianhao had brushed before. Swish! Critical hit. -1812. At the same time, the thunder jumped out, causing damage to the surrounding Twisted Treeman. -362. -362. The damage value is very high. When every arrow of Lin Tianhao is a critical hit, only 5 arrows are needed to kill a Treeman. And because the lightning jump is upgraded to 2 stars, the damage and range caused by the jumping lightning and the number of targets are also greater. Ding! You killed an elite Twisted Treeman, experience value plus 351. Killing above the level, plus it is a dungeon monster. This experience value is still quite generous. Lin Tianhao always keeps a safe distance from these Twisted Treemen, with the distance increased by the general attack, preventing the Twisted Treemen from attacking him. In particular, the control effect brought by the skill of Thorn Entanglement once hit has the greatest impact on him. Ding! You have reached level 8, free attribute points plus 5. After upgrading, all the attack speed is still added. At the same time, the first level of the dungeon is passed. Lin Tianhao came to the second level of the dungeon after passing through the light gate in front. He had just entered when dozens of Twisted Treemen came towards him. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also saw 10 Treemen leaders here. Treemen leader, Elite Level 10. HP, 35,280. Attack, 412. Skills, Thorn Entanglement, Revival, Vine Rotation, Crazy Whipping. There is one more skill, but the attribute is much higher than that of the elite Twisted Treeman. Whoosh! Lin Tianhao still attacks plainly. Keep pulling these Treemen. Try to stay outside the attack range of their Thorn Entanglement. For this, we really have to thank the skill of General Attack Amplification. It is precisely because of this skill that his normal attack range is longer, giving him enough conditions to pull these tree people. However, the movement speed is still a flaw. The 3 tree people leaders attacked the forest at the same time. Tianhao launched the Thorn Entanglement. -823. -821. -823. Huge damage numbers appeared one after another, and Lin Tianhao was imprisoned at the same time. Lin Tianhao thought it was not good, as expected. The following attacks were endless. -123. -421. -423. Damage numbers appeared one after another, and Lin Tianhao had not yet escaped from control, and new thorns came again. It was only 2 seconds. Lin Tianhao lost more than 13,000 health points. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Twisted Tree people were not very smart, and they all used whatever skills they had. In addition, the Twisted Tree people behind were not far enough away and could not attack Lin Tianhao. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would have been directly controlled to death by their connected control just now. It's too painful without a skill to break the control. The speed is too low. Lin Tianhao thought secretly, and immediately moved away at the moment the control ended. At the same time, a feather arrow interrupted a tree leader who was casting a spell. Hey! He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and just now he was really safe. If he was not careful, he might die here. Losing a level is a small matter. If someone else snatches the first pass of the dungeon, he will really regret it. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tianhao was highly focused. Before, he wanted to deal more damage, but now, he had to move to avoid skills. He also had to interrupt the skills of the tree leader, so he had to keep an eye on all directions. Chapter 11 Hell Difficulty, Hydra Cypress. The skill of entanglement is not a strong control skill, but a targeted spell. In other words, it is possible to dodge by moving. One of the reasons why Lin Tianhao was attacked before was that he was careless, and the other was that the three tree leaders actually released thorns at the same time, blocking his retreat. Now Lin Tianhao is highly focused. As long as he sees the hand-raising action of thorns, he will move in advance to pull away. Coupled with the high output and the damage of lightning jump, the number of twisted treemen is constantly decreasing. As the number of twisted treemen decreases, Lin Tianhao is more comfortable in killing monsters. Finally, all the twisted treemen in this level were killed. Ding! You have reached level 9, free attribute points plus 5. 1 level per level, this upgrade speed is really terrifying. Moreover, with the blessing of the skill of recovery, Lin Tianhao's current health value has been restored to full value. At this time, Futo Club. Offline conference room. A video is playing on the big screen. That was the video of Lin Tianhao's solo fight against the Twisted Tree King. A young man stood at the main seat in the conference room. You have all seen this video, Shen Lang, you are also an archer, tell me what you think. Futo Shen Lang immediately stood up, the damage value is very high, but his skills are really terrifying. Even if the damage value is reduced, with his skills, he can still solo this boss. Futo Guangtu also said, Young Master, what do you mean by showing us this video? Let you help analyze how much money is appropriate if I want to poach him. I offered an annual salary of 10 million before, and he refused without hesitation. Futo Shen Lang frowned, such skills are definitely not unknown. He may have an annual salary of 10 million or even higher in the PC game era. After all, there was a legendary shooter in the PC game with an annual salary of more than 80 million. With the current popularity of Ragnarok, his skills, plus his attributes, an annual salary of 100 million is not too much. If we also consider the overall influence on our guild and the ability to drive the game in the early stage, the annual salary can even be between 150 million and 200 million. Futo Shen Lang's words were very pertinent. As the president of the Futo Guild, he only has an annual salary of more than 20 million. But Lin Tianhao's skills really impressed him. Okay, I get it. Futo Dun Shan nodded, President Shen Lang. Organize the members who are still in the novice village to brush the copy of the Twisted Tree Man. In addition, if possible, every player in the novice village can brush the 10th level Twisted Tree Man. Futo Shen Lang nodded, okay. After saying this, Futo Dun Shan coughed, in addition, let me show you my current attributes. He proudly posted the attributes of his Tree Man suit. Futo Dun Shan was shocked when he saw the attributes of the suit. The total health value has increased by 5,800, the armor and magic resistance have increased so much, and there are also the characteristics of this suit. Futo Shen Lang couldn't help but take a breath, Young Master, this suit of yours is really amazing. Equipment, how much did it cost? 400,000, plus it takes me to level 10. Originally it was 300,000, and I added these 2 pieces of black iron equipment. Fu Tu Shen Lang was dumbfounded. So cheap. Yes, it is cheap. A level 10 elite equipment is worth about 20,000. These 13 pieces, sold separately, can be worth 400,000. The key is the set, and it also takes me to level 10. Shwedi sold it to you. Yes. It seems that he is not short of money, otherwise he would definitely sell it for a better price. Fu Tu Shen Lang subconsciously thought that Lin Tianhao didn't care because he was rich. But he didn't know that Lin Tianhao didn't bargain because he was in a hurry to use the money. Moreover, 5 years later, the cataclysm began, and real currency was worthless. Twisted Jungle. Lin Tianhao entered the 3rd level. Here, there are 4 Twisted Tree Kings. Twisted Tree King, Black Iron Boss level 10. HP, 186,800. Attack, 598. Skills, Summon Treeman, Revive, Vine Binding, Thorn Shield, Vine Cage. The skills did not increase, but the attributes did increase a lot. And the number is still 4. After taking a look at his current HP, Lin Tianhao made a move directly. Whoosh! Critical hit. -1685. As expected of the Black Iron Boss in the Hell level difficulty dungeon, the defense is so high that the 300 points of attack power added by Lin Tianhao's Thunder Bow, in the case of a critical hit, the damage caused is not high. At present, most of this damage is caused by Lin Tianhao's Hand of Heavenly Punishment. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the vine binding of the Twisted Treeman King is different from the entanglement skill of ordinary treeman. This is a skill that is infinitely close to strong control, because the binding vines appear directly from the bottom of the player's feet, and it is difficult to react. Lin Tianhao's current attack speed can only interrupt the attacks of 2 Twisted Treeman Kings at most at the same time. But now he is facing 4 Twisted Treeman Kings. The battle is about to start. The 4 Twisted Treeman Kings have already gained some wisdom and surrounded Lin Tianhao. At the same time, the skill Vine Cage has appeared. Unfortunately, the casting of the Vine Cage is the slowest and the easiest to be interrupted. Lin Tianhao easily interrupted the skill of the Twisted Treeman King. However, they were 4 Twisted Tree Kings that released skills at the same time, blocking Lin Tianhao's retreat. Lin Tianhao did not retreat but advanced, which was exactly what he wanted. -598. -597. -598. Lin Tianhao moved forward and entered the normal attack range of the Twisted Tree King. The 4 Twisted Tree Kings attacked at the same time, causing more than 2,000 damage to Lin Tianhao. After the effect of the Twisted Tree King's skill dissipated, he retreated again and pulled away. At the same time, he continued to walk as long as he was not tied up by the vines. With Lin Tianhao's current health and the skill of resurrection, the probability of him being killed instantly was very small. Walking all the way, finally, the first Twisted Tree King fell. The rest of the battle will be much easier. Not long after, all 3 Twisted Tree Kings fell. The dungeon rewards in Ragnarok are settled after the level is cleared. Before the level is cleared, killing wild monsters will only give experience points, not dropped items. This saves Lin Tianhao the step of touching corpses. Lifting his legs to enter the 4th level, here is the last level of the Twisted Jungle Dungeon. Just after entering, Lin Tianhao saw a tree 100 meters high, with countless vines swaying in the wind. It looks like either a boss or a big tree. Hydra Cypress, Bronze level 10. HP, 1528000/1528000. Attack, 1358. Skill, Dead Tree Revived. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly. This boss actually has only one skill. Chapter 12 First Pass Dungeon, Dead Tree Revived. Lin Tianhao will not underestimate the other party just because the boss has only one skill. The more such a boss is, the more difficult it is to deal with. Swish! Lin Tianhao attacked first. -785. There was no critical hit, but the damage was still good. However, the next moment, Lin Tianhao knew the horror of this Hydra Cypress. -1355. -1355. 2 consecutive vines hit him, knocking off more than 2,000 of his health. This was really outrageous. Moreover, Lin Tianhao discovered a problem. The vines of this Hydra Cypress seemed to cover the entire level. In other words, he could not dodge the normal attack by moving around. This is fucked up. Each time the Hydra Cypress attacks with 2 vines, he can only withstand a dozen attacks with a health value of over 30,000. Although he was thinking, Lin Tianhao's hands did not stop moving. He kept attacking the Hydra Cypress. The vines of the Hydra Cypress whipped again, and Lin Tianhao immediately rolled to dodge. I dodged it. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. As he expected, the vine attack could be dodged. Since it can be dodged, it is only a matter of time to kill the Hydra Cypress. However, for safety reasons, Lin Tianhao changed to the jungle longbow. The jungle longbow can increase health and absorb blood. It is difficult for him to restore his health to full by relying on the skill effect of recovery. Therefore, blood-sucking becomes particularly critical. After all, there are too many vines of the Hydra Cypress, and each time a normal attack is launched, it is a different vine. Although he could dodge with his reaction, it was still a little unrealistic to dodge 100%. After all, his movement speed had not been increased. +50. +16. +16. Lin Tianhao's health began to recover slowly, and he was also looking for the weakness of the Hydra Cypress. Any monster has weaknesses. Attacking the weak parts can increase the chance of critical hits. Even after he changed his weapon, the critical hit rate was only 1% of the brutal boots. But as long as the weak hits were accurate enough, continuous critical hits could be achieved. Found it. Lin Tianhao didn't know about the Hydra Cypress in his previous life. Because he was diligent in upgrading and earning gold at that time, he went to the main city the next day. After this dungeon was opened, some people tried the hell level difficulty, but at that time no player in the novice village could pass it. In addition, as the game progresses, level 15 and level 20 dungeons continue to appear, and players are not so enthusiastic about the dungeons in the novice village. Therefore, this is the first time that Lin Tianhao has heard of this Hydra Cypress. Swish! Another arrow. Lin Tianhao is still pulling and moving. He is really moving to the extreme, even the normal attack has to be avoided. Found it! Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he actually saw 9 blood-red vines behind the Hydra Cypress. There was a dark red head on each of the 9 blood-red vines. At this time, one of the heads was showing an evil smile to Lin Tianhao. Swish! Critical hit. -1574. A bright red critical hit damage appeared, which made Lin Tianhao a little excited. He found the weakness, and then his next attack would be much easier. Swish! Swish! The sound of arrows breaking through the air continued, and the blood-colored vines controlled the head to dodge. But Lin Tianhao had so much experience. In his opinion, this way of swinging and dodging was just a decoration. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit again. This is the outrageous part of the weak point attack. A 1% critical hit rate can also cause high critical hit damage. Lin Tianhao's mouth corners rose. Critical hits not only have high damage, but also increase the amount of blood he absorbs. After finding a way to crack it, Lin Tianhao consumed the health of the Hydra Cypress at a rate of 2 arrows per second. Finally, the health of the Hydra Cypress was reduced to 10%. It was about to enter the killing line. But the next moment, a green light emanated from the Hydra Cypress, and its health was directly restored from 10% to the full moon state. Lin Tianhao? He was a little autistic. It's really not his fault. What kind of magical skill is this? How can it be so outrageous? This is the novice village. He is not fighting a level 200 world boss, this is a level 10 bronze boss. Why? Although there are millions of horses galloping through his heart. But Lin Tianhao still doesn't plan to give up, and chooses to continue attacking. With the previous experience, Lin Tianhao is now familiar with the road. 15 minutes later. Ding! You killed the bronze level Hydra Cypress, experience plus 31280. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the Twisted Jungle dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player Xuedi for completing the first pass of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the player Xuedi for completing the first pass of the Twisted Jungle. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. This sudden server-wide announcement made many players who were still fighting in the dungeon dumbfounded. Fuck, it's this Xuedi again. He cleared the dungeon alone? How is this possible? Solo boss, solo dungeon Ben, could it be that this person has awakened his talent in the novice village? I think it might be some hidden profession. Even if it is a talent, whose one-star talent can be so awesome? Many players were discussing this, and many guild players were beating their chests and stamping their feet. The first pass of the dungeon, the reward is unquestionable. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the Hell level Twisted Jungle, and the reward is being calculated. Ding! You have obtained the Black Iron level Treant set plus 1. Ding! You have obtained the Skill Book plus 13. Ding! You have obtained the Treant Heart plus 4. Ding! You have obtained the Elite Equipment and 35. Ding! You have obtained the Gold Coin plus 350. Ding! You have obtained the Free Attribute Point plus 50. Ding! You have obtained the Quest Scroll plus 1. A series of system prompts dazzled Lin Tianhao. This reward is awesome. Lin Tianhao can use all the iron level treeman suits except the main weapon, especially because it is his first pass, it is not restricted by level and can be used directly. But this set of equipment is most suitable for shield warriors, and it is a bit out of place for him to use. There are 32 pieces of elite equipment and 3 pieces of bronze equipment. Lin Tianhao took a look and found that they are basically tank equipment. It is better for him to wear them. When his eyes fell on the skill book, Lin Tianhao suddenly became interested. Because he saw that skill, Dead Tree Revived. Dead Tree Revived, passive skill 1 star. Effect, when your health value drops to 10%, you will immediately recover 10% of your health value. Cooldown, 24 hours. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/10, the proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skill books. Each time a skill book is sacrificed, 1 point of proficiency can be obtained. Some special skills can obtain more proficiency. Chapter 13 Level List and Equipment List. Lin Tianhao was stunned for a moment. No wonder Hydra Cypress only has this one skill. It turns out that all other skills have been sacrificed. This time, Lin Tianhao still has 12 skill books in his hand after detaining the Dead Tree Resurrection. All of them were dropped by the Twisted Treeman, and they are of little help to Lin Tianhao. Learn Dead Tree Resurrection. Sacrifice skill books. Lin Tianhao sacrificed 10 skill books of the Tree Man, and the Dead Tree was successfully upgraded to 2 stars. Dead Tree, passive skill 2 stars. Effect, when your health value drops to 10%, you will immediately recover 20% of your health value. Cooldown, 24 hours. Consumption, none. Proficiency, 0/100, the proficiency is calculated by sacrificing skills. For each skill book sacrificed, 1 proficiency point can be obtained. Some special skills can obtain more proficiency points. Just as Lin Tianhao thought, the health that can be restored by upgrading 1 star increased by 10%. This improvement is not small. Moreover, with this skill, his survivability has been greatly improved again. Not only that, the dead tree restores a percentage of health value. Even in the late stage of the game, it can definitely be regarded as a powerful skill. Now Lin Tianhao's total health value is more than 30,000 points, and 20% is more than 6,000 points. But what if Lin Tianhao's total health is 3 million, 30 million, or even higher? He can still recover according to the percentage. Retract his thoughts. Lin Tianhao looked at his experience bar, and he was still halfway to level 10. With this upgraded experience bar, if he wanted, he could reach level 10 in half an hour at most. But what Lin Tianhao wanted was not just to upgrade. Open the level list. Lin Tianhao was ready to see the current level ranking. First, Shura Emperor, level 11 25%. Second, Zhu Mengyan Shuet, level 10 95%. Third, I Don't Love Money, level 10 91%. Fourth, Fu Tu Shen Lang, level 10 90%. Fifth, I Really Have 20 centimeters, level 10 88%. The gap on the level list is not obvious. Lin Tianhao knows most of these people. The first 5 are high-level guilds, and there are 2, one is the top rich second generation of Longguo, whose level is piled up with money. The key is that this guy is not only rich, but also lucky and powerful. He is simply not a human being. As for the 5th one, he is a bit similar to Zhou Xiaopeng. He had some opportunities in the early stage of the game, which made him a big hit. However, in the later stage of the game, his early advantage gradually lost. Finally, he disappeared from the public's sight. In addition to the level list, there is also an equipment list in Ragnarok. Lin Tianhao opened the equipment list. First place, Golden Scepter, Gold level. Second place, Thunder Bow, Silver level. Third place, Nine-Headed Shield, Bronze level. Fourth place, Nine-Headed Shoulder Guard, Bronze level. Fifth place, Nine-Headed Cloak, Bronze level. Among the top 5, except for the first place Golden Scepter, all the others belong to Lin Tianhao. Sure enough, it's still the same as in the previous life. Lin Tianhao thought secretly that this Golden Scepter belonged to Zhu Meng Yangxiu. It is a summoning scepter, and there is only one effect inside, which is to summon 6 level 10 black iron bosses. This is definitely a bug-like existence in the early stage of the game. A level 10 bronze boss can walk sideways at this moment, let alone 6. Speaking of which, this Zhu Meng Yangxiu is the boss of the Zhu Meng Club where he used to be. She looks pretty good, but it's a pity that she is nepotistic. Many executives in the club are her relatives, making the club a mess. But these are not important. With super god level talent, Lin Tianhao is fully confident that he can surpass Zhu Meng Yangxiu. Lin Tianhao added all the 50 free attribute points rewarded for the first dungeon to attack speed. The attack speed increased from 2.63 to 3.63. In fact, when adding points, Lin Tianhao was also considering whether to add some movement speed or blood sucking. But in the end, he gave up. Because the attack speed is the most suitable for his hand of heavenly punishment. As long as the attack speed is fast enough, he can stack the health faster. Finally, there is the task scroll. This kind of task scroll is extremely precious. Because the tasks in it are not given by ordinary NPCs, but tasks from the gods. If you complete the tasks, you may get the blessings of the gods. The blessings of the gods, at worst, are attribute improvements, and the best are said to be permanent characteristics. Unfolding the task scroll, Lin Tianhao saw the tasks that appeared in it and was shocked. There is a Hanba sealed under the novice village. If Hanba is born, it will destroy all living things. Task requirements: kill all NPCs in the novice village and destroy the altar, so that all adventurers from other worlds can only be born in the main city and can never enter the novice village again. Task penalty, none. Task reward, unknown. Seeing this task, Lin Tianhao's face was extremely gloomy. This task. It's simply outrageous, it's outrageous to the extreme. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao also encountered various strange tasks. But today's task? Destroy the novice village? This is a task? Is this not asking him to die? In the previous life, there were players who tried to provoke NPCs, but even if it was just a small SI in the tavern, he could deal thousands of damage with a wave of his hand. As for the novice village chief, the blacksmith and others, their attributes are probably even more outrageous. Put away the task scroll. Lin Tianhao did not accept the task immediately. Although there was no punishment, he still wanted to think about it again. Exit the dungeon. At this time, many players gathered at the entrance of the dungeon. We are missing a powerful priest. Who has enough milk? Come quickly. There are powerful double CS in the team. The output is definitely enough. Double CS are archers and mages. One is for continuous output, and the other is for high burst. It has been so long. Apart from the big boss Xuedi, are there no other players who have cleared the dungeon? I want to buy equipment. I am stupid and have a lot of money. Lin Tianhao glanced at these people and didn't care too much. This is the 10086 Novice Village. There are not many real game masters. They estimate that most of them are gathered in the Novice Village at the front. Starting from the dungeon, Lin Tianhao walked in another direction. According to Lin Tianhao's calculation, the higher the level of the task of hunting 10 bosses given by the village chief, the richer the reward should be. There is another special boss in the Novice Village. That is the bard that Zhou Xiaopeng met. It is said that his original body is a yellow skin, and because of his good luck in seeking a title, he turned into a human form. But his demon nature has not changed, and he seems to be plotting something in the Novice Village. The previous life strategy did not say too much in detail, and Lin Tianhao only knew this roughly. At this moment, Lin Tianhao's eyes changed slightly, and the longbow in his hand instantly slashed behind him. That's right, it was not a bow and arrow, but a knife with the thunder bow. Such an attack is not very lethal, but it can break the sudden crisis. Swish! Chapter 14 The Furious Yellow Skin. Swish! A dagger slashed on Lin Tianhao's thunder bow, bringing a series of sparks. You again? Lin Tianhao frowned. This person was the assassin who wanted to steal his boss before. His nickname was hidden, but his appearance was not so easy to disguise. The assassin player did not speak. He turned the dagger in his hand 180 degrees and stabbed Lin Tianhao again. Lin Tianhao leaned back and put on the black iron level treeman suit. As soon as the treeman suit was put on, Lin Tianhao's dual resistance was improved, and his health was greatly improved. At the same time, Lin Tianhao rolled sideways to avoid the assassin player's attack. However, he just avoided the assassin player's attack. Lin Tianhao was shocked. Because the assassin player disappeared. Not stealth. Lin Tianhao could feel that the assassin player was behind him. He turned around without hesitation. However, he still saw nothing. If there were bystanders, they would notice that the assassin was always behind Lin Tianhao, or more precisely, in his blind spot. Lin Tianhao could not see him no matter what. Shadow step. Lin Tianhao's face was slightly gloomy. Shadow step is not a skill, but a technique. The method of performing it is to block the opponent's vision by moving, as if hiding in the enemy's shadow. Hence the name shadow step. Hearing Lin Tianhao talk about the skill he used, the assassin player was slightly surprised. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao had already made a move. Swish! A feather arrow flew through the air. This time, Lin Tianhao did not turn around, but used his legs to pull the longbow and shot an arrow in the opposite direction. This assassin player has combat skills. As a reborn, Lin Tianhao also has some unique combat skills. Lin Tianhao's operation was outrageous, and the assassin player was a little surprised just now. He was hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow without paying attention. -1352. The assassin player was killed by an arrow. Unfortunately, he did not drop any equipment this time. This assassin player is targeting me. Lin Tianhao muttered to himself. He originally thought that he and the assassin player had just a little friction. But he did not expect that the assassin player would sneak attack him without saying a word today. Novice Village, in the Resurrection Altar. Yingsha looked a little serious. Fast reaction speed, high damage, good fighting skills, and knows the shadow step. Shui Di, no matter who you are, you killed me twice, and I will come back one day. If Lin Tianhao heard these words, he would definitely curse back. Damn, the first time he wanted to snatch the boss, Lin Tianhao shot him to death. This time he was the first to attack. However, Lin Tianhao didn't know this. He has now found the bard in the novice village. He is well dressed, but he has a mustache, which looks quite funny. Bard, level 15. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, this is a bard wandering around the novice village. Maybe you can get unexpected benefits from him. This note makes many players think that the bard has a task or is selling something good. But none of them are. This is a wise humanoid boss, not of high grade, only black iron grade. But all his skills are very strange. When he was attacked, it was thousands of players in the novice village who attacked together. This time, Lin Tianhao wanted to use him to recall some of his operations in his previous life. Just as Lin Tianhao answered Fu Tu Dun Shan before. Walking A is just the most basic skill of an archer. Before, Lin Tianhao used the Thunder Bow to block the assassin player's sneak attack in close combat, which can be regarded as a skill. Lin Tianhao hid behind a big tree and pulled the bow. When the energy feather arrow was formed, his hand holding the bowstring began to drive the bowstring to rotate, twisting the bowstring into a long and thin twist. And the direction Lin Tianhao aimed the feather arrow was not the direction of the bard, but the left side. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. Not far away, Shadow Killer, who was lurking deep inside, frowned. He guessed that Lin Tianhao might want to hunt the bard, but the direction of the arrow was wrong. But what happened next stunned Shadow Killer. I saw that the arrow shot by Lin Tianhao turned in the air and finally hit the bard standing in the distance accurately. -925. A huge damage number appeared. The bard was a little confused by the sudden attack, because Lin Tianhao was behind the tree and did not expose his figure at all. This is one of the archer's shooting skills, the twisting arrow method. By rotating the bowstring, the arrow can be rotated and fly out. Control the strength and angle well, and the arrow can be turned. Not only that, the arrow will rotate at high speed in the air, so when it hits the enemy, the arrow will have a high penetration effect and deal higher damage. Swish! Another arrow! I found you! The bard saw Lin Tianhao attack again. Although he did not see Lin Tianhao's position, he seeing the direction from which Lin Tianhao's arrow was flying. He jumped up and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Swish! However, the arrow had already hit him in mid-air. The huge impact force brought by the twisting arrow technique caused the bard's body to be knocked back more than 1 meter in the air. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow. The arrows that followed one after another all had extremely strong impact force. Then, Yingsha saw a scene that stunned him. The bard was hit in the air by Lin Tianhao and couldn't fall down. The bard had just shown a tendency to fall, but Lin Tianhao broke his fantasy with an arrow and knocked him back again. And the arrow was in a tricky position, and when it knocked the bard back, it also brought the bard a little into the air. This. Yingsha was an extremely calm killer, but now seeing Lin Tianhao's operation, he was shocked and didn't know what to say. However, the powerful combat experience made Yingsha know that it was very difficult to achieve what Lin Tianhao did. Because when the first arrow hits the bard, the landing point of the third arrow must be considered. Otherwise, such continuous knocking back cannot be achieved at all. Moreover, in Ragnarok, after the opponent is knocked back, he will suffer combo damage. However, generally only warriors have the skills to knock back the enemy, and then connect other skills to deal combo damage. But Lin Tianhao, an archer, actually dealt such an outrageous combo damage. Roar! The bard shouted angrily, and his body expanded rapidly, from the original bard to a height of more than 3 meters. Brown hair, yellow skin. At the same time, the bard's attribute panel also changed. Furious yellow skin, black iron level 15. HP, 101250/125300. Attack, 813. Skills, Huangshan Illusion, Shape-shifting, Hegemony, Rage, Soul Capture, Soul Control. Chapter 15. Sir, come and play with me. Lin Tianhao had never fought with this yellow-skinned guy before, but he still knew a little about these skills of the yellow-skinned guy. Hegemony and Rage are the regular skills of the boss, and almost every boss in the main city has these two skills. Hegemony, exempt from all control, excluding special skills such as curse and suppression. Rage, sacrifice a certain amount of dual resistance and increase a lot of output. Some powerful bosses, in the rage state, have their output increased tenfold. Huangshan Illusion is an illusion skill, one related to the mind, the tough mind, then the skills will be less affected. Soul Capture and Soul Control, these are the truly abnormal skills of this yellow-skinned guy. Soul Absorption can forcibly deprive the opponent of a certain amount of soul. The enemy unit deprived of soul will enter a weak state and continue to lose blood. The most outrageous thing is that the blood loss lasts for 24 hours. As long as the yellow skin is not killed, it will continue to lose blood for 24 hours. If you want to survive, you can only stay in the Resurrection Altar. Use the recovery attribute of the Resurrection Altar to save your life. As for the soul control technique, it is even more perverted. There is a chance to control the soul of the enemy unit, thereby controlling its battle. The duration of this soul control technique is also 24 hours. It's outrageous. However, since Lin Tianhao took action, he was going to kill the yellow skin. The yellow skin was in mid-air. If he didn't open the hegemony, he would never come down. Normal bosses release the two skills of hegemony and rage at the same time when the blood volume is relatively low, and then counterattack before death. But this yellow-skinned man is different. He is a humanoid monster, usually smarter than normal wild monster bosses. This level of intelligence is no less than that of an ordinary adult. In the early stages of the game, players only regarded NPCs as simple intelligent programs, and suffered a lot in this regard. Ragnarok is not just a game. Hegemony. Just as Lin Tianhao expected, when the yellow-skinned man's health dropped to 1 million, he used the hegemony without hesitation. In the hegemony state, the knockback effect of the feather arrow no longer exists, and he released the control and landed. Just after landing, he raised his hand to release the skill towards Lin Tianhao. However, he put his raised hand down again. The reason is simple: the casting distance is not enough. Most monsters, even bosses, have a skill casting distance that is similar to the archer's normal attack distance. And because of Lin Tianhao's skill of normal attack amplification, his normal attack distance is 10% farther than that of a normal archer. It is precisely because of this distance that Lin Tianhao accurately controlled the casting distance, limiting the attack distance of the yellow-skinned man, raising his hand and then putting it down. In fact, this kind of operation by Lin Tianhao already existed in the PC game. Some great players in the game can also increase the attack distance to allow themselves to deal more damage. However, Lin Tianhao's speed is a shortcoming after all, and his speed is very different from that of the yellow-skinned man. Therefore, in just 2 seconds, the yellow-skinned man has already approached Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly. because the yellow-skinned man had raised his hand to release a skill. In the domineering state, Lin Tianhao could not interrupt the yellow-skinned man's spell-casting skills at all. The most important thing is that soul absorption is a locking skill, and it is not possible to dodge by moving. Not far away. Yingxia has already smiled. Is it finally going to be defeated? But the next moment, Yingxia's smile froze on his face. Because Lin Tianhao switched the main weapon in seconds, switching the main weapon to a shield, completing a complete set of black iron level Treeman suits. After changing weapons, Lin Tianhao's resistance and blood volume have been improved. Moreover, the set attributes of the black iron Treeman set are even more outrageous than those of the elite Treeman set. It can restore 200 health points per second, and not only that, the rebound damage is still 20%. In addition, there is a third set effect, which is a 10% increase in toughness. The soul-absorbing skill of the yellow-skinned man has a weakening effect, and stronger toughness can reduce this weakening effect to a certain extent. -2254. A bright red number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. -102. -102. Then it was forced to lose blood. Lin Tianhao changed his main weapon and continued to attack. Without the main weapon of the black iron set, the blood recovery per second was reduced from 200 to 100. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's recovery skill, a total of 150 health points can be restored per second. In addition, the black iron Treeman set itself has a blood recovery effect attached to the equipment. Therefore, the actual blood recovery per second is 180 points. Completely able to withstand this soul-absorbing skill. However, this weakening effect is also outrageous. Lin Tianhao's attack speed dropped from 3.63 to 2.41, a decrease of almost 1/3. This is because Lin Tianhao switched weapons. Seeing the recovery numbers popping up on Lin Tianhao, Yingxia was stunned again. Recovering more than 100 HP per second. Moreover, the damage just now from the soul absorbing by the yellow-skinned man did not even knock down 1/10 of Lin Tianhao's HP. I'll help you. Yingxia didn't know what he thought of, and instead of continuing to watch the show, he took the initiative to appear behind the yellow-skinned man. Then he kicked the yellow-skinned man on the back, jumped up, and instantly cut his throat. -215. Bleeding. -25. -25. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised by Yingxia's sudden move. However, the yellow-skinned man still had more than 900,000 HP at this time, and it didn't seem like he was going to grab the boss if he attacked now. We'll talk about it later. I'll retreat when I help you hit 10% of the HP. You don't have to worry about me grabbing the boss. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Was this assassin player scared by him and gave in? But Lin Tianhao didn't think much about it. This assassin player was willing to help him attract hatred, so it was basically a sure thing. The hegemony time is limited. Although he forgot how long the hegemony time of this yellow-skinned man is. But as one of the bosses in the novice village, his hegemony is not too abnormal. After being attacked by the assassin player, the yellow-skinned man roared angrily, turned around and slapped him with a claw. The assassin player seemed to have expected it, leaned back, and narrowly avoided this fierce grab. Then he even swung a dagger and cut a knife on the yellow-skinned man's wrist. -121. The damage this time was relatively low, and there was no bleeding effect. Lin Tianhao seized this opportunity and fired arrows. 3 arrows in 1 second. Each arrow carried a high amount of damage, because Lin Tianhao's weak point was directly hit at the back of his head. Damn it! The yellow-skinned man roared, and the next moment, a faint light burst out from him. Then, the yellow-skinned man in front of Lin Tianhao disappeared. In his place was a long-legged beauty wearing a gauze dress, with a curvy figure and snow-white skin. Her every frown and smile was full of fascinating charm, and she hooked her finger at Lin Tianhao. "Sir, come and play with me." Chapter 16 Breaking the Illusion. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. It was obvious that this was an illusion. Of course, if your mind is not firm enough, you may sink into this illusion. You must stick to your heart and break the illusion. In fact, there is a very simple way. That is, imagination. Compare this graceful long-legged beauty in front of you with the one who is over 3 meters tall and covered with hair, and the ferocious-looking yellow-skinned man was brought in together. In this way, the situation in front of him can be perfectly explained. Lin Tianhao looked at the graceful beauty again, and couldn't help but think of the yellow-skinned man flirting in front of him. Ugh! Lin Tianhao almost couldn't help vomiting. Just thinking about it, he felt his stomach rolling, too disgusting. The graceful beauty was stunned for a moment when she saw this scene. Does this guy like men? Immediately, the illusion changed. A young man leaned in front of Lin Tianhao to play basketball. His movements were skillful and smooth, and his movements were up and down from time to time. Ugh! Lin Tianhao felt that the yellow-skinned man was humiliating himself. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air and hit the soul. -1028. A huge damage number appeared, and the illusion was broken. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was that Yingxia actually broke the illusion before him. Yingxia slid almost to the ground between the legs of the yellow-skinned man, and then stabbed him with a knife. Awoo! The yellow-skinned man instantly clamped his legs together and screamed. This was an attack that was not very aggressive but quite insulting. Lin Tianhao knew that Yingxia was trying to help him attract hatred and delay the time of the yellow-skinned man's dominance. Sure enough, after screaming, the yellow-skinned man turned around and chased after Yingxia. Swish! He chased Yingxia, and Lin Tianhao directly increased his attack speed and attacked without hesitation. Each arrow hit the back of his head, causing high critical damage. Roar! 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 The yellow-skinned man roared angrily. He also knew that he was being fooled. Seeing that he had little time left to dominate, he activated the violent skill without hesitation. His speed increased suddenly. Yingxia's reaction was already very fast, but Huang Paizi raised his hand and used a soul capture to kill Yingxia instantly. Lin Tianhao held his forehead. This was the third time Yingxia had died today. He killed him twice, but the third time, he was killed to save him. After killing Yingxia, Huang Paizi turned to look at Lin Tianhao. Raised his hand and threw a soul control spell at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao only felt his soul stiffen, and a cold breath began to invade his soul. The next moment, he was gradually losing control of his body. In this critical moment, Lin Tianhao switched his equipment. Switched the thunder bow to a shield. If he couldn't withstand the next attack, he might be killed instantly. Moreover, he was also worried that the yellow-skinned man would use soul control to control him to self-harm, so the shield was obviously the best choice. After controlling Lin Tianhao, the yellow-skinned man immediately rushed towards him. Then he slapped out with his palm and hit Lin Tianhao's helmet heavily. Critical hit. -1512. A huge damage number appeared, followed by a storm-like attack towards Lin Tianhao. Shua! The yellow-skinned man scratched Lin Tianhao's throat with one claw, and another huge damage number appeared. -1626. Bleeding. -300. -300. This attack caused bleeding damage to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was already resisting with all his strength at this time, just to get rid of the restraints as soon as possible. But even so, Lin Tianhao lost 20,000 blood points before he got rid of the soul control technique. After getting rid of the soul control technique, Lin Tianhao kicked the yellow-skinned man on the knee, and took advantage of the momentum to do a backflip to avoid the yellow-skinned man's attack. Twisting the string arrow technique. Swish! At this time, the yellow-skinned man's hegemony finally ended, and Lin Tianhao's powerful twisting the string arrow technique flew towards the yellow-skinned man's throat. However, the yellow-skinned man in the violent state increased his speed a lot, and he actually caught Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with his palm. Lin Tianhao was surprised, but he did not lose his composure. Feather arrows flew out one after another. The difficulty coefficient of dealing with the yellow-skinned man without a hegemony body dropped sharply. Lin Tianhao continued to shoot feather arrows with the twisting string arrow technique, and the yellow-skinned man could resist one or two at the beginning. But Lin Tianhao's attack angles became more and more tricky. He made a slight mistake and was knocked back by the huge impact force carried by the twisting string arrow technique. Now! A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes, and he shot another arrow, hitting the yellow-skinned man's left leg. The yellow-skinned man lost his balance and fell forward. Then Lin Tianhao's second arrow hit the yellow-skinned man's forehead. Under the effect of the double force, the yellow-skinned man was temporarily suspended in the air. This is the effect we want. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Since the yellow-skinned man was already suspended in the air, the next thing would be much easier. No domineering body. The yellow-skinned man couldn't get down at all under Lin Tianhao's floating skills. Not far away, a player was walking towards this side. He was broadcasting live at this time, and said with a smile, "Brothers, you should all go to brush the twisted jungle, and you don't know that there is a bard here. I guess this bard must have some extraordinary task in his hand. As long as I can complete this task, maybe I can be as powerful as the Snow Emperor." As he spoke, Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng walked towards Lin Tianhao. However, when he got here, he was stunned. Fuck, 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 fuck. Because the live broadcast screen was facing him, the water friends in the live broadcast room were a little confused when they saw Brother Hu and Brother Zhongcheng like this. What did the anchor see? Could it be that there are players fighting real-life battles in the wild? Hehe, the owner of a club here said that he wanted to transfer his industry into the game, but it seems that you need to have your own shop or territory to do that kind of thing, otherwise you will be punished. Anchor, let us see, is it a human beast? Who is so beastly? Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, and then aimed the live broadcast camera at Lin Tianhao's side. Then, the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence. After a while, WTF, WTF, WTF. Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji's live broadcast room was full of WTF. What did I see? That's the boss, right? He was hit by the archer and couldn't get down from the air. I remember that archers have a hit detection. I play an archer. Now the feather arrows sometimes miss the wild monsters. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast. She came to watch and kneeled with me. The live broadcast room was boiling instantly. It was because they all saw Lin Tianhao using the twisting bowstring arrow method to make the yellow-skinned man float indefinitely. When Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji were broadcasting live, the next moment, the screen went black and he died on the spot. And behind him, an assassin appeared. Chapter 17 Major clubs compete to win over. Lin Tianhao actually noticed what happened next to him. But he didn't say anything and continued to attack the yellow-skinned man. After dealing with the anchor, Yingxia didn't sneak again, but stood not far away and watched, as if he was supporting Lin Tianhao. 8 minutes later. Ding! You killed the furious yellow-skin hidden boss in the novice village, and you got plus 15,495 experience points. Ding! You completed the first kill of the furious yellow skin. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the furious yellow skin. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shuedi for completing the first kill of the furious yellow skin. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Fuck, another first kill? What kind of boss is this furious yellow skin? Is it in the main city? I don't know. It seems that there is no such boss in the novice village. Shwedi is not on the level list yet. I looked at the level 10 players on the level list. Shwedi is not there. He is still in the novice village. Countless players began to discuss. At this time, Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji, who walked out of the resurrection altar, also heard the system prompt. He took out his live broadcast replay and was stunned immediately. Is that Shwedi? Awesome, I want to post it. I actually have a video of Shwedi's solo boss. Thinking of this, Hu Ji and Zhongcheng Fen Ji had forgotten that he was killed. Quickly edited the video and posted it online. Title: Shwedi solo refreshes the hidden boss of the starter village, super exciting. As this video was posted on the Ragnarok forum, it immediately became a hot search. Most ordinary players just watched the excitement. After all, they couldn't see the problem with Lin Tianhao's infinite floating skills. It's like ordinary people watching a nuclear bomb explosion, probably just watching the mushroom cloud, and they are not shocked by the technical content. But it was only 5 minutes. This video has been placed on the big screen in the analysis room of major clubs, and major guilds and clubs have begun to hold emergency meetings. Dream Chaser Club. Zhu Mengyan Shui went offline to hold an emergency meeting. In the meeting room, 3 analysts, the general manager Li Heidao, and several archer players were all there. Cousin, I think Shwedi must have used some skill that can continuously knock away enemy units. Li Heidao spoke first. He knew nothing about games, so naturally he couldn't see the value of Lin Tianhao's method. You know shit. Zhu Mengyan Shui shouted angrily, also, call me boss in the company. The 3 analysts trembled, and when Ragnarok was launched the time is too short, and the data is not well controlled. Boss, the way he draws the bow is wrong. Look carefully, his feather arrow is spinning at high speed in the air. He must be using some kind of combat technique. What about you guys? Zhu Mengyangxiu looked at the archers. One of them said solemnly, Boss, this is indeed a game skill. I have seen a hunter before, and he also used this skill. He can make a doll float in the air continuously. According to his explanation, this requires accurate prediction. When the first arrow is shot, you must consider the position of the third and even the 4th arrow. Otherwise, if one arrow goes wrong, it will not be able to continue floating. At this point, the archer player sighed again. After the Ragnarok was launched, I thought that this skill could be used in the game, but I didn't expect that someone had used it so skillfully. Hearing the explanation of the archer player, Zhu Mengyangxiu nodded. As I expected, this game is a holographic virtual game. Many real-life combat skills can be realized in it. Even because of the attribute blessing, some combat skills that cannot be completed in reality can be completed in the game. Li Heidao didn't care much. Boss, no matter how powerful he is only level 9, and he is still far behind you, boss. Zhu Mengyan Shui glanced at Li Heidao coldly, and then looked at the archers. If you are asked to practice this skill, how long will it take? Several people were silent. After a long while, the game player who analyzed it before said, with deliberate practice, it will take about 5 years. What? Zhu Mengyan Shui was stunned. 5 years? Boss, archery training depends on talent. If you are gifted, you may be able to master it in 3 months, but such people are rare and 1 in 10,000. Moreover, to be as skilled as Shwedi in comboing floating bosses, we may not be able to do it in 10 years. Zhu Mengyan Shui frowned. Okay, I know. After saying this, Zhu Mengyan Shui re-entered the game. In fact, it is not just the Zhu Meng Club. In Longguo, major clubs are analyzing this video intensively. In the end, they all came to a very terrifying fact. That is Lin Tianhao's operation, outrageous, very, very outrageous, normal people simply can't do this. All server horn. Dream Chaser Club sincerely invites Shwedi to join, annual salary of 100 million, other benefits can be negotiated. All server horn, Dream Chaser Club sincerely invites Shweta to join, annual salary of 100 million, other benefits can be negotiated. The sound of the all server horn is similar to the all server announcement, and everyone can hear it. Because Lin Tianhao has turned off adding friends and non-friend private messages, it seems that only the all server horn can find him. However, at this stage, one all server horn costs 10 gold coins. Don't look at Lin Tianhao's many gold coins, but how many people can replicate Lin Tianhao's model. However, the all server horn of the Dream Chaser Club has just fallen, and another all server horn sounded. All server horn, Shura Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, and she will be the vice president, and other benefits can be negotiated. All server horn, Shura Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, and she will be the vice president, and other benefits can be negotiated. All server horn, Crazy War Guild sincerely invites Shweta to join, with an annual salary of 110 million, and she will be the vice president, and she will be given a luxury villa, and other benefits can be negotiated. The server-wide horns that sounded one after another directly made the entire network boil. Fuck, did I hear it right? The starting salary is 100 million per year, is this money? This is not ghost money. Kneel down, a level 9 player, what virtue and ability, can make major clubs fight for it so much? Aren't you afraid that it will be a flash in the pan, a meat bun hitting a dog? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The infinite floating operation of the Snow Emperor boss may not be able to be performed by some people even after 10 years. The club is not stupid, they are willing to pay this price, it must be because the Snow Emperor boss is worth this price. Countless people were shocked, but Lin Tianhao was touching the corpse to check the reward at this time. Chapter 18 Special Warfare Group, Shadow Kill. Ding! You got 45 skill books. Ding! You got 65 pieces of equipment. Ding! You got 500 gold coins. Ding! You completed the first kill of the hidden boss, free attribute points plus 10. Ding! You got 1 quest scroll. Ding! You got 1 mysterious key. Lin Tianhao smiled, this reward is really too good. This yellow skin was a bard before, and he has a lot of good things. I took a rough look at the yellow skin's equipment and skill books. It seems that there are indeed some that can be learned. But not many. There are a total of 45 skill books. Lin Tianhao picked and chose. At that time, he learned 3 books for his profession. The first one increases attack power, which is better than nothing. As for the second one, it increases movement speed. This is very useful for Lin Tianhao. His current shortcoming is movement speed. Sprint, 1 star. Effect, after release, your movement speed increases by 0.5, and the duration is 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Consumption, 10 MP. Proficiency, 0/100. Similar to this kind of proficiency, it is to increase proficiency by a skill once. The movement speed increase of 0.5 is a bit useless for Lin Tianhao. Especially this is a fixed increase, not a percentage increase. In other words, learning this skill is not very helpful, and it will also distract yourself. Sometimes the more skills, the better, because there are too many skills, you may hesitate when releasing skills, or even get stuck. There was a game character in the previous PC game that could learn hundreds of skills, and players didn't even know how to configure it and what skills were more suitable in what situation. Therefore, Lin Tianhao kept this skill and did not learn it immediately. As for the third skill suitable for him to learn, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Effect, you will enter the invincible state, which lasts for 0.5 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Consumption, 100 MP. Proficiency, 0/10. This is definitely a magical skill. Don't look at the invincibility time of only 0.5 seconds. This state can definitely be improved according to time later. However, the consumption of this 100 points of mana gave Lin Tianhao a headache. He now has a total of only 50 points of mana. In other words, after learning this skill, he can't release it at all. Staring blankly. It's so outrageous. Use free attribute points to increase mana? To be honest, Lin Tianhao is reluctant to do so. It can be used to increase movement speed, but it is always a bit out of place to increase mana. In fact, in the early stage of the game, mana has always been a pain for many players, especially mages. Because mages rely a lot on skills, they naturally have higher requirements for magic power and mana. However, many mage equipment can increase mana and magic power. For archers, the equipment mainly increases attack power, movement speed, attack speed, critical hit, blood sucking and other attributes. There are too few equipment that increase mana. Just now, he killed the yellow skin and got 10 free attributes, but Lin Tianhao did not add them directly to the attack speed. The current attack speed of 3.63 is enough for the time being. His current shortcoming is movement speed. And he needs mana. Even if he can't use the skill of Invincible Golden Body now, he can brush up his proficiency first. But the mana is not enough, so he can't even brush up his proficiency. Headache. But it was only a brief hesitation, and Lin Tianhao added the attribute points to the mana. Attack speed and movement speed can be improved later. Mana plus the removal of the Invincible Golden Body skill can be used. He will also have other skills that need to consume MP in the future, so mana is indispensable. Lin Tianhao added all 10 free attribute points to mana, and the mana increased to 100. Then, Lin Tianhao used the Invincible Golden Body without hesitation, increasing his proficiency a little. At the same time, Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on the assassin player not far away. At this time, Yingsha took a step forward. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yingsha, from the Dragon Country War Department. Lin Tianhao's heart was shocked. Yingsha. This is a famous god-level assassin in the previous life. That's right, he is an assassin with god-level talent. In addition to high talent, Yingsha comes from the special department of the Dragon Country War Department and has experienced various battles of all sizes. He also has a wealth of combat skills. With his god-level talent, he has become one of the strongest assassins. He actually had a chance to become the strongest assassin, but unfortunately he got a saint-level hidden profession, which lowered his height. If his hidden profession was also god-level, then the 2 god-level hidden professions plus his skills would definitely make him the strongest assassin. What's the matter? Lin Tianhao asked calmly. Yingsha asked solemnly, Shui Di, our combat department is going to form a special combat group in the game, and we want to invite you to join. Lin Tianhao knew this special combat group. When the great disaster came in his previous life, the Dragon Country Special Combat Group became the backbone of the fight against the Aelite Galaxy. It is precisely because of the existence of this special combat group that most people with middle and upper level strength such as Lin Tianhao can live a relatively stable life. I still need to think about it. Lin Tianhao did not refuse outright. He was very optimistic about this special combat group. But if he wants to enter, he must be the management of this special combat group, or even the top leader. Otherwise, he does not intend to enter this special combat group. Don't you ask about the treatment? Yingsha thought Lin Tianhao was refusing, so he couldn't help asking again. Lin Tianhao smiled and shook his head. No, I still have some things to deal with next. Besides, now is not the time for me to negotiate with you. He hasn't shown much now, maybe he can get others' attention. But it's far from enough to really control the real power in the War Department. Okay, what I can tell you is that the treatment of the Special Combat Group is much better than those clubs and guilds. Yet. Lin Tianhao waved his hand to indicate that he understood, and then turned and left. This time, he got a new task scroll from the yellow-skinned man. This new task scroll is very interesting. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor became Hanba after his death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor against Chu, but was sealed by Chu under the novice village. Task requirements: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Task penalty: all fire attacks you receive in the future will have your damage doubled. Task reward: unknown. This task is exactly the opposite of the task scroll of the Hydra Cypress that was killed before. One is to destroy the novice village in order to prevent Hanba from coming out. And this task scroll is to release Hanba. Not only that, Lin Tianhao also found a loophole. The task scroll dropped by the Hydra Cypress does not clearly stipulate that Hanba must be sealed or the seal must be reinforced. The task requirements are to kill the NPC in the novice village and destroy the resurrection altar. The task here is to release Hanba, and the task requirements do not conflict. In other words, Lin Tianhao can complete both tasks at the same time. Chapter 19: Wang the Blacksmith's Task. However, any one of these two is very outrageous. Moreover, with Lin Tianhao's understanding of the game, there is a high probability that there is a third task scroll. And the requirement of the third task scroll is to kill Hanba. If so, he can do 3 tasks at the same time. First destroy the novice village, then release Hanba, and then kill Hanba. Of course, this third task is Lin Tianhao's own guess. For now, no matter which task, Lin Tianhao can't complete it. So he doesn't plan to take it for the time being. Wait until the old village chief's promotion task is completed first. Hunting the 10 bosses of the novice village, he has now hunted down the Hydra Cypress, the Twisted Treeman King, and the Yellow Skin. Then the next is to hunt some other bosses. Monsters from level 3 to 10 all have bosses. If Lin Tianhao hunts them like this, he can hunt 6 more. However, in order to hunt high-level bosses as much as possible, Lin Tianhao does not plan to brush those small bosses. He wants to brush some other hidden bosses in the novice village, but with his current attributes, it is still a drop in the bucket. Therefore, he needs to upgrade his level to level 10 first. By the way, upgrade his talent Hand of Heavenly Punishment to 3 stars. At present, he has little experience points away from level 10, but there is still a long way to go for Hand of Heavenly Punishment to reach 3 stars. 100,000 normal attacks, it still takes a long time to attack normally. It is still the refresh point of the 10th level Twisted Tree Man. There are no players here. The leveling point for level 9 players is not here. Most players who have reached level 10 have tried to brush the dungeon. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air, critical damage. -2288. A huge damage number appeared. This ordinary Twisted Treeman fell in Lin Tianhao's hands without even being able to withstand Lin Tianhao's normal attack. Thunder and lightning jumped and set off. More than 10 Twisted Treemen were pulled over. The result was no suspense. 1 arrow killed 1 Twisted Treeman, and the Twisted Treemen attracted were quickly solved. This high-frequency monster spawning speed may be good for ordinary people. But for Lin Tianhao, it is not so good. The reason is simple. He needs to stack the upper limit of life through normal attacks. This arrow killed it instantly, and he couldn't make more normal attacks. After spawning the Twisted Treeman for more than 10 minutes, Lin Tianhao's life value did not increase much. But the experience value met the conditions for upgrading. Ding! You have reached level 10, free attribute points +5. Ding! You have met the level to leave the novice village, and you can leave the novice village after accepting the out-of-village mission from the old village chief. Lin Tianhao ignored this out-of-village mission. This time, he added all the 10 free attribute points to his speed. With enough speed, he can easily pull wild monsters. If he wants to do the task of hunting NPCs in the novice village later, speed is still necessary. With 5 free attribute points added, Lin Tianhao's speed increased by 0.5, which is a bit of a waste. The speed of the car firewood. Next, he will consider hunting the fourth boss. Moreover, Lin Tianhao already has his own ideas. The hidden boss of the novice village is not just the bard. The next action is likely to hunt the remaining 7 bosses at once and complete the task of the old village chief. That is, the dispute over the village chief. In the novice village, Blacksmith Wang has coveted the position of village chief for a long time. In order to overthrow the old village chief, Blacksmith Wang has been working hard. In the novice village, Lin Tianhao secretly wooed players. Zhou Xiaopeng was asked to do the task of the blacksmith shop, which was to accept the wooing of the blacksmith shop. The last task of the blacksmith shop is to help Blacksmith Wang defeat the old village chief. Supporting the birth of a new village chief in the novice village, the reward for this task will be very generous. It is precisely because of this task that Lin Tianhao saw the feasibility of completing the task of destroying the novice village. Whether it is helping the old village chief to destroy the people of Wang Blacksmith's faction, or helping Wang Blacksmith to destroy the people of the old village chief's faction, the novice village will be reshuffled, reducing a lot of NPCs. Especially, if the fight is a lose-lose situation, it will be more interesting. He can completely reap the benefits. However, he has accepted the follow-up task of the old village chief to hunt 10 bosses. In order to complete this task, it seems that Wang Blacksmith can only die. However, before that, he needs to go to Wang Blacksmith for a free ride. Back to the novice village, Lin Tianhao first went to the tavern and bought 2 bottles of the most expensive liquor, and then came to the blacksmith shop. Wang Blacksmith saw the liquor in Lin Tianhao's hand and asked with a smile, "Adventurer, what do you want to do?" Lin Tianhao put the 2 bottles of liquor in front of Wang Blacksmith. "I heard that Blacksmith Wang is the strongest blacksmith in the world, and I want to ask Blacksmith Wang to make the strongest weapon for me." Blacksmith Wang was flattered by Lin Tianhao, and he immediately became a little flattered. "Hee, low-key, just know it, there is no need to say it." With that, Blacksmith Wang put away the 2 bottles of liquor calmly. It definitely costs money to make weapons. If you want the strongest weapon, it depends on whether the gold coins you give are enough. Lin Tianhao took out all the gold coins on him and threw them in front of Blacksmith Wang. "Enough." Blacksmith Wang's eyes were straight. This is the novice village, he has been blacksmithing for so many years, and this is the first time he has seen so many gold coins. "Enough, enough. But, gold coins alone are not enough. I also need 10 bronze level equipment, 50 black iron level equipment and 200 elite level equipment as raw materials." Ding, Wang the blacksmith has issued a task to you. Task requirements: 10 bronze level equipment, 50 black iron level equipment, and 200 elite level equipment. Task penalty: the gold coins and liquor you paid will not be refunded. Task reward: you will get a gold level longbow with no wearing requirements. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. He originally thought it was only silver level, but he didn't expect it to be gold level. This is awesome. Okay, I will definitely collect these things as soon as possible. If it were other players, collecting so many equipment would definitely be harder than climbing to the sky. But for Lin Tianhao, it only takes a few more clearances of the Twisted Treeman Hell level difficulty. After accepting the task, Lin Tianhao went to the Twisted Jungle again. Without any hesitation, he directly chose the Hell level difficulty and started his solo journey. 2.5 hours later, Lin Tianhao looked at the equipment in his backpack and showed a satisfied smile on his face. Wang the blacksmith's mission was completed. Gold level weapons. And it is said that this weapon is also customized. With this customized weapon with no wearing requirements, combined with his Hand of Heavenly Punishment talent, his subsequent growth rate can definitely be described as terrifying. Wang the blacksmith, I have collected everything you need. Lin Tianhao came to the blacksmith shop again. Chapter 20: Opposing Mission. Wang the blacksmith was very surprised. He looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Okay, give me the things, and you can come to get the weapons in 10 hours. Lin Tianhao gave all the equipment required by the mission to Wang the blacksmith. Ding! You have completed the task of blacksmith Wang, experience plus 9085, because you have not left the novice village, you cannot gain experience, and the experience is invalid. Lin Tianhao did not think it was a big deal, he already knew this in his previous life. Adventurer, I see that you are gifted. If you can find 3 more things, I may be able to help you upgrade your gold level weapon to platinum level. Lin Tianhao was very surprised. Gold level weapons are far beyond the current players, not to mention platinum level weapons. However, he probably guessed what the next task was. What is it? Lin Tianhao asked. My apprentice Elvos stole a valuable ore. I have sent 2 other apprentices to chase him. If you can help my 2 apprentices get it back, I am willing to use the ore to make your weapon. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued a task to you to recover the stolen Ice Flame Demon Oregon. Task requirements: get back the Ice Flame Demon ore, or in the battle to help encircle and suppress Elvos, knock down more than 20% of Elvos' health. Task penalty: none. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the confrontation task between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was opened. This so-called apprentice rebellion was actually the person arranged by the old village chief to be next to Wang the blacksmith. After being discovered by Wang the blacksmith, he stole the ore and fled. On the surface, blacksmith Wang and the old village chief had not torn their faces, so Elvos could only flee to the wild. If other players are lucky, they may receive the task of protecting Elvos from the old village chief. Okay, blacksmith Wang, I will try my best. I wonder where Elvos is. My 2 apprentices chased into the mine in the east. Elvos must be hiding in a corner of the mine. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. The mine in the east. That seems to be the territory of the 8th level monster stone beetle. In his previous life, Lin Tianhao had not heard of any strategy for this stone beetle mine. Maybe there is, but it has not been revealed. Ragnarok's hidden map, hidden boss, secret realm, cave, and many other settings. Although Lin Tianhao knows some, it is only a small part. After all, most people keep their mouths shut about their opportunities, and not many people are willing to publish their strategies. Most of the strategies that Lin Tianhao knew were released by guilds or government consortiums after they had squeezed out profits. Or they were similar to the Yellow-Skinned Man and the Twisted Tree Man. Once they were opened, there would be a server-wide announcement, and then people would find out that the strategy was opened. Okay, I'll go to the mine to find Elvos now. After coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao went to the mine. At this moment, a server-wide announcement sounded. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Zhu Mengyan Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to the player Zhu Mengyan Shui for completing the first kill of the Water Arrow Turtle King. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement of Zhu Mengyan Shui's first kill had just fallen, and another server-wide announcement appeared. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden profession. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Berserker Blade for being the first to obtain a hidden profession. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao sighed. It seems that some things in his previous life have not changed. Berserker Blade still got a hidden profession so quickly. What a pity. Berserker Blade has good talent, and his understanding of the game and skills are online. It's a pity that he chose a profession too hastily, resulting in him being lost in the middle of the game. Novice Village. Mine. This is an abandoned mine. Because no one has taken care of it for many years, it has become the home of stone beetles. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, he saw dozens of stone beetles wandering outside the mine. Stone beetle, normal level 5. HP, 1200/1200. Attack, 52. Skills, Armor Break, Stone Shield. These two skills are very simple, but they make many ordinary players complain. Armor Break can reduce the wear resistance of weapons. In the early stage when weapons are extremely scarce, the skill of Stone Beetle can be said to be a headache. Whoosh! -1200. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow and killed a stone beetle instantly. After he finished collecting equipment in the Twisted Jungle, his own health value has exceeded 50,000. In addition to the more than 10,000 health value brought by the Black Iron Treeman set, his total health value is now more than 60,000. Even if the attack power of the Thunder Bow is not counted, the real damage brought by the health value alone is enough to kill the stone beetle instantly. Dozens of stone beetles were all killed by Lin Tianhao in less than 20 seconds. There were new stone beetles refreshed, but Lin Tianhao didn't care at all and went directly into the mine. According to Lin Tianhao's calculations, there should be 3 NPCs in this mine, or even more. Is it you? Just after entering, a surprised voice sounded. Lin Tianhao also looked at the person who spoke in surprise. That assassin player, Shadow Killer. What? Come to spawn monsters. Because one after another, Shadow is only level 5 now. With his attributes and combat skills, it is easy for him to beat the level 8 stone beetle. No, I accepted a task. The old village chief. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. The old village chief asked you to come here to pick up Elvos. Shadow was a little surprised. You also accepted this task? No, I accepted the opposite task of what you just did, but what is your task? Lin Tianhao asked. My task is to get the Ice Flame Demon ore from Elvos and send it back. If possible, I have to help Elvos kill the 2 NPCs who are chasing him. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and smiled. My task is to help the 2 NPCs kill Elvos and take back the Ice Flame Demon Oregon. Hearing this, Shadow was surprised. Opposing task. In previous games, there were actually very few tasks where players opposed each other. It's an opposing mission, but we should have a way to have the best of both worlds. Lin Tianhao actually had an idea in his mind. What is the best of both worlds? 3 NPCs, kill them together. Lin Tianhao laughed. Upon hearing this, Shadow was surprised. Isn't this a bit too risky? As long as the operation is done properly, it is entirely possible to do it. Moreover, we are not 2 against 3. We will first help Elvos kill 2 NPCs, and then go back to kill Elvos. Chapter 21 Elvos. Shadow Killer was a little surprised. It must be said that Lin Tianhao's idea was a bit crazy. But Shadow Killer, who had seen Lin Tianhao's skills, knew that the method Lin Tianhao said was completely feasible. Okay. Then let's look for Elvos first. Lin Tianhao sent Shadow Killer a team invitation. I'll help you level up first. In terms of experience value distribution, Lin Tianhao still had 91. There was no way. 91 was the limit. Then, Lin Tianhao started to kill monsters instantly. 1 arrow killed a stone beetle. And because of the lightning jump, some stone beetles were killed by the lightning jump before Lin Tianhao could make a move. Although Lin Tianhao had experience penalties for leading low-level players at a high level, he couldn't bear his fast monster-killing speed. In just 10 minutes, Shadow Killer returned to level 6. Another 15 minutes, Shadow Killer reached level 7. Next, it took only 10 minutes for Shadow Killer to reach level 8. Because Lin Tianhao had already killed elite stone beetles, he naturally had more experience points. Shui Di, your damage is the most outrageous among all the people I have seen. Have you awakened your talent? Yes. Lin Tianhao nodded. Shadow Killer was tactful and didn't ask Lin Tianhao what his talent was, because that would be crossing the line. Talent is everyone's secret. Even if Lin Tianhao was reborn, he only heard about the talents of many people. Or maybe they roughly know the level, but have no idea about the effect of the talent. For example, Yingxia. Lin Tianhao knew that he had a god-level talent, but they didn't know what the attribute of the talent was. At this moment, Lin Tianhao and Yingxia heard a scolding voice from deep in the cave. "Elvos, you bastard, Master is so good to you, but you actually stole Master's ore." Lin Tianhao and Yingxia approached carefully. In front, Lin Tianhao saw these three NPCs. Elvos was a short young man, and the other two were strong men. Elvos, level 10. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, he was originally the spy planted by the old village chief next to Wang the blacksmith, and he carried very valuable things. Except for Elvos, the attributes of the other two NPCs are similar. Health, attack, skills, all are question marks. The difference is that their annotations are Wang the blacksmith's apprentices, and helping them can get unexpected benefits. If it were an ordinary player, he would definitely choose to help these two NPCs. But Lin Tianhao didn't. Although he already had a plan, he still wanted to wait and see if there was any new plot. Ragnarok must not be treated as a simple game. This place should be regarded as a parallel world, and NPCs should be regarded as flesh and blood people. Only in this way can more rewards be obtained. Shadow Kill followed Lin Tianhao, still watching from a distance. Without saying a word. Blacksmith Wang has evil intentions. As a novice villager, I will definitely tell the village chief about his evil intentions and let him kill the blacksmith. Although Elvos is thin, his eyes are very firm. He actually wants to use the ice flame mine to release that boss that exceeds the limit of the novice village will surely bring disaster to our novice village. Hearing this, the two apprentices of Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly, "Enough, it's not your turn to tell the master what to do. The old village chief is incompetent, and our master is the only choice for the village chief." The two sides argued. Sure enough, Wang the blacksmith was lying to himself. Lin Tianhao's eyes became subtle. He took the ice flame demon ore not for what he called improving the quality of his weapons. But he wanted to release a certain boss. Is there any hidden boss in this novice village? Could it be Hanba? Without giving Lin Tianhao more time to think, Elvos and the two apprentices of Wang the blacksmith had already fought together. The three of them were equally strong, but because of the difference in numbers, Elvos soon fell into a disadvantage. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. Lin Tianhao made his move. His feather arrow cut through the sky and hit Wang San's head with a sword. -2512. A huge critical damage number appeared. At the same time, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. -1256. Counterattack. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. He didn't absorb enough blood at this stage. If he encountered a monster with counterattack, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. The opponent was at least a level 10 boss. No matter how bad the attributes were, they would not be worse than the Twisted Tree King, or even higher. Sudden sneak attack. Wang San looked over with a cold look. Adventurers? You are sent by the old village chief to pick up the traitor Elvos. In that case, you can all die. As soon as the voice fell, Wang San raised the big knife in his hand and chopped it down. Swish! Lin Tianhao was quick-witted and shot an arrow through the air, interrupting Wang San's attack rhythm. However, Wang San's 50% anti-injury effect made Lin Tianhao's scalp numb. This anti-injury was very abnormal in the early stage of the game. Lin Tianhao's current set attribute also has an anti-injury effect, but it is only 10% anti-injury. The gap between the two is obvious. Yingxia also knows that the opponent has anti-injury, which is also a headache for him as an assassin. How to fight? Yingxia asked in a deep voice. Pull. Lin Tianhao looked indifferent. Although the anti-injury has a very obvious impact on him, it is not completely without room for operation. After all, they are mainly assisting elbows in fighting. Wang San and Wang Si both have anti-injury armor, and the anti-injury attribute is very high, but their health points are not high. Elvos's voice sounded, he raised his hand, and 2 balls of inky black light flew into Lin Tianhao's body. Ding, you have been blessed by Elvos, and the damage you take is reduced by 10%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, this blessing can be said to be timely help. He immediately changed to the jungle longbow. There is no other reason, the jungle longbow can add 500 health points and there is also a 2% blood-sucking effect. When encountering such an opponent who can counter-injure, blood-sucking becomes a crucial attribute. Are you good at counter-injury? As long as I suck blood better than you, then you can only stare blankly. Although Lin Tianhao's main weapon does not belong to the tree man suit, the basic blood recovery per second is still as high as 180 points. Add the blood-sucking of the jungle longbow, and the 10% damage reduction under the blessing of Elvos, then he may be able to fight with Wang San and Wang Si. Swish! Another high critical hit damage appeared. Lin Tianhao's health value dropped by more than 1,000. Blood began to return to his body. Shadow Killer was there, he was still waiting, not making a rash move. As an assassin, when encountering a battle environment that is not favorable to you, you must stay calm and find the best opportunity to make a move. Kill this kid first! Wang Si roared, and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Twisting the string arrow technique. Lin Tianhao used the powerful impact of the twisting string arrow technique to force Wang Si back. Chapter 22 Wang San and Wang Si. The damage of the counterattack continued to reduce Lin Tianhao's health. The reason is simple, the speed of health reduction is very fast. Every arrow, even if it is not a critical hit, Lin Tianhao will lose about 600 health. But now Lin Tianhao is not the main output, but mainly controls the field. Archers can be the main C, but sometimes when the situation is out of control, they have to control the field. For example, now, Lin Tianhao used his twisting string arrow technique to constantly interrupt the attack rhythm of Wang San and Wang Si, and interrupt their skill casting. One person pulled 2 people at the same time. Created an excellent output environment for Elvos. Shadow Killer saw Lin Tianhao was controlling the situation with 2 people, and he was a little numb in his heart. If he thought that Lin Tianhao could kill him because of his attributes at the beginning, he might be able to compete with Lin Tianhao with his top fighting skills. But now these recent events have made Yingxia deeply aware of one thing. Lin Tianhao's fighting skills are in him. In Yingxia's heart, he also guessed about Lin Tianhao's identity. Looking at Longguo, there is only one group that can be stronger than them in fighting skills. Ancient warriors. These people are similar to the martial arts masters of the past. He even knows that some of them have cultivated internal strength, which is very scary. Their fighting skills are also extremely powerful. In their combat department, there are several instructors who are ancient warriors. That can completely suppress a special forces team with one's own strength. Now in Yingxia's heart, Lin Tianhao is such a powerful ancient warrior. The battle continues. Wang San and Wang Si were restricted by Lin Tianhao's magical control, and their health was rapidly decreasing. Not only that, Lin Tianhao was also deliberately maintaining his health to keep his health in a relatively safe state. Because in Lin Tianhao's calculation, after killing Wang San and Wang Si, he had to kill Elvos. Finally, Wang San and Wang Si's health fell below 10%. But they still didn't use the hegemony, which means that they should not have the hegemony. Then, the law in the previous life is probably true. That is, the level 10 wild monsters and NPCs in the novice village do not have the 2 skills of hegemony and rage. However, at this time, Elvos's health bar only dropped by 30%, which made Lin Tianhao quite dissatisfied. He began to pull behind elbows, because the reason for Wang San and Wang Si's dying counterattack must be him. As expected. After the health value dropped to 5%, Wang San and Wang Si began to charge at Lin Tianhao frantically. They rushed forward with a determination to kill Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao rolled over and hid behind elbows. Elbows didn't think much about it, just thinking that Lin Tianhao was trying to protect himself. Facing the low-health Wang San and Wang Si, elbows was not afraid, and the three of them fought again. Lin Tianhao cancelled the team with Yingsha because he was afraid that the team would make Wang the blacksmith or the old village chief find out. It's better to be safe in this kind of thing. Just when Wang San was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao interrupted Elvos's attack with an arrow. "Sorry, I missed," Lin Tianhao explained, and then the second arrow was shot. Twisting the string arrow method. Critical hit. -2518. Ding, you killed the novice village boss Wang San. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Lin Tianhao didn't want Wang the blacksmith to know that he killed his apprentice, otherwise the gold coins he paid before would be wasted. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang San. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. When this server-wide announcement came out, many people were confused. What's going on? Wang San? This name sounds like a lackey's name. Before they could finish their shock, another system prompt sounded. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Wang Si. This announcement is hereby made, and we hope that all players will continue to work hard. Wang San? Wang Si? Damn, aren't these names two lackeys? They were actually judged as bosses, and there was a server-wide announcement. Wait, I seem to know who these Wang San and Wang Si are. They are the two apprentices of Wang the blacksmith in the novice village. Damn, it seems to be true. When I was fighting the stone beetle, it was Wang Si who helped me repair the wear resistance of my weapon. Wang San and Wang Si are not unknown people in the novice village. When the wear resistance of many players' weapons decreases, they will go to the blacksmith shop to repair them. The main people responsible for repairing the wear resistance of weapons are Wang San and Wang Si. It's really fucked up. Wang San and Wang Si are the bosses. Novice village, blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang looked sinister. He naturally heard the server-wide announcement. Who is it? They were able to kill Wang San and Wang Si. Could it be that the old village chief sent a master over? The reason why Lin Tianhao wanted to cancel the team was because of the server-wide announcement. If it was a team state, it would be easy to reveal the truth. Shadow Killer. Lin Tianhao called Shadow Killer. Before, Lin Tianhao deliberately shot Elvos one arrow, just to know if Elvos also has the attribute of anti-injury. The answer is no. Swish. Yingsha was well prepared, and he cut his throat. -195. Bleeding. -26. -26. Elvos's face changed. What are you doing? Swish. Elvos responded with a sharp arrow. Critical hit. -2526. A huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's attacks followed one after another. Elvos was shocked and angry. He never thought that the adventurer who had just helped him fight would actually fight him without saying a word. Ding, you are cursed by Elvos, and the damage you take is +10%. Lin Tianhao's expression did not change, and the feather arrows continued to be shot, accurately interrupting Elvos' attack. Just now when fighting with Wang San and Wang Si, Lin Tianhao had already understood the fighting rhythm of Elvos. Now, Elvos' attack rhythm was forcibly interrupted by Lin Tianhao. The attack frequency of 3 arrows per second made Elvos unable to fight back. No counter-injury. No dominance and rage. Elvos was a living target in front of Lin Tianhao. Swish! Lin Tianhao shot another arrow. This arrow finally knocked Elvos into the air. Then, the next step was endless floating. Seeing Lin Tianhao use this amazing floating skill again, Yingsha was dumbfounded. Lin Tianhao's fighting skills were really abnormal. Yingsha, you come to finish the knife, remember, hide your nickname. Lin Tianhao said. He certainly couldn't kill Elvos, otherwise when he submitted the task of killing 10 novice village bosses, the village chief might find out. Okay. Chapter 23 The operation failed. Yingsha's understanding of the game was not very high. He didn't quite understand Lin Tianhao's purpose. But he still chose to believe Lin Tianhao. After Lin Tianhao used the combo damage of the floating arrow method to injure Elvos, Yingsha took action. 5 consecutive critical strikes, and each strike was bleeding, took Elvos away. Announcement for the whole server: congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Elvos. This announcement is hereby made, and I hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Announcement for the whole server: congratulations to the player who hit his nickname and completed the first kill of Elvos. This announcement is hereby made, and I hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Novice Village, Village Chief's Courtyard. The old village chief's face suddenly changed after hearing the prompt sound. When he heard that Wang San and Wang Si were killed, he was a little excited. But this little excitement lasted less than 10 minutes, and he heard the server-wide announcement that his subordinate Elvos was killed. Touch the corpse. Lin Tianhao walked to Elvos and touched the ice flame demon mine at the first touch. I want this thing. Yingsha frowned. After all, it was his mission item. You can't take this thing back, and I didn't take it to submit the mission. Lin Tianhao explained, because the next action still needs Yingsha's cooperation. I can give you all the other things on Elvos. Hearing this, Yingsha's eyes lit up. Come over and touch the corpse immediately. When he finished touching the corpse, his face looked better. And Lin Tianhao was also touching the corpses of Wang San and Wang Si at this time. Ding! You get +1 for repairing weapons below bronze level. Ding! You get 12 pieces of equipment. Ding! You get +5 gold coins. Ding! You get a special item, corpse gas collection bottle. Lin Tianhao put away everything first, then looked at Yingsha. Now that the 3 NPCs are dead, go back and tell the old village chief that you met Wang San and Wang Si on the road, and killed Wang San and Wang Si with the help of your guild. Hearing this, Yingsha was a little surprised. Can the old village chief believe it? He has to believe it even if he doesn't believe it, because he has no evidence to prove that you are lying. What about you? Lin Tianhao smiled and said, Me, my answer is of course that I only saw Wang San and Wang Si being killed by you, and I didn't see Elvos. Hearing this, Yingsha felt that he was being put on the fire. If Blacksmith Wang and the old village chief have a conversation, I'll be exposed. And what should I say if the old village chief asks who killed Elvos? Just say I don't know. Elvos was already dead before you entered the mine. Yingsha was silent. After a while, he asked, Can you tell me why you did this? For a bigger task. Lin Tianhao's eyes were firm. He even considered not doing the task of hunting 10 bosses asked by the old village chief, but also trying to complete the tasks on the task scroll as much as possible. After discussing the words with Yingsha, Lin Tianhao smiled. After Yingsha left, Lin Tianhao took out the corpse gas collection bottle. Corpse gas collection bottle, special props. Effect, after killing humanoid monsters, adventurers, and NPCs, you can get corpse gas. If the corpse gas collection bottle is full, you may get an amazing task. Progress, 46/100. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and collected the corpse gas of Wang San and Wang Si, and the progress increased from 46 to 49. There are still 51 corpse gas left before this bottle can be filled. But Lin Tianhao is not in a hurry at all. If he can't collect so much corpse gas later, he can only start with those lovely players. After checking the time, Lin Tianhao returned to the novice village first. Entered the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang, I'm so sorry. I haven't found Elvos yet, but I heard the prompt that he was killed. Lin Tianhao pretended to be at a loss, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Blacksmith Wang looked at Lin Tianhao meaningfully. Shui Di, in our novice village, who else besides you has the ability to kill Elvos and my 2 apprentices? Blacksmith Wang did not call Lin Tianhao an adventurer this time, but directly called Lin Tianhao by his game nickname. Lin Tianhao knew that Blacksmith Wang doubted himself. Blacksmith Wang, I have no reason to do this. There are many hidden talents in the novice village. I was ambushed by an assassin before, and my partner was killed in an instant. Hearing this, Blacksmith Wang frowned. He stared at Lin Tianhao, as if he wanted to see if Lin Tianhao was lying. However, he couldn't see anything. What a pity for my 2 apprentices. What a pity for that piece of ice flame magic ore. If you can help me find it, I can give you a platinum necklace. Ding! Blacksmith Wang has issued a task to you. Task requirements: find an ice flame Oregon. Task penalty: none. Task reward: platinum necklace +1. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Blacksmith Wang was anxious. For that piece of ice flame magic ore, he was willing to offer such generous conditions. At this stage, gold level weapons are very abnormal, and platinum level weapons are more likely to affect the current game balance. Okay, I'll do my best. Lin Tianhao accepted the task. As for whether to give it or not, he definitely won't give it for the time being. Shui Di, I'll wait for your good news. After doing all this, Lin Tianhao went offline to eat. This afternoon is the time for his sister's surgery. Although time is precious in the early stage of the game, Lin Tianhao still went to the hospital after dinner. Seeing his sister being pushed into the operating room, Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. Sister, you must be okay. Although Lin Tianhao has already paid the surgery fee. But the doctor in the hospital told Lin Tianhao before that brain surgery is extremely risky and there is a certain probability of failure. And even if the surgery is successful, there is still a relatively high probability of a vegetative state. As long as he can save his life, Lin Tianhao will accept it even if he is a vegetative state. Because vegetative people can also enter Ragnarok. After the strength is improved in Ragnarok, when the great disaster comes in 5 years, Ragnarok will merge with reality. The strength in the game can also be materialized, so that even if my sister is a vegetative state, she can recover. Waiting anxiously outside the operating room. About 2 hours later, the door of the operating room was finally opened. A doctor in a white coat walked out with a worried look on his face. Lin Tianhao's heart skipped a beat and he immediately rushed over. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor sighed, which made Lin Tianhao's heart hang in his throat. The operation failed, the blood congestion in the brain spread to the cerebellum, and now there is no way to save him. Lin Tianhao staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could this happen? No, there must be a way. Chapter 24 Ambitious Taoist, Immaculate Eyes. Lin Tianhao was emotional. Reborn, he dreamed that he could change everything. But now, he couldn't even save his sister. The doctor shook his head. We have tried our best. Although a lot of blood congestion has been discharged, the blood congestion that has entered the cerebellum has already eroded the cerebellum. The best result is a vegetative state, and he may die at any time. Lin Tianhao felt cold in his heart. Can I see my sister? Go in, remember to control your emotions. The doctor sighed. Lin Tianhao entered the operation room. There were several medical staff inside doing the aftermath. Looking at his sister on the bed, Lin Tianhao's fingers were trembling slightly. Is it impossible to change anything after all? Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to accept this result. My condolences. A medical staff shook his head at Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao resisted the pain and walked to the bed. He had experienced countless life and death in his previous life. His heart had long been tenacious. But today, seeing his sister about to leave him again, this despair and powerlessness made him unable to suppress the grief in his heart, and tears burst out. Why? Why on earth? God, you are doing this to me. Lin Tianhao clenched his fists. He hated his powerlessness. She may still be saved. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Then a young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, appeared at the door of the operating room. Lin Tianhao was a little excited, and he turned around and looked over. Save her, please save my sister. Lin Tianhao turned around excitedly, as if he had grabbed the last straw. I'm not sure either. The young Taoist priest said. What about your master? Is he? Lin Tianhao was emotional. Seeing that the young Taoist priest was so young, he guessed that there must be a Taoist master behind him. My master is dead. The young Taoist priest shook his head. Lin Tianhao gritted his teeth. Okay, please save my sister. If you can save her, I will definitely repay your kindness. The young Taoist priest smiled. Meeting is fate, I'll try. The young Taoist priest walked to the bed. He looked at Lin Qingqing on the bed, and a silver-white glow appeared on his palm. Lin Tianhao was shocked, a master of internal strength. There are ancient warriors in the dragon country. Lin Tianhao knew this in his previous life. The one that the little Taoist priest showed now was very similar to the legendary inner strength master. The little Taoist priest raised his hand, and gently stroked Lin Qingqing's forehead with his palm with silver-white light. The light penetrated into Lin Qingqing's head little by little, and Lin Qingqing's complexion began to gradually improve at this time. Lin Tianhao was pleasantly surprised, and after a while, the little Taoist priest stopped. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Your sister will not be in danger of life, but she will end up as a vegetable. At this point, the little Taoist priest sighed. After all, I am not good enough. What is your name, Taoist priest? Lin Tianhao was very grateful. Even if it is just a vegetable, it is much better than the previous situation. I am Zhang Yat, my name is Ambition. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. Master Zhang, thank you for saving my sister. I still have 100,000 yuan in this card, all for you. Zhang Ye shook his head. It's too much, give me 10,000 yuan, and I can buy a game cabinet. Game cabinet? Master Zhang, do you want to play Ragnarok? Zhang Ye nodded. Yes, I observed the stars at night and found that Ragnarok has opportunities, which may help me break through the shackles and reach the legendary realm. Lin Tianhao was surprised that Zhang Ye could calculate this, so he could make some friends. However, his current situation in the game cannot be known to too many people in reality, otherwise it will be easy to get into trouble. In the previous life, there were cases where high-level players were kidnapped or even killed offline. Now the game attributes have not yet materialized, so we still have to be more cautious. You saved my sister so much, 100,000 is not enough. Taoist Zhang, please keep some money on you, it will be more convenient in the future. Lin Tianhao put the bank card in Taoist Zhang's hand, password 157988. Zhang Ye smiled, okay, thank you very much. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Ye, he left. Although my sister is no longer in danger, she still needs to be adopted in the hospital for a few days to try to recover as soon as possible. After arranging his sister's affairs, Lin Tianhao returned to the rental house and entered the game again. This time it was delayed for more than 3 hours. And the progress of the game was slowed down. But Lin Tianhao didn't think it was a big deal. Next, the confrontation between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief will become sharp. The NPCs in the novice village are different from wild monsters. They will not refresh after death. Lin Tianhao looked at the 5 bosses he had hunted. How should he do this follow-up task of the old village chief? If he continued to hunt NPCs, he could do it with his strength. But Lin Tianhao didn't plan to do that, because it was easy to get burned, attracting the attention of the old village chief, and making it impossible for him to complete the subsequent tasks normally. But for now, he couldn't bear to let go of the old village chief's task. After thinking about it, Lin Tianhao finally chose to start from the 5th level wild monster and hunt the boss. There are 5 bosses from level 5 to level 9. Hunting these 5 bosses and submitting the task may reduce the task reward, but this is the safest way. Do it when you think of it. Lin Tianhao started from the level 5 wild monster area. All the way to level 9, he hunted 5 novice village bosses. Including the novice village bosses hunted before, Lin Tianhao has hunted 10 novice village bosses. You can go to the old village chief to submit the task. Novice village, village chief's courtyard. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, many players were submitting the task of leaving the village. At this time point, ordinary players have gradually reached level 10. If it weren't for the fact that some people were still brushing the twisted jungle, there would be more people gathered here. After they left, Lin Tianhao came to the old village chief. Old village chief, I have hunted 10 bosses. Lin Tianhao submitted the task. The old village chief nodded in surprise. Yes, Shui Di, I was right about you. Ding, you have completed the old village chief's task. Task rewards, gold coins plus 20, free attribute points plus 20, luck plus 1, immaculate eye plus 1. Immaculate eye, special equipment. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, can see through the night illusion and can have a large visual range in the fog. Wear resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This equipment did not indicate the level, and it was a special equipment. With this effect, it is definitely a must-have skill for archers. Now the game still has a certain degree of visibility at night. But after the catastrophe comes, the visibility will be greatly reduced, that is the real night. Some powerful adventurers were killed by monsters in the Alat Galaxy at night because of their insufficient night vision. Chapter 25 The Cunning Old Village Chief. Lin Tianhao put on the Immaculate Eye and felt that the world suddenly became extremely clear. 500 meters away, a mosquito was flying, and Lin Tianhao could actually see the pattern on the mosquito's wings clearly. This feeling, hot. Archers have very high requirements for accuracy, and this Immaculate Eye is very compatible with Lin Tianhao. Not to mention the current stage, even if it is placed in the late stage of the game, or even in the era of the Cataclysm. The Immaculate Eye is a very outrageous piece of equipment. Adventurer, did you kill Wang San and Wang Si? The old village chief's eyes carried a few different meanings. Lin Tianhao guessed that he would be discovered after submitting the task, so he did not deny it. Yes. The old village chief's eyes became more and more subtle. Do you know that Wang San and Wang Si are both disciples of Wang the blacksmith? If you kill them and let Wang the blacksmith know, he will definitely take revenge on you. Lin Tianhao pretended to be terrified. Old village chief, what should I do? Otherwise, I will not do the mission of leaving the village, and you will let me leave the novice village now. The old village chief waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to worry. Although Wang the blacksmith is powerful, I still have the final say in this novice village. At this point, the old village chief continued, but Wang the blacksmith is ambitious, and we have to guard against him. I learned that he has been close to the old drunkard in the tavern recently. The old drunkard often goes to the wild to help him find ore. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. It seems that a new mission has come. Old village chief, what should I do? The old village chief showed a teachable look. It's very simple, cut off his left and right arms, and you go kill the old drunkard. Ding, the old village chief has issued a task for you. Task requirements, kill the old drunkard. Task penalty, none. Task reward, unknown. Lin Tianhao was a little worried. Old village chief, with my current strength, will it be too difficult to kill the old drunkard? The old village chief nodded. The old drunkard does have some tricks. But he is often addicted to alcohol. If you can poison his wine jar, it may have unexpected effects. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao was a little embarrassed. To be honest with the village chief, I don't have any poison. The old village chief hesitated and took out a small bottle. This is the mandragora potion I have collected for a long time. It is colorless and tasteless. You just need to put it in the old drunkard's wine and you will never find it. Once poisoned, the old drunkard's combat power will at least drop by half. Lin Tianhao took the mandragora potion and smiled. Okay, I will definitely live up to your trust and kill the old drunkard. After saying that, Lin Tianhao was ready to leave immediately. But at this moment, the old village chief suddenly called him. Shui Di. He called the name directly again, instead of the adventurer. You killed Wang San and Wang Si, then do you know who killed Elvos? Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the old village chief suspected him. I don't know, I killed Wang with Yingsha. Soon after Sanhe Wangzi, we heard the sound of Elvos being killed. Oh, that's it. The old village chief showed a meaningful smile. Lin Tianhao knew that his few words would definitely not make the old village chief trust him. But it didn't matter. Because even if the old village chief had some doubts, he would only suspect that he had some deal with Wang the blacksmith. After all, the only one who could threaten his position as the village chief of the novice village was Wang the blacksmith. As for Lin Tianhao, no matter how powerful Lin Tianhao was, what could he do? He still had to go to the main city, and it was impossible to stay in the novice village forever. But what he didn't know was that Lin Tianhao had other choices. Coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao sent a message to Yingsha. The two had added friends when they completed the transaction before. At this time, Lin Tianhao noticed. Futu Dungeon actually sent him more than 10 messages. Big Boss Shui Di, I am willing to offer 200 million. As long as you come, you will be the president of Futu Guild. Is Big Boss Shui Di here? When can you come to the main city to take me with you? The price is negotiable. Big Brother Swaity. Lin Tianhao was busy with his own affairs, so the messages were all in do not disturb mode. No matter what, Futu Dunshan was his first partner. Lin Tianhao replied, do not disturb, I'm busy. Then he went to the location sent by Ying Sha. At this time, Ying Sha was fighting a level 10 Twisted Tree Man. Seeing Lin Tianhao coming, he came over after solving the tree man in front of him. Ying Sha, what is the follow-up task given to you by the old village chief? Ying Sha knew that he was tied to the same boat with Lin Tianhao, and said bluntly. The old village chief asked me to protect the old drunkard in the tavern. Hearing this, Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. Today the old village chief also gave me a task, asking me to kill the old drunkard. How could this be? Yingsha was a little confused. It was obviously unreasonable to protect and kill at the same time. Lin Tianhao had already guessed it in his mind. It was obvious that the old village chief wanted to frame him. As for the reason, it was probably because of the mandragora potion. If his guess was correct, this mandragora potion was not the old village chief's own, but he stole it from Wang the blacksmith. Let him poison and kill the old drunkard, and then let Yingsha rescue him. As long as Yingsha can delay himself for a while, the old drunkard may escape. Your mission reward and punishment should not be light. Lin Tianhao asked. Yingsha nodded, yes. We killed Wang San and Wang Si together before, and the old village chief knew that we were together, so he gave you this task. This is an open conspiracy. Yingsha thought for a while and thought of something, so he couldn't help asking. From what you said, it seems that the old village chief asked you to kill him, but he really asked me to save him. Lin Tianhao nodded, I guess so. The old village chief wants to win people's hearts. What do you mean? He gave me a poison and asked me to poison the old drunkard. If I guess correctly, this poison should be unique to Wang the blacksmith. As long as I poison the old drunkard and you save him, there will be a conflict between the old drunkard and Wang the blacksmith. Yingsha was a little surprised, sowing discord. It should be like this. There is no punishment for my task, and the reward is unknown. And your task has a high reward and a high punishment. The old village chief will definitely think that I will help you. Yingsha took a deep breath and was very surprised. I really didn't expect that the old village chief of this novice village is so shrewd. Lin Tianhao smiled, in this game, NPCs are not ordinary intelligent AI. Then what are you going to do? Yingsha asked. Help the old village chief. Lin Tianhao smiled. I've said it before, this is an open conspiracy. If I kill the old drunkard, I'll hurt you. Besides, it's obvious that the old village chief has more power in the novice village. If the old drunkard dies, this plot line may be gone. Chapter 26 The Old Drunkard. Yingsha was keenly aware of something, but he didn't care. If Lin Tianhao helps him complete this task, he can leave the novice village. As for what Lin Tianhao is going to do later, it has nothing to do with him. I'll take you to level 10, and then go find the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao sent a team invitation. He was originally planning to kill wild monsters to increase his health, but he couldn't continue to gain experience points if he didn't leave the novice village after reaching level 10. So he just helped Shadow Killer. With Lin Tianhao leading him, Shadow Killer upgraded very quickly. In less than half an hour, he had reached level 10. Let's go and find the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao walked towards the direction of the mine, looking for ore, which was most likely where the mine was. However, after walking around here, they still couldn't find the old drunkard. Where did this person go? Yingsha frowned. Lin Tianhao also frowned. He always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. This feeling of being spied on was very bad. Come out. You have been following us for so long. Lin Tianhao looked around. He was very confident in his intuition. There must be someone nearby. Yingsha was a little surprised. There were people around them, but he didn't notice it at all. Ha ha ha, it's true that every generation has talents. He is so powerful at such a young age. A loud laugh came, and then an old man holding a wine gourd walked over. Old drunkard, level 12. HP? Attack? Skills? Note, the tavern owner in the novice village seems to be looking for something near the mine. Maybe you can help him. If an ordinary player encounters him, he might really receive some tasks from the old drunkard. Lin Tianhao looked at the old drunkard, and the old drunkard also looked at Lin Tianhao with his sleepy eyes. Shui Di, you have become famous in our novice village recently, but you are already level 10, why don't you go to the main city? Lin Tianhao smiled, alas, it's not that I don't want to leave, but the old village chief gave you too much. Why? The old village chief asked you to kill me. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows, it seems that you know everything. In this case, let me learn from the skills of the senior. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tianhao immediately shot an arrow. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes, did a backflip, and steadily avoided Lin Tianhao's feather arrow. Hey, don't be so angry, what's the matter, we can discuss it. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What the old village chief can give you, I may not be unable to give. As he spoke, the old drunkard placed his wine pot in front of Lin Tianhao. Drink a glass of wine, you leave the novice village, the grievances here have nothing to do with you. Ding, the old drunkard has issued a task to you. Task requirements: drink a glass of wine, leave the novice village immediately. Task penalty: none. Task reward: free attribute points plus 50. Lin Tianhao and Yingsha looked at each other, and both saw shock in each other's eyes. The reason is simple. The reward given by the old drunkard is really too generous. Even from a certain perspective, it has exceeded their imagination. Others need to complete the old village chief's mission to leave the novice village. They just need to drink a sip of wine. Not only that, they can get such a generous reward. 50 free attribute points are equivalent to leveling up 10. Don't worry about your mission punishment. After drinking my wine, you will be teleported out of the novice village on the spot. The old village chief will not be able to punish you for the mission. Lin Tianhao knew that what the old drunkard said was true. This mission is very simple and the reward is very generous. But he still hesitated. The reason is simple. If he gets the mission of his 2 mission scrolls, he will be blessed by the gods, and the worst result will probably be better than this. Yingsha accepted the mission with only a slight hesitation. He didn't plan to continue to participate. Now that there is such a good opportunity to end it, he has no reason to refuse. Yingsha left the novice village after drinking the wine. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. What about you? Lin Tianhao did not answer, but directly drew his bow and shot an arrow. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. A cold light flashed in the old drunkard's eyes. What did the old village chief give you to make you do this for him? As soon as the voice fell, the old drunkard spit out a mouthful of strong liquor. The strong liquor turned into a flying sword in midair and flew in front of Lin Tianhao in the blink of an eye. Lin Tianhao smashed the flying sword with the long air in his hand and rolled sideways at the same time. This set of movements was smooth and there was no flaw. At the same time, he drew his bow and shot an arrow again. The battle began. Lin Tianhao knew very little about the old drunkard. His attributes, his skills, these, Lin Tianhao didn't know. When completing the task before, Lin Tianhao got 20 free attribute points and he still added all of them to the speed. Let the speed increase by 2 points again. His attack speed is enough at this stage. Even because the damage is too high, the attack speed of 3.0 cannot be fully utilized. Movement speed has become an attribute that Lin Tianhao needs to focus on developing next. As long as the movement speed is sufficient, his pulling ability can be greatly improved. Swish! Swish! Lin Tianhao's attacks continued. He did not blindly pursue damage, but tried to prevent the old drunkard from dealing damage. However, the old drunkard had more combat experience than Lin Tianhao imagined. He spilled wine from the wine jug in his hand, and then threw out a fire starter. The flames enveloped Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had no way to avoid it. -921. -921. -921. The burning damage continued, and Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. Because the flame burned for a full 8 seconds. More than 7,000 HP just disappeared out of thin air. Lin Tianhao pulled away and shot with the bowstring arrow method at the same time. He wanted to knock the old drunkard away. Only in this way could he quickly reduce the old drunkard's HP through combos. The old drunkard discovered Lin Tianhao's intention, opened Lin Tianhao's feather arrow with the wine gourd in his hand, and then threw the wine gourd towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was startled and dodged immediately. He had already distanced himself as much as possible. But his speed was still not enough, and the wine gourd exploded 5 meters in front of him. Boom! There was only a loud noise. Lin Tianhao was blown away by the huge impact of the explosion of the wine gourd. -8,520. A huge damage number appeared above Lin Tianhao's head, and Lin Tianhao's health bar also dropped suddenly. Before Lin Tianhao fell from the air, the old drunkard turned into a residual image and appeared under Lin Tianhao. Bang! The old drunkard punched Lin Tianhao in the stomach from bottom to top, knocking Lin Tianhao into the air. -1029. Lin Tianhao was unable to attack because he was knocked away, but he did not sit still and wait for death. He instantly switched his main weapon, and a complete set of black iron tree man suits appeared on his body. Chapter 27 Blue and White Snake, Double Arrows Fired. The old drunkard did not stop because Lin Tianhao switched weapons. He jumped up and jumped to the same height as Lin Tianhao. Then a set of swift combination punches hit Lin Tianhao. -915. -899. -932. A series of damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Seeing that Lin Tianhao was about to fall to the ground, the old drunkard grabbed Lin Tianhao's collar and slammed him to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked. -1858. Another huge damage number appeared. Lin Tianhao's health value dropped by 1/3 under this set of damage. At this time, he rolled to the side. After being in the novice village for so long, this was the first time he was beaten so badly. Swish! He switched weapons while rolling, and shot an arrow the moment he landed. The fighting skills of this old drunkard were not simple, and he was also very accurate in releasing skills. If you don't take it seriously, you might really die in his hands. Thinking of this, the feather arrow in Lin Tianhao's hand broke through the air again. Swish! 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 The feather arrows kept flying out, and the angle of each feather arrow was extremely tricky. Each of his arrows was aimed at the old drunkard's eyes. The old drunkard naturally saw it, and a wine pot appeared in his hand at some point, constantly resisting Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. Can you only hide and hide? Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed slightly, and he pulled the bowstring with 2 fingers. 2 energy feather arrows appeared on the longbow. Swoosh! Double arrows. This is also a combat skill. Double arrows can easily lose accuracy, but this does not bother Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao's attacks are becoming more and more sharp with his superb archery skills. The advantage of double arrows is not to increase the hit rate, but to prevent the opponent from hitting the feather arrows with a simple block. As long as Lin Tianhao is given a chance, he can perform a floating combo. Now, the old drunkard was accidentally hit by Lin Tianhao's feather arrows and his body was unstable. Lin Tianhao seized this fleeting opportunity and shot with the bowstring arrow technique. The huge impact force made the old drunkard float in the air for a short time. Then, he kept floating in the air. It was obviously impossible for the old drunkard to come down. However, Lin Tianhao also underestimated the old drunkard's resilience. He seized the brief gap in Lin Tianhao's attack and took a sip of strong liquor. Then the body was filled with alcohol. Ding! You are affected by alcohol, your reaction speed is reduced by 20%, and your attack speed is reduced by 20%. Lin Tianhao frowned, but the attack continued. This little effect was not enough to interrupt his floating rhythm. It's my turn. The old drunkard threw the wine gourd in his hand again. Read. With the experience of being blown away before, how could Lin Tianhao suffer the same loss again this time? Swish! The feather arrow hit the wine gourd and knocked it open. Bang! With a loud noise, the powerful impact made Lin Tianhao stagger. But it did not cause much damage. The old drunkard took this opportunity to land on the ground, and he slapped the wine gourd. A big snake actually ran out of the wine gourd. The big snake was green all over and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Blue and White Snake, Black Iron Level 10. Health Value, 125980/125980. Attack, 412. Skills, Entanglement, Poison Arrows, Dragon Tail Swing, Poison Mist, Red Eye Ray. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. There was such a huge monster in the wine gourd of this old drunkard. Although he was surprised, Lin Tianhao did not slow down his attack and shot at the blue and white snake. -1321. Lin Tianhao's damage was getting higher and higher, but the blue and white snake was not a pushover. Red Eye Ray was used as soon as they met. Lin Tianhao rolled over to dodge immediately, but the Red Eye Ray chased after Lin Tianhao. In the end, because of insufficient movement speed, Lin Tianhao was still hit by the Red Eye Ray. -1528. Lin Tianhao frowned and immediately fought back. But his feather arrow was still in the air, and the blue and white snake opened its bloody mouth and roared at him. At the same time, poisonous mist sprayed out of the blue and white snake's mouth. It was obviously impossible for Lin Tianhao to pull away from this ranged poisonous mist attack by moving. -426. -426. -426. In the poisonous fog, Lin Tianhao began to lose blood continuously, and the degree of blood loss was simply inhuman. As long as he was in the poisonous fog, his blood would continue to drop. Without a priest, Lin Tianhao himself had no detoxification skills, so he could only bear it. Swish! Lin Tianhao began to fight back frantically, and feather arrows poured out. Hit the snake at its 7 inches. Each of Lin Tianhao's feather arrows was aimed at the 7 inches of the blue and white snake. But the next moment, Lin Tianhao felt the crisis, did not dare to stay, and rolled away. Just dodged. The old drunkard appeared at his previous position. He found that Lin Tianhao had avoided his attack. The old drunkard was not too surprised, and the wine gourd in his hand smashed down on Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao had no chance to fight back at all, and could only stagger to avoid their attacks. Bang! A loud noise. The wine gourd actually smashed a big hole in the ground. After Lin Tianhao avoided the attack of the old drunkard, the blue snake's dragon tail had arrived. Bang! -1352. Lin Tianhao was knocked out by the huge snake's tail and lost more than 1,000 health points again. Just after landing, the feather arrow in Lin Tianhao's hand flew out. It was still a double arrow volley, but this time it was more difficult. Because Lin Tianhao had to attack the blue snake and the old drunkard at high speed at the same time. Both were bosses, and the damage values were very good. Looking at his declining health, Lin Tianhao's eyes became sharp. The Eye of Immaculate was fully activated. Everything around him was seen in detail by him. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. The accuracy of Lin Tianhao's double arrows was also extremely shocking. Each feather arrow carried unparalleled power. Although the impact force is not as good as the twisted string arrow method, the attack frequency is faster. The advantage of the twisted string arrow method is high damage, stronger impact, and penetration. The advantage of firing 2 arrows at the same time, or even more feather arrows at the same time, is that it can hit multiple targets. The disadvantage is that it will reduce the damage. But if the 2 arrows are fired at the same time with the continuous arrow method, the effect will be completely different. The continuous arrow method refers to the continuous attack on the same target, which is the simplest among the arrow methods. But if the continuous arrow method is combined with the 2 arrows, the effect can be completely different. One person, relying on feather arrows to suppress 2 bosses at the same time. If other people see this, they will be stunned. But Lin Tianhao is doing it like a fish in water at this time. He didn't know the skills of the old drunkard before, so he suffered a little loss. But now, the tricks of the old drunkard are completely useless in front of Lin Tianhao. As long as he releases those skills, Lin Tianhao's feather arrows will accurately interrupt them. The next step is to gamble, betting that the old drunkard does not have the 2 skills of dominance and rage. As long as he does not have these 2 skills, Lin Tianhao can use this absolute suppression to wear out the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake. Chapter 28 PIG Raising Strategy. The old drunkard also saw Lin Tianhao's intention, and he pulled behind the blue and white snake, wanting to use the blue and white snake to interrupt Lin Tianhao's attack rhythm. As long as he was given the opportunity to release skills, he was confident that he could kill Lin Tianhao in the next attack. But how could Lin Tianhao give him a chance? The twisting arrow technique was used in conjunction with the continuous arrow technique. In addition to high attack and strong penetration, the twisting arrow technique has another very important advantage. That is, it can turn. Whoosh! The old drunkard hiding behind the blue and white snake was hit by an arrow from Lin Tianhao. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Tianhao's attack method has exceeded his imagination. The blue and white snake shook its body and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao knew that it wanted to launch the entanglement skill. As long as he was controlled by the entanglement of the blue and white snake, the next battle would lose suspense. Therefore, Lin Tianhao would not give the blue and white snake a chance. It was still the continuous arrow method, but this time Lin Tianhao's target was the eyes of the blue and white snake and the old drunkard. This kind of weak point attack requires very high accuracy from the archer. And Lin Tianhao still used double arrows and continuous arrows, which required even higher accuracy. If there was no immaculate eye, this would be a bit difficult for Lin Tianhao. But now that Lin Tianhao relies on the immaculate eye, it is much easier to do this. The double arrows were fired at the same time, targeting the two eyes of the blue and white snake, and then connected with the twisting arrow method, making his attack reach an incredible level. The old drunkard's idea of hiding behind the blue and white snake to attack was thwarted, and was completely suppressed by Lin Tianhao's continuous attacks. Is this still a human? The old drunkard looked sinister. He patted his waist, and a talisman appeared in his hand. Lin Tianhao was surprised. At this stage, there are NPCs who have such things. Almost in an instant, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow hit the talisman in the old drunkard's hand. But the old drunkard had already sacrificed the talisman, and a golden light spread out. Golden light appeared on the old drunkard and the blue-flowered snake. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow fell on the old drunkard. -1420. The old drunkard was dumbfounded when this damage number appeared. How could this happen? Your attack is real damage. The talisman he just used can greatly improve defense. But the damage Lin Tianhao caused was still so outrageous, which means that his attack was real damage. Lin Tianhao was originally worried that the talisman was an attack or a confinement type. Unexpectedly, it was a defense type. Then the impact on him is minimal. Under Lin Tianhao's comprehensive suppression, the health of the old drunkard and the blue snake soon dropped to 10%. The old drunkard's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like he was ready to fight back before his death. But at this moment, Lin Tianhao stopped. "Senior, I don't want to kill you, how about we make a deal?" Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old drunkard narrowed his eyes slightly. "What deal? I won't kill you, you give me 50 free attribute points." Hearing this, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with some suspicion. "Just for 50 free attribute points? You don't even do the old village chief's task." Lin Tianhao smiled and nodded. "To be honest, I also think that the old village chief is not worthy of the position. The position of the novice village chief should belong to Wang the blacksmith. But I am an adventurer and I have to think about myself, so I will let you go for only 50 free attribute points." The old drunkard was silent for a while, and then said, "Okay, deal." Ding! The old drunkard has issued a task to you. Task requirements: let him go. Task penalty: none. Task reward: 50 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao raised his mouth and accepted the task directly. He didn't kill the old drunkard, just not now. He could still consider the old village chief's task, but it might be better to wait for the follow-up. In addition, Lin Tianhao had other considerations. What he wanted was for the old village chief and Wang the blacksmith to fight each other to a loss. The old drunkard was obviously the capable general of the blacksmith Wang. If he was killed, the already weak blacksmith Wang would be even more passive. The situation he wanted, where both sides suffered losses, would be difficult to occur. In this way, he took 50 free attribute points without breaking the balance between the blacksmith Wang and the old village chief, and they could continue to fight. After sending the old drunkard away, Lin Tianhao got another 50 free attribute points. Open the attribute page. Nickname, Shui Di. Level, 10, 0/133100. Occupation, Archer. HP, 71450/71450. MP, 100/100. Attack, 309. Magic power, 58. Armor, 368. Magic resistance, 295. Attack speed, 3.63. Movement speed, 5.7. Physical penetration, 0%. Magic penetration, 0%. Special attributes, critical hit 15%, retaliation 10%. Free attributes, 50. Luck, hidden. Talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level. Skills, Continuous Shooting, 2 stars, Normal Attack Amplification, 3 stars, Jumping Lightning, 2 stars, Dead Tree Resurrection, 2 stars, Resurrection, 3 stars, Invincible Golden Body, 1 star. Equipment, Thunder Bow, Silver, Treeman Set, Black Iron, Immaculate Eye, Special. As a level 10 player, Lin Tianhao's attributes can definitely be described as abnormal. Especially the skills. Lin Tianhao's current skills, except for the basic continuous shooting skills. Other skills can be regarded as very powerful at this stage. And because Lin Tianhao chose the best, the skills he has now are very helpful to him. Not only that, he now has 50 free attribute points. At present, he can choose to increase the attack speed or the movement speed. It doesn't take much time to travel in the novice village, but after arriving in the main city, traveling sometimes wastes a lot of time. Especially during the period when there is no mount to help travel. Moreover, the faster the movement speed, the stronger the attack pull. After a little thought, Lin Tianhao did not rush to use it, but kept these free attribute points and added points according to the battles that might be encountered later. In the next time, let the plot line go on, and he needs to increase his health as much as possible before Wang the blacksmith forges the gold level longbow. Improve his state to the best state. Not only that, there is also the skill of dead wood coming back to life. Lin Tianhao can also get more skill books through the next battle. Players are leaving one after another, and novice village number 10,086 has become a little deserted at this time. Subsequent players will come in to fill the vacancy of the novice village, but novice village number 10,086 is in an awkward position. Most of the new players are in the more advanced novice village. Therefore, even in the level 10 Twisted Jungle Dungeon, Lin Tianhao only saw 2 or 3 scattered teams. Brother, do you want to form a team? We have a super shield warrior with an elite treeman suit, and we can definitely pass the dungeon. Chapter 29 9-in-1 Longbow, it's terrifying to think about it. Lin Tianhao smiled, no. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked straight into the dungeon. Dungeon difficulty, Hell level. I have brushed this dungeon several times before, and now I brush it again. Lin Tianhao is already like a fish in water. The main purpose of brushing this dungeon is to increase health points, and also to brush skill books. Because the skill of Withered Tree Resurrection needs to be upgraded by sacrificing skill books. Although the rewards for clearing the dungeon now are far less than the first time, it is a dungeon with 4 bosses after all. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours have passed. Lin Tianhao's health value has increased from just over 70,000 to just over 100,000. In 5 hours, the health value has increased by 30,000. This increase is still quite terrifying. In addition to the increase in health value, Lin Tianhao's Withered Tree Resurrection has also increased from the original 2 stars to 3 stars. However, to upgrade from 3 stars to 4 stars, 1,000 skill books need to be sacrificed, which is enough even with Lin Tianhao's monster-killing speed. Not only that, the health value exceeded 100,000, and the recovery skill was also upgraded to 4 stars. Originally, the health value was restored by 50 points per second, and now it has been directly increased to 200 points per second. At this recovery speed, those ordinary players may not be able to knock down Lin Tianhao's health if they stand still. Back in the novice village, blacksmith Wang had not yet forged the gold-level longbow. Lin Tianhao chose to go offline to eat. It seems that when my sister recovers better, I have to buy a nutrition warehouse. Lin Tianhao thought secretly that although the time of going offline to eat was not long, it was still an influence. Brother Hao, according to the strategy you said, I got a silver-level broadsword with very powerful attributes. Lin Tianhao smiled. Zhou Xiaopeng relied on his 3 passive skills to achieve the level of silver-level weapons, which was completely within Lin Tianhao's expectations. Next, you can go to the main city. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, the main city most suitable for the development of warriors should be Black Wind City. But Fatty, remember, after going to the main city, don't change your job easily. Even if it is a hidden job, it's better to ask me. Okay. After a brief explanation to Zhou Xiaopeng, Lin Tianhao began to eat quickly. After dinner, re-enter the game warehouse. Lin Tianhao went straight to the blacksmith shop after returning to the novice village. When Wang the blacksmith saw Lin Tianhao coming, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. You the drunkard told me about the matter. The first sentence Wang the blacksmith said startled Lin Tianhao. Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. I want to kill the old village chief. Are you willing to help me? Yes. Lin Tianhao smiled. Wang the blacksmith nodded. In that case, you can go to the cliff in the south. The old drunkard will take you to the old village chief's secret base. You and the old drunkard will kill the guards there together. Ding! Wang the blacksmith has issued a task to you. Task requirements: kill the guards of the old village chief in the secret base. Task penalty: unknown. Task reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao frowned. The penalty for this task was unknown. This is a bit of a headache. Will Wang the blacksmith retaliate against him after the task fails? It is entirely possible. Accept the task. After a brief hesitation, Lin Tianhao accepted the task. This plot task has already reached this step, and he has no reason to stop now. Blacksmith Wang smiled with satisfaction and took out a golden longbow from the shop. I have already made your gold level longbow for you. Zhi longbow, gold level. Wearing requirements: none. Effect 1, attack power plus 500. Effect 2, attack speed plus 1. Effect 3, critical strike plus 20%. Effect 4, blood sucking plus 5%. Effect 5, health plus 2000. Effect 6, restore 100 health points per second. Wear resistance: 100. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. It is worthy of being a custom-level longbow. This attribute is very compatible with him. The increase in attack power and health is a bit tasteless. But the other 4 attributes are perfect. Thank you. Lin Tianhao took the Zhi longbow. The old drunkard is waiting for you on the cliff in the south, go quickly. Lin Tianhao nodded. With this gold-level longbow, his combat power can be said to have reached a new level. South of the novice village, the cliff. The cliff here is bottomless. In the previous life, there were also players who believed that there might be opportunities under the cliff. Wanted to jump off the cliff to get opportunities. But the result was that after jumping off the cliff, they died on the spot. After some people tried it, they finally gave up this thankless approach. When Lin Tianhao arrived at the cliff, he saw a figure with attributes. It was not the old drunkard, but the old village chief. The moment he saw the old village chief, Lin Tianhao felt a thump in his heart. Snow Emperor. The old village chief was slightly surprised to see Lin Tianhao here. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Tianhao to appear here. Lin Tianhao pretended to be calm. Old village chief, I heard that you fought with the old drunkard and he escaped. Lin Tianhao nodded. To be honest, the blue and white snake released by the old drunkard disrupted my attack rhythm. The old village chief nodded. This is my negligence. I thought you could successfully poison the blue and white snake and could not release it. I see. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, why is the old village chief here? Is there anything I can do to help you? The old village chief actually wanted to ask Lin Tianhao why he was here, but Lin Tianhao asked, which caught him off guard. There is an extremely powerful monster sealed under our novice village. I am the person responsible for protecting this monster. Recently, I noticed that there is a force that is ready to break the seal of this monster, so I came here to take a look. Lin Tianhao pretended to be surprised. There is such a thing. Alas, it's all tears if I talk too much. In order to seal this monster, I don't know how many sages paid the price of their lives, but now someone wants to release him. Lin Tianhao nodded, so that's it, those who want to release this monster are simply ambitious and should be cut into pieces. The old village chief nodded and said, yes. Shuedi, I am actually very optimistic about you. If my guess is correct, those thieves should be looking for the ice flame demon mine. The old village chief looked very solemn. Once they find the ice flame demon mine, the consequences will be disastrous. If you are willing to help me, please go to the mine and stop the old drunkard from looking for the ice flame demon mine. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Okay, I'll do my best. After that, he turned and walked towards the direction of the mine. The old drunkard was not here. Why? Because the old village chief was here, so he hid. Or, this was a calculation from the beginning. Blacksmith Wang did not fully believe in himself. Letting him come here is to lure the tiger away from the mountain, creating an opportunity for the old drunkard to find the ice flame demon mine. Thinking about it this way, it is really terrifying. Chapter 30 Hidden Copy, The Lost Princess. Lin Tianhao can only hope that he thinks too much. Otherwise his current situation is not very optimistic. The old village chief is suspicious of him. He originally thought that if he let the old drunkard go, he could gain the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Including the contact with Wang the blacksmith later, Lin Tianhao also felt that Wang the blacksmith should trust him a little. But if it is really Wang the blacksmith's calculation that he came here today to meet the old village chief, that would be really terrible. Before reaching the mine, the old drunkard suddenly appeared. Snow Emperor. The old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao. I was waiting for you on the cliff. But the old village chief came suddenly, and I had to hide. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do next? Look for the ice flame demon Oregon. The old drunkard said seriously, there are 3 ice flame demon ores in the novice village, and the first one is gone. There are 2 more, and they should be nearby. Lin Tianhao nodded. This ice flame demon ore will reward a platinum necklace. It is impossible for Lin Tianhao not to be tempted. But giving up what he has planned for so long for a platinum necklace is not what Lin Tianhao wants to see. The next time, Lin Tianhao and the old drunkard started looking here. Looking at the current situation, there is a high probability that there is a hidden copy here in the mine. It's just that Lin Tianhao doesn't know how to open this hidden copy here. However, there must be a way. For example, you can try to find clues from the Stone Beetle King. After all, the wild monsters here in the mine are stone beetles. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao started to brush stone beetles. It still can only increase health, but not gain experience. Lin Tianhao has gotten used to it. Leveling up is the easiest thing for him. What he wants is to squeeze out the value of the novice village as much as possible, while also increasing his health. Ding! Because you killed a large number of stone beetles. You alarmed the Stone Beetle King hidden deep in the mine, and it will arrive at the battlefield in 5 minutes. Lin Tianhao was looking forward to it. This ice flame demon mine is probably related to the stone beetle king. 5 minutes later, a huge stone beetle king with a dark red shell walked towards him. Stone beetle king, black iron level 8. Health, 81520/81520. Attack, 215. Skills, falling rocks, stone shield, horror roar, stone ball cannonball, petrified skin. Lin Tianhao just glanced at the attributes of the stone beetle, and then began a violent attack. Critical hit. -4918. Lin Tianhao's first feather arrow dealt critical damage. This damage value is also ridiculously high. Moreover, with the blessing of the 9-in-1 longbow, Lin Tianhao's attack speed reached 4.63, which means 20,000 damage per second. The Stone Beetle King's health was only more than 80,000, and it was killed before it could even last 5 seconds. Ding! You killed the Stone Beetle King, experience plus 859, because you did not leave the novice village, you cannot gain experience. Lin Tianhao did not care and touched the corpse directly. Ding! You got 3 pieces of equipment. Ding! You got a skill book. Ding! You got the Stone Beetle King's eyeball +1. Ding! You got the gold coin +1. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He looked at the Stone Beetle King's eyeball and suddenly thought of a place that seemed to match this eyeball. Deep in the mine, Lin Tianhao came to a stone wall. In the corner of the stone wall, there was an inconspicuous groove. If you look closely, you will find that the groove is exactly in line with the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King. Lin Tianhao put the eyeball of the Stone Beetle King on it. The stone wall immediately began to rotate, and finally formed a copy light gate. Ding! You opened the hidden copy, the Lost Princess. Ding! You opened the hidden copy, and a full server announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. These things in the novice village have not yet stabilized, and Lin Tianhao has to consider the ideas of the old village chief and others. Full server announcement, congratulations to the player for hiding the nickname and opening the hidden copy of the Lost Princess. Free attribute points +5, I hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Full server announcement, congratulations to the player for hiding the nickname and opening the hidden copy of the Lost Princess. Free attribute points +5, I hope that the majority of players will continue to work hard. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and entered the light gate. Copy selection. The item appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. Hell level. Without any hesitation, Lin Tianhao still chose the Hell level. This difficulty is almost impossible for most ordinary players to complete. Enter the dungeon. Lin Tianhao is still deep in the mine. The mine is dim, and Lin Tianhao sees small zombies appearing one after another in front of him. Damn! There are undead monsters in the novice village. Undead monsters usually appear more in the middle of the game. Undead monsters occasionally appear in the early stage, which is also a relatively high-level dungeon. Little Zombie, Elite Level 8. Health, 10800/10800. Attack, 95. Skills, Rampage, Iron Skin and Bones, Bite. The attributes are not weak. Lin Tianhao attacked without hesitation. The iron skin and bones of the little zombies are just decorations for Lin Tianhao. After all, his damage is real damage. -2250. A huge damage number appeared. This is still the damage without critical hits. It is enough to be described as terrifying. Coupled with Lin Tianhao's high output, the small zombies were killed by Lin Tianhao before they even got close. More and more small zombies appeared, and Lin Tianhao was still the same, pulling and fighting. As long as the damage is enough, these small zombies are just decorations. Lin Tianhao passed the first level without any pressure. The next second level. In addition to the small zombies, some green-haired zombies also appeared, and their attributes have been greatly improved. But it still can't stop Lin Tianhao's progress. The third level. Lin Tianhao just came here, just like the twisted jungle. Here are 4 black iron bosses. Purple hair zombie, black iron level 8. Health value, 158200/158200. Attack, 512. Skills, Rampage, Iron Skin, Bite, Spin, Strangling, Corpse Chi. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. The purple-haired zombie had decent health, but its other attributes and skills were average. Just as Lin Tianhao was thinking this, 4 purple-haired zombies simultaneously launched Corpse Chi. A large amount of Corpse Chi gathered towards Lin Tianhao. Ding! You are affected by the Corpse Chi, your body begins to stiffen, your movement speed is reduced by 50%, and your attack speed is reduced by 50%. At the same time, the damage number can be seen above Lin Tianhao's head. -299. -299. This damage number appears very frequently, 4 times per second. It makes Lin Tianhao lose 1200 HP every second. Even if you count the blood recovery, Lin Tianhao's HP is still decreasing at a rate of several hundred per second. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao made a move. He was not a man who would sit and wait for death. Bang! An arrow hit the head. Critical hit. -4548. Chapter 31 Ice Flame Corpse King. Just as he fired his feather arrow, 4 zombies had already attacked. All of them were charging forward. Lin Tianhao instinctively wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, his movement speed dropped by 50%, and he was no longer able to dodge the zombies charging forward. Bang! -1280. -1283. Damage numbers appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Lin Tianhao waited for the skill to end before he began to counterattack frantically. Every time Lin Tianhao dealt critical damage, 5% of blood sucking allowed Lin Tianhao to recover more than 400 HP per second. Coupled with the blessing of resuscitation, the Treeman suit and the 9-in-1 longbow, Lin Tianhao could recover more than 800 HP per second. Resurrection 200, Incomplete Treeman suit 130, 9-in-1 longbow 100, blood sucking more than 400. Such blood recovery is already quite terrible. Even if he faces the attack of 4 black iron bosses at the same time, he can barely stabilize the situation. Lin Tianhao smiled. As long as he can stabilize the situation, the next battle will be much easier. But the attack of the purple-haired zombie made Lin Tianhao's face change suddenly. Because the purple-haired zombie launched a bite. Although he tried his best to dodge and used feather arrows to pull and interrupt their attacks. But with the double damage of movement speed and attack speed, he can only restrain 2 purple-haired zombies at most at the same time. It is impossible to do everything. The result is being bitten by the purple-haired zombie. -1958. -299. -299. Lin Tianhao was a little autistic. This bite could also cause poisoning, and it could be superimposed with the poisoning effect of the corpse gas. Now the double poisoning buff fell on him, making his blood volume it was falling faster. There was no other way, Lin Tianhao could only fight quickly. Finally, the first purple-haired zombie fell. Lin Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief, because after the death of a purple-haired zombie, the number of layers of corpse gas could be reduced, and the damage he suffered per second would also be reduced. Then came the second and third. When the last purple-haired zombie fell, Lin Tianhao sat down. Damn! There is no detoxification skill, no negative buff removal skill, this is simply a flaw. At this time, the importance of the priest is reflected. Even if Lin Tianhao has an ordinary priest around him to help him detoxify and remove negative buffs, his battle will be much easier. This is just a black iron boss. If he faces those world bosses later, the pressure will be even greater. Wait until the health value is restored to full value. Lin Tianhao locked his eyes on the front. The layout here is very similar to the Twisted Jungle, so the last level should be a bronze boss. Enter the last level. Lin Tianhao looked over immediately. In front of this level, there are 2 crystal coffins. In the crystal coffin on the left lies a mummy, while the crystal coffin on the right is empty. Lin Tianhao frowned. Swish! The next moment, Lin Tianhao turned around and shot an arrow through the air. A hideous zombie appeared behind him, with its claws less than a centimeter away from him. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao's twisted bow technique had already been used, and the huge impact force of the feather arrows shook the zombie away. At the same time, Lin Tianhao kept pulling away, and the feather arrows kept shooting. At the same time, he began to check the attributes of the zombie. Ice Flame Corpse King, Bronze Level 10. HP, 109320/11000000. Attack, 1560. Skills, Rampage, Ice and Fire, Freeze, Burning Flames, Corpse Shadows, Ice and Fire Roulette. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows and did not hesitate, attacking continuously. The Ice Flame Corpse King was very fast. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow had just been launched, and he had already pulled away from his original position. Moreover, as a zombie, the reaction speed of this Ice Flame Corpse King was much faster than Lin Tianhao imagined. The flexibility was also beyond Lin Tianhao's imagination. But this thing was not enough to make Lin Tianhao helpless. Now the attack speed was not affected, 4 arrows per second, which was enough to block all the space for the Ice Flame Corpse King to move. Moreover, Lin Tianhao's attacks were very tricky, leaving the Ice Flame Corpse King with no way to avoid. The Ice Flame Corpse King also knew that he had no way to avoid it, so he simply stopped dodging. After resisting an arrow, he rushed towards Lin Tianhao at a high speed. At the same time, he raised his hand, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. Then, something happened that made Lin Tianhao feel extremely weird. Because when the Ice Flame Corpse King raised his hand, flames also appeared on his body. Ding! You are affected by the flame burning, and you will continue to lose blood. -915. -915. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. This headlock skill, which continued to lose blood, really made him feel stressed. Especially since the opponent was a bronze boss, all the attributes were quite good. Swoosh! Lin Tianhao had no way to remove the burning, so he could only increase his output strength and try to kill the Ice Flame Corpse King in the shortest time. The Ice Flame Corpse King was too flexible, and Lin Tianhao could only hit 2 of the 4 arrows, or even 1 arrow. And because it is difficult to attack the weak point, the probability of critical hit is also reduced a lot. After dodging Lin Tianhao's feather arrow, the Ice Flame Corpse King raised both hands at the same time. Lin Tianhao's face changed. Ding! You are affected by the ice and fire, and you will continue to lose blood. -1598. -1598. Lin Tianhao? What kind of fairy monster is this? All kinds of negative effects, it's simply not a human being. 2 headlock skills, both of which continue to lose blood, which doesn't give him any room for operation. If this goes on, it will be difficult to pass the dungeon this time. Lin Tianhao's face is not very good. His attributes are already very abnormal. If he still can't pass this place, Lin Tianhao can't accept it. Thinking of this, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow attack began to become more tricky. Predict the movement. This is the basic skill of an archer, but the gap between the ceiling and ordinary players is very obvious. Under Lin Tianhao's focused anticipation attack, the Ice Flame Corpse King finally couldn't resist. Now, Lin Tianhao seized a fleeting opportunity to knock the Ice Flame Corpse King away. Then, he continued to float in the air and hit him with high damage. You have no chance now. Lin Tianhao's eyes were extremely serious, and he would not allow himself to fail. With full concentration, the ending was already doomed. There was no other reason. Every detail of the Ice Flame Corpse King was captured by Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had eliminated any possibility of the Ice Flame Corpse King landing. Even while ensuring that the Ice Flame Corpse King was floating in the air, Lin Tianhao was still interrupting the skills he was about to release. It can be said that the attack was pulled to the extreme. Ding! You killed the Ice Flame Corpse King, experience plus 10,850, because you did not leave the novice village, you cannot gain experience. Chapter 32 Princess Leona, Purify the Jade Pendant. Ding! You have completed the first pass of Lost Princess. You will be notified to the whole server soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has hidden his name and completed the first pass of Lost Princess. We hereby announce it. We hope that all players will continue to work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the player who has hidden his name and completed the first pass of Lost Princess. We hereby announce it. We hope that all players will continue to work hard. Lost Princess. Hidden copy in Novice Village. At this stage, most of the first batch of players who entered the game have already gone to the main city. Therefore, this level 8 copy has not attracted much attention. No one would think that this small level 8 copy can produce any good things. Shifeng City. Futu Dungeon opened the friend list. He has been following Lin Tianhao. It has been a while since he reached level 10. With Lin Tianhao's ability, he should not have not upgraded for so long. Then the biggest possibility is Lin Tianhao has never left the novice village. He wanted to ask Lin Tianhao what was going on, but he didn't ask in the end. Not only that, other clubs that were paying attention to Lin Tianhao had discovered this problem. Lin Tianhao, still in the novice village. Is it because of something offline? Did it delay the game progress? What a pity, he has good talent, but he has been delayed for so long. Even if he wants to catch up later, he will only be a mid to upper player. Dreaming Yangxiu saw the information about Lin Tianhao reported by his subordinates and shook his head in disappointment. Level 10, he didn't leave the novice village, it is likely that he was delayed by something offline. Not only Dreaming Yangxiu, most of the clubs that pay attention to Lin Tianhao think so. After all, Lin Tianhao's talent and attributes are there. If it weren't for the offline delay, there is no way to explain the current situation. What they don't know is that Lin Tianhao was not delayed by offline things. He is now doing a very scary plot task. If this plot task is completed, it will change the pattern of the novice village. Ding! The first copy reward is being calculated. Ding! You have obtained 31 skill books. Ding! You have obtained 42 pieces of equipment. Ding! You have obtained gold coins plus 120. Ding! You have obtained free attribute points plus 20. Ding! You have obtained ice and fire magic ore plus 1. Sure enough. Lin Tianhao smiled. The second ice and fire magic ore was finally obtained. Just when Lin Tianhao was checking the rewards. In front. The ice attribute power in the body of the Ice Flame Corpse King actually began to peel off. Finally, this ice attribute power actually landed on the mummy in the crystal coffin. When the mummy in the crystal coffin received the ice attribute power, the body began to recover quickly. Lin Tianhao frowned. Could there be a hidden boss in this hidden copy? Hidden boss refers to a new boss that is generated due to some special reasons after the copy is cleared. This situation. He could choose to leave the dungeon directly, after all, the dungeon clearance rewards were already in hand. But Lin Tianhao was also skilled and bold, he wanted to see what this hidden boss was. Bang! With a loud bang, the crystal coffin exploded, and a woman with fair skin, delicate face, and long silver white hair appeared in front. Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on this woman. Princess Leona? HP? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao's face changed, this guy was full of question marks. Moreover, in Ragnarok, people with titles like princess, prince, general, etc. are generally not easy to provoke. Adventurer, you saved me. Lin Tianhao nodded subconsciously, I guess so. Hearing this, Princess Leona looked very calm. She looked at Lin Tianhao for a while and said, you saved me. I can give you two things, but you can only choose to take one of them. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. Is this triggering a hidden reward? This is the first thing. You can become a Viscount of our Star Kingdom and get a piece of territory that belongs to you. Lin Tianhao took a breath. Lord's Heart? In the early stage of the game, it is almost impossible for a Lord's Heart to appear. What's more, Princess Leona said that there is also the status of Viscount, which is a noble. With the status of a noble in the kingdom, he can get a lot of benefits. But Lin Tianhao still suppressed his excitement and asked, what about the second thing? Leona took out a light blue jade pendant. This is an equipment handed down from the Godfall era, which can allow the wearer to obtain 80% of the control-free attribute. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. 80% of the control-free attribute, this is already very abnormal. What is your choice? Lin Tianhao hesitated for a while, and he chose the jade pendant. I want the jade pendant. With the experience of his previous life, it was not difficult for him to obtain the heart of the Lord and establish a territory. Viscount is only the second to last rank among the nobles. Not only that, the Star Kingdom was okay in the early stage of the game, but in the middle and late stages of the game, this kingdom was not good enough. But this jade pendant is awesome. 80% of the control-free attribute, no matter what stage it is placed in, this effect is awesome. Princess Leona looked at Lin Tianhao in surprise, as if she didn't expect Lin Tianhao to choose an equipment. Is the Viscount and territory of our kingdom not as good as an equipment? Lin Tianhao shook his head, it's not that the Viscount is not good, nor the territory is not good, and it's not that your Star Kingdom is not good. It's just that everyone has their own preferences. Princess Leona smiled helplessly and gave the jade pendant to Lin Tianhao. Purification jade pendant, special equipment. Wearing requirements, can be worn by the active transferer, cannot be dropped, cannot be ingested, and cannot be worn by outsiders unless actively given. Effect, immune to 80% of control, knockback, deceleration, curse, poisoning, burning, freezing, paralysis and other negative buffs. Wear resistance, 100. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. This effect can be said to be quite abnormal. Even if it was placed in the Cataclysm period, this attribute can be described as explosive. Wearing the Purification Jade Pendant, Lin Tianhao felt much better. This is really a pleasant surprise. The next step is to check the equipment and skills. It's a pity. He doesn't have any equipment or skills that he can wear. The only two useful ones are free attribute points and Ice Flame Magic Ore. But, according to the old drunkard, there should be 2 more Ice Flame Demon Ore here, and only one has appeared now. That means there is still one. After leaving the dungeon, Lin Tianhao entered the dungeon again. But this time, something unexpected happened to Lin Tianhao. That is, there is no hell level in this dungeon. Because I rescued Princess Leona, the hell level difficulty is gone. Chapter 33 – Blackmailing the Old Village Chief. Without thinking too much, Lin Tianhao chose the Nightmare level dungeon. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Tianhao cleared the Nightmare level of the Lost Princess. The result was that the Ice Flame Demon Ore did not appear. Did I think wrong from the beginning? There is only one Ice Flame Demon Ore here. Lin Tianhao thought to himself. No. The old drunkard had no need to lie to him about this. Could it be that there are 2 hidden copies in this mine? The probability is very low. Since it is not 2 hidden copies, then there is another possibility. Explosion rate. The ice flame demon ore may be here, but because of the explosion rate, it did not explode when he first cleared the difficult level copy. With this in mind, Lin Tianhao entered the Lost Princess copy again. The battle he needs to participate in next is already quite stressful. Even if the last ice flame demon ore does not explode here, he can also regard it as a health refresh. This refresh, it is the 5th consecutive refresh. I have to say, Lin Tianhao's judgment is correct. When he refreshed for the 5th time, he finally saw it in the clearance reward. Ding! You got Ice Flame Demon Ore +1. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. Now that the 3 pieces of Ice Flame Magic Ore in the Novice Village are in his hands, what should he do next? Whether the seal can be opened depends on his mood. Moreover, because of the continuous brushing of the Lost Princess, Lin Tianhao's current health value has exceeded 120,000. With the 9-in-1 longbow, his current combat power has been greatly improved. Coming out of the mine, Lin Tianhao did not go to find the old drunkard or Wang the blacksmith. He went directly to the cliff. As Lin Tianhao expected, the old village chief was still here. It seems that he knew that the next battlefield would be here, so he personally guarded here. Shui Di, why are you here again? Lin Tianhao did not answer this question, but directly took out an ice flame magic ore. Seeing the ice flame magic ore in Lin Tianhao's hand, the calm old village chief's expression suddenly changed. He smiled at Lin Tianhao and said, Shui Di, you found the ice flame demon mine, that's great. Old village chief, what exactly is this ice flame demon mine? You and blacksmith Wang are actually looking for it. Hearing this, the old village chief smiled, this is a very important ore, it is very useful to us, Shui Di, give it to me, I will give you unexpected benefits. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly, the unexpected benefits of the old village chief made him hesitate. What are the details? Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief. The old village chief's face was slightly gloomy, he could see that Lin Tianhao wanted to bargain with him. A gold level ring. Lin Tianhao shook his head. I heard that the price offered by blacksmith Wang is a platinum necklace. The old village chief's face sank, he is a blacksmith, and I am indeed not as good as him in terms of equipment, but if you are willing to give me this ice flame ore, I can give you a saint-level talent awakening stone. Almost all talents can be awakened through the saint-level talent awakening stone. Lin Tianhao pondered for a while. He could not use the saint-level talent awakening stone, but Zhou Xiaopeng and Monkey both had saint-level talents. Giving them this awakening stone can help them awaken their talents as soon as possible and use their talents to become stronger earlier. Not enough, too. Lin Tianhao now has the initiative, so naturally he can't just give up. Shui Di, I only have one, and this is the best thing you can get in the novice village. Lin Tianhao did not comment, then 2 gold level rings. The old village chief's face sank. Lin Tianhao's price has already made him a little angry. Shui Di, if the ice flame demon mine falls into the hands of blacksmith Wang, the novice village will be devastated, and it will also be a disaster for you adventurers. I am willing to pay the price to prevent this disaster. Lin Tianhao sighed, old village chief. I really want to help you, but I am an adventurer, and all I want is profit. Sorry. After saying this, Lin Tianhao turned around and prepared to leave. Stop. The old village chief looked sinister, and a murderous intent burst out from him. What? Old village chief wants to kill me. Kill me, I don't care if I lose a level. Hearing this, the old village chief's momentum was restrained. Yes. Lin Tianhao is an adventurer. Even if he can kill Lin Tianhao here, the end result is just to let Lin Tianhao lose a level. Wait until he returns to the novice village. Lin Tianhao can still hand over the ice flame demon mine to blacksmith Wang. Okay, I agree to your request. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face and completed the transaction with the old village chief. Heavy Thunder Ring, Gold Level. Wearing requirements, Level 10, Archer. Effect 1, Attack plus 350. Effect 2, Critical hit plus 30%. Effect 3, Armor penetration plus 15%. Effect 4, there is a 5% chance to paralyze the opponent. Effect 5, there is a 5% chance to deal double critical damage. Effect 6, there is a 5% chance to trigger a ranged lightning bombing. Wear resistance, 100. 2 rings. The attributes are the same. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly. There are 3 special effect attributes in this attribute. However, the probability is relatively low. Fortunately, the attributes of the 2 rings are the same, and for Lin Tianhao, it can effectively deal relatively large damage. Replacing 2 rings from the Treeman suit resulted in Lin Tianhao's recovery being reduced by 20 points. His health also dropped by more than 1,000. Fortunately, the Treeman suit has a suit effect when it is full of 10 pieces, so for now, it can still hold up. Old village chief, happy cooperation. Lin Tianhao said with a smile. The old village chief's face was not very good. After all, no matter who it is, they would not be too happy to be blackmailed like this. 2 gold level rings, and they are only level 10. It is useful for Lin Tianhao at this stage, but it is just useful. After all, it is just transitional equipment. If it weren't for the possibility of dealing with Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief next Feng, he won't want the equipment, it might be better to change it to free attribute points. Although I thought so in my heart. Lin Tianhao walked back to the novice village. Blacksmith shop. When Wang the blacksmith saw Lin Tianhao coming, his expression was a little sinister. Shuedi, what are you still doing here? As soon as he heard Wang the blacksmith's tone, he knew that Wang the blacksmith must know something. Wang the blacksmith, didn't you ask me to find the ice flame magic mine? I'm here to submit the task now, and you have this attitude. Wang the blacksmith sneered, Shuedi, are you still pretending in front of me? The old drunkard saw you trade the ice flame magic mine to the old village chief, what else can you give me? Lin Tianhao sighed, Wang the blacksmith, there is more than 1 piece of ice flame magic mine. That's it. Lin Tianhao shook his head pretending to be disappointed, since blacksmith Wang doesn't want the ice flame demon mine, then I'll leave. Lin Tianhao turned around and left. Blacksmith Wang's face changed, and he moved to block Lin Tianhao. He changed his previous attitude and said to Lin Tianhao with a smile. Shuedi, I was just joking with you just now. From what you said just now. Do you still have an ice flame demon mine? Lin Tianhao nodded, yes, I do have an ice flame demon mine in my hand, but now I think it might be better to give it all to the old village chief. At least, the old village chief won't treat me like you. Chapter 34 Game with Blacksmith Wang. Hearing this, Blacksmith Wang was a little anxious. Shuedi, we can discuss it. We had such a pleasant cooperation before. There is no reason to be unhappy over such a small matter. Lin Tianhao stopped. Blacksmith Wang, to be honest, the conditions offered by the old village chief are quite generous. When Blacksmith Wang heard this, he knew that Lin Tianhao might ask for a high price. Shuedi, my platinum necklace is not bad either. Not bad, not bad. Lin Tianhao hesitated, but, it's just transitional equipment after all, and the old village chief has even taken out a saint-level awakening stone. However, you can also give me a saint-level awakening stone. Blacksmith Wang's face changed, where did he get a saint-level awakening stone? Shuedi, I really don't have a saint-level awakening stone. However, I can help you upgrade the 9-in-1 longbow to platinum level, and add a platinum level necklace. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. Platinum level main weapon plus platinum level necklace. His combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly improved. But there is still a problem. If he changes the necklace, then there will only be 9 pieces left in the Treeman suit. The suit effect will no longer exist. It's a pity to use platinum equipment as transitional equipment. How about this? Give me a set of gold equipment for archers. 1 set. Wang the blacksmith's face suddenly changed. Shwedi, suits are not cheap. The best in the whole novice village is the bronze suit. This is also the limit of what I can do. Lin Tianhao was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. Bronze level, not even silver, show me the properties of the suit. Wang the blacksmith took a deep breath. When did a player bargain with him like this? But he had no choice. Because the ice flame demon mine was something he must have. Okay. Wang the blacksmith took Lin Tianhao into the inner room, where Lin Tianhao saw 3 bronze suits. This set is the bronze suit suitable for archers, the Qing Feng suit. Lin Tianhao's eyes fell on the Qing Feng suit, and the properties of the suit appeared in front of him. Qing Feng suit. Effect 1, Attack speed plus 3.2. Effect 2, Movement speed plus 5.9. Effect 3, Critical strike plus 35%. Effect 4, Attack plus 1800. Set Special Effect 1, your general attack can stack attack speed, each general attack stacks 0.5 attack speed, up to 6 layers. Set Special Effect 2, your general attack can stack movement speed, each general attack can stack 0.5 movement speed, up to 6 layers. Lin Tianhao frowned. This equipment is not what he wants. Although attack speed and movement speed seem to be important. But he looked at another set of equipment, which is a set of equipment with high anti-injury. What he needs is blood-sucking. Otherwise, if Wang the blacksmith uses that anti-injury equipment, he will be very passive. Shwedi, how is it? Wang the blacksmith asked. Lack. Lin Tianhao spit out 2 words. How could that be? Blacksmith Wang pretended to be surprised. This set has all the attack speed, movement speed, critical strike, and attack power that archers need most. Lin Tianhao smiled noncommittally, it does have all of them. But there is no blood sucking. This is the most headache. At this stage, there is such a thing as anti-injury. Lin Tianhao does not have blood sucking. The faster the attack speed, the faster he will die. Wang the blacksmith's anti-injury suit is a natural counter to this Qing Feng suit. This is premeditated. I don't lack attack speed and crit now, I lack blood sucking. Blood sucking is a special attribute that cannot be added with free attribute points. It can only be obtained through equipment or skills. Wang the blacksmith narrowed his eyes slightly. An archer wants to suck blood, which seems to be to increase the fault tolerance rate. But to be honest, blood sucking is definitely not as tolerant as attack speed and movement speed. As long as these 2 attributes are up, there is nothing to be afraid of. However, there is a premise for this. That is, the opponent does not have anti-injury. Lin Tianhao wanted a blood-sucking suit right away. The answer is already obvious. Looking at the entire novice village. Except for the Twisted Tree Man, who has a low-cost anti-injury attribute, only Wang the blacksmith has it. Snow Queen, the blood-sucking attribute is a special attribute. I do have it here, but the suit does not have it, and only 3 bronze suits have the blood-sucking attribute. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. It seems that Wang the blacksmith guessed some of his intentions. Alas! Lin Tianhao sighed, in this case, I'd better go to the old village chief. Wang the blacksmith's eyes condensed slightly, and an invisible momentum was released. Lin Tianhao only felt that the temperature around him was constantly rising. Ding! You are affected by the high temperature. -18. -18. The damage was not much, but Wang the blacksmith's attitude made Lin Tianhao very unhappy. Wang the blacksmith, are you going to do it? At this point, Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Well, I can't beat you anyway, just kill me. Blacksmith Wang looked gloomy. He naturally knew that Lin Tianhao would only lose level if he was killed. And this is the novice village. If he killed Lin Tianhao in the novice village, the old village chief would definitely use this as an excuse to trouble him. Shuedi, I do have a special equipment that can absorb blood. I believe you will not refuse. Oh. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. What kind of equipment could make Blacksmith Wang so confident? Blacksmith Wang took out a necklace from his arms. Bloodthirsty necklace, special. Wearing requirements, none. Effect, each normal attack restores 1% of its own health. Wearability, 100. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. I have to say. Blacksmith Wang was right. This is a piece of equipment he can't refuse. 1% life recovery. This doesn't seem high. But Lin Tianhao's own HP is high enough. Okay, this ice flame demon ore is yours. Lin Tianhao said. No. Wang the blacksmith shook his head. If I want this equipment, in addition to the ice flame demon ore, I need 1,000 other equipment. Lin Tianhao's face changed slightly. This is a bit too much. Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao's voice was a little lower. Isn't your request a bit too much? Not too much, I believe you will agree. Lin Tianhao smiled without comment. Wang the blacksmith made the right bet. Okay, as you wish, but I don't have it now, it takes some time. No problem, I'll wait for you. The reason why Lin Tianhao agreed was because this was something that happened naturally. He had accumulated a lot of equipment in his hands by brushing dungeons. His next idea was to increase his HP as much as possible by brushing dungeons. The ideal situation is to upgrade the Hand of Heavenly Punishment to 3 stars, so that his damage can be greatly improved. Coming out of the novice village, Lin Tianhao started to work overtime to brush the twisted jungle. Emerald City. When Zhu Meng Yangxiu saw the message sent by his subordinates, his expression was a little strange. It's been so long, and he's still level 10. It seems there is no hope. Zhu Meng Yangxiu replied a message, don't pay attention to Shuedi anymore. Even if he goes online now, he can't catch up with me. Do you still need to recruit him? Zhu Meng Yangxiu hesitated for a while. Recruitment is fine, the annual salary is reduced to 1 million. If you agree, it's fine. If you don't agree, forget it. He is slow in the game, so don't worry about him. Chapter 35 I accept this task. It's not just Zhu Meng Yangxiu. People in other clubs who are paying attention to Lin Tianhao have reduced their attention to Lin Tianhao. After all, the early stage of Ragnarok is very important, and Lin Tianhao has been stuck at level 10 for such a long time, which inevitably makes them wonder whether Lin Tianhao's value is still good. It was Futa Dungeon. He had been following Lin Tianhao all along, and even sent Lin Tianhao several messages of concern. Unfortunately, he did not receive any reply. On the internet, there were also bloggers who posted. They said that Lin Tianhao was just like everyone else. Snow Emperor, I believe everyone still remembers him. The successive server-wide announcements and invitations from major clubs with annual salaries of hundreds of millions have made his popularity soar. But now a day has passed, and other players are making great progress. Only Snow Emperor has remained at level 10 without moving forward. According to my guess, he is just a flash in the pan genius. After entering the main city, when the boss has the 2 skills of dominance and rage, his infinite floating skills cannot be used. As for some people saying that Snow Emperor has something offline and has not been online, I think it is nonsense. Who would not go offline with an annual salary of hundreds of millions? After this blogger's analysis came out, many people agreed with his opinion. In fact, in the eyes of professional players, the blogger's words are full of loopholes. But most ordinary players don't understand the game well enough, so they think the blogger is right. But professional players won't die for someone they don't know well. However, others didn't die. When Futu Dungeon saw this post, he couldn't bear to read it. He immediately opened a new post to respond. First of all, about the blogger named Game Donga, Please think before you speak. With the floating skills, even if the Snow Emperor can't beat the boss, can't he beat ordinary monsters? Besides, have you seen the live broadcast of Hu Ji Zhongcheng Fen Ji? What is the damage of the Snow Emperor? Will he be stuck at level 10 and can't upgrade? Futu Dungeon's death immediately caused quite a stir. After all, Futu Dungeon is the young master of the Futu Guild. And he has made a name for himself in the main city with the elite Treeman suit. Therefore, there are still many players who know Futu Dungeon. His post was just published for 15 minutes, and Game Donga has already posted a new post. I didn't expect that a professional player would actually be a fan of Shwedi. I don't deny that Shwedi's floating skills are very powerful, but so what? His damage value in the novice village is already very outrageous. Relying on free attributes or equipment, it is almost impossible to have such abnormal damage. So, I speculate that Shwedi is likely to have special props for damage amplification. This is not unheard of in the early stage of the game. But special props often have time limits. I think that the time of Shwedi's special props is up, and the damage returns to normal, so she is indistinguishable from the crowd. Game Dong Ji and Fu Tu Dun Shan began to argue with each other. Both have a certain fan base. Their argument caused an uproar on the internet. It has even rushed into the top 10 hot searches. At this moment, as a key figure in this incident, Lin Tianhao is happily brushing the twisted jungle. Clear once, twice, 3 times. Here we have to thank one of the benefits of the novice village. Unlimited slots in the backpack. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao's backpack would have been full. Lin Tianhao didn't even count how many times he had played the hell level difficulty of the twisted jungle. He only knew that he had been playing it all the time. Finally. Ding! Your Hand of Heavenly Punishment has been upgraded to 3 stars. Hand of Heavenly Punishment, Super God level 3 stars. Effect 1, each normal attack causes 3% of your own health value in real damage. Effect 2, each normal attack permanently increases 3 health points. Proficiency, 0/100000000. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Hand of Heavenly Punishment was finally upgraded. At the same time, his health value also exceeded 220,000. Now according to the effect of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment, he can deal 6,600 real damage with a normal attack. And each normal attack can also permanently increase 3 health points. After the Hand of Heavenly Punishment was upgraded, Lin Tianhao did not stop. Cleared the dungeon and got a lot of rewards again. Lin Tianhao checked the equipment and found that there were more than 1,100 pieces. The requirements of Wang the blacksmith's mission had been met. Returned to the novice village. Lin Tianhao found Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith, I brought the things you wanted. Wang the blacksmith was a little surprised. He obviously didn't expect Lin Tianhao to come so quickly. Lin Tianhao took out the equipment and the ice flame demon mine. Seeing these things, Wang the blacksmith also took out the bloodthirsty necklace. Exchanged with each other. Lin Tianhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. With this bloodthirsty necklace, plus the control-free ability of the purification jade pendant, Lin Tianhao's pressure was reduced a lot at once. Control-free, blood-sucking, plus his current attributes and skills. He felt that even if he fought with the old village chief, he would have the strength to fight. Shwedi, you have got what you want now, shouldn't you leave? Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. To be honest, I have offended several guilds in the main city. If I go there, I will probably be killed and can't leave the main city. Hearing this, Wang the blacksmith's face darkened. The old drunkard scolded, Shwedi, don't push it too far. The affairs of the novice village are not something you can get involved in. Lin Tianhao grinned, I value benefits. As long as the benefits are in place, the old village chief will be ruined. Wang the blacksmith stared at Lin Tianhao. He was optimistic about Lin Tianhao's strength. It's a pity that Lin Tianhao has been a little capricious recently, which makes him untrustworthy. Moreover, he always feels that Lin Tianhao is the variable. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, he hopes that Lin Tianhao will leave the novice village. But if Lin Tianhao is willing to help him sincerely, then the benefits he can get are also very huge. Okay. Blacksmith Wang nodded. Shui Di, if you really want to help me, then go and destroy the resurrection altar now. Lin Tianhao's face changed. If he destroys the resurrection altar now, his retreat will be destroyed. In other words, if he is killed without a resurrection altar in the novice village, he will be forced to resurrect in the main city. The risk is too great. Even though Lin Tianhao's dead tree resurrection has been upgraded to 3 stars, the invincible golden body has not cooled down yet, so this thing cannot be done. Blacksmith Wang, the resurrection altar cannot be destroyed now, that would cut off my own path. How about waiting for the old village chief to die and then destroying the resurrection altar? Blacksmith Wang sneered. Obviously, he doubted Lin Tianhao more. Shui Di, it's hard for me to trust you. How about this, you go to the cliff and fight the old village chief. There is a resurrection altar, and you can be resurrected even if you die. As for upgrading, I believe it will be easy for you. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Wang Taijiang is forcing him to stand on the side. Ding, Wang Taijiang issued a task to you. Task requirements, go to the cliff to fight the old village chief. Task penalty, unknown. Task reward, unknown. If he accepts this task to attack the old village chief, it means that he will completely break up with the old village chief. From Wang Taijiang's perspective, Lin Tianhao can only choose to stand on his side. Wang Taijiang had a joking look on his face. In his opinion, Lin Tianhao would never accept this task. But Lin Tianhao's next answer stunned him. Okay, I accept this task. Chapter 36. The old village chief is actually a fighter. Blacksmith Wang was stunned for a moment. Oh? Then I hope you can successfully kill the old village chief. If you kill the old village chief alone, I will give you a growable weapon for archers. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This kind of growable weapon is the most perverted. Because only growable weapons have no upper limit. It can surpass the artifact and become the legendary super artifact. Okay, I'll go now. Lin Tianhao also wanted to try what the old village chief of the novice village is like. It is said that the old village chief of the novice village is the biggest boss of the novice village. This time he can find out. Cliff. When Lin Tianhao arrived here, I don't know when, a pergola has been built here, and the old village chief is sitting in the pergola drinking tea. Seeing Lin Tianhao coming at this time, he took out a cup and poured a cup of tea for Lin Tianhao. Shui Di, come over for a drink. Swish. The old village chief responded with a feather arrow. The feather arrow accurately hit the teacup in the old village chief's hand. The old village chief sighed. Shui Di, you disappoint me so much. I didn't expect you to end up with Wang the blacksmith. Lin Tianhao looked indifferent. Old village chief, there's no need to say more nonsense, just do it. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tianhao took the lead. The feather arrow broke through the air and flew towards the old village chief's eyebrows. The old village chief smiled, but did not take any action. Lin Tianhao's feather arrow actually hovered in front of him, turned into an ice sculpture, and finally shattered. Lin Tianhao's face changed suddenly. But the attack did not stop. Twisting the string arrow method. The high-speed rotating feather arrow was finally not frozen by the old village chief. The feather arrow with such strong penetrability was actually slapped away by the old village chief with his fingers. Then, the old village chief threw it away. The feather arrow actually flew towards Lin Tianhao, and the speed of flight was very fast. In just a blink of an eye, the feather arrow was close to Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao he rolled over and narrowly avoided the arrows. The old village chief's method was too terrifying. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. Fighter. The method the old village chief showed now corresponded to a relatively special profession. Do you understand? The old village chief grinned. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. Lin Tianhao immediately dodged sideways. But the old village chief was too fast. His dodge was not successful, and the old village chief grabbed his arm and threw him over his shoulder. Bang! Lin Tianhao fell to the ground, cracking the ground. -5128. A huge damage value appeared. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. He wanted to run, but the old village chief had already grabbed his legs and hung him upside down. Bang! At the moment when Lin Tianhao was hung upside down, the old village chief's knee hit Lin Tianhao's spine violently. Crack! -10,256. Lin Tianhao felt that his bones were about to fall apart. In other words, this is a game, and everything is digitized. Otherwise, Lin Tianhao would probably be paralyzed now. But then, the old village chief was like Lin Tianhao, interpreting what it means to achieve the goal by any means. The old village chief smashed down between the legs of the upside-down Lin Tianhao with a knife. Lin Tianhao subconsciously clamped his legs together, then turned over with the help of the old village chief's knife, jumped up, and sat on the old village chief's shoulder. The experience gained from long-term life and death battles in his previous life made Lin Tianhao immediately hold the bow in reverse, and the bowstring twisted around the old village chief's neck and pulled back. The old village chief was unable to breathe and blushed. But his reaction speed was also ridiculously fast. A monkey stealing peach, grabbing Lin Tianhao's legs in the opposite direction. Lin Tianhao's face changed. This old village chief is really a jerk. Lin Tianhao even suspected that the old village chief had been attacked like this before, so he wanted to use this method to target him. But it must be said that the old village chief's method is very effective. Lin Tianhao had to dodge. The old village chief stood up and rushed up quickly. Twisting the string arrow method. Lin Tianhao shot an arrow at the extreme close range. -6612. Lin Tianhao was so shocked. Because there is only real damage. This is simply outrageous. In other words, his close-range twisting arrow did not break the defense, which is terrible. The old village chief was also a little surprised. It seems that he did not expect that Lin Tianhao's attack on him could cause such high damage. Even though he was a little surprised, the old village chief's movements were not slow at all. He resisted Lin Tianhao's arrow and hit Lin Tianhao into the air with a hook punch. Then he jumped up and threw a set of combination punches. Wait! How come this combination punch is so similar to the combination punch of the old drunkard? Could it be that the old drunkard is the old village chief's man? This possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, the old village chief had planted people around Wang the blacksmith before, and now he has planted his men again, which can also explain it. But Lin Tianhao is not in the mood to think so much now. Because before he landed, the old village chief grabbed his head and hit him hard on his knees. Is this the fighting method of a fighter? The old village chief's fighting skills simply subverted his imagination. Now Lin Tianhao is like a toy, and he has no power to resist in the hands of the old village chief. He is almost infinitely controlled and knocked away. Bang! Once again, Lin Tianhao was hit hard on the ground, and his health bar dropped sharply. 220,000 health points, now less than 1/3. But the old village chief still did not give Lin Tianhao a chance to react, and the old village chief raised his hand. Lin Tianhao was frozen. Then, the old village chief hit the frozen Lin Tianhao fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge damage number floated above Lin Tianhao's head. -59,280. Nearly 60,000 damage instantly killed Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao was killed before he even had the dead tree revived. Because his health was higher than 10%, he was killed instantly, so the dead tree revived was not triggered. Novice Village. In the Resurrection Altar, Lin Tianhao came out. His level dropped from level 10 to level 9. This result made the few players who were still paying attention to him dumbfounded. Especially Futu Dungeon. He confronted Dong Ji, the game master, online and supported Lin Tianhao. But now there is no news of Lin Tianhao's resurgence, and he has dropped a level instead. Lin Tianhao dropped a level. Who should I say who is the happiest? Without a doubt, the game director. Before, he and Futu Dunshan had a quarrel, and both of them insisted on their own opinions, which led to him not having the upper hand. But now it is different. Lin Tianhao dropped a level. This is something to write about. Just 10 minutes. The game director posted a post. At Futu Dunshan, haha, what else is there to say now? The Snow Emperor you praised to the sky has dropped a level. It has been such a long time since she was upgraded. Now she has dropped a level, which proves what I said before. The Snow Emperor is just lucky. She got some special props in the Novice Village. Even her infinite floating is not a skill, but the result of the blessing of special props. This drop in level can fully prove that the Snow Emperor has become mediocre. And is even worse than the majority of ordinary players. Chapter 37, Novice Village version of Infernal Affairs. What the game boss said immediately made many ordinary players agree, and even some high-level players felt that what the game boss said made sense. When Futu Dunshan saw the game boss's post, he was so angry that his teeth itched. To be honest, he still believed that Lin Tianhao was awesome. Because Lin Tianhao helped him level up. Those operations were really not something that ordinary players could do. However, he really didn't know how to refute it now. He hadn't leveled up for a long time, and now he was downgraded. Even if he wanted to wash it, he had no way to start. But he still didn't admit his defeat. He simply posted a post. Everyone makes mistakes. I guess Xuedi had something offline and was delayed for a long time. After going online, in order to speed up the progress, he forced himself to jump to a higher level to fight high-level monsters, so he accidentally downgraded. Futu Dunshan's obvious sophistry attracted many people's ridicule. Futu Club. As soon as Futu Dunshan posted the post, he received a private message. Don't worry about Xuedi's affairs, and don't post those messy things on the internet. That will only make others think that people in our family have problems with their IQ. Seeing this message, Futu Dunshan was immediately unhappy. Sister, even you think Xuedi is not good enough. Isn't the fact that he can do it? Futu Dunshan was speechless for a moment, but he still insisted, I believe that Xuedi is just a temporary failure, and he will definitely rise again. Lin Tianhao didn't know. Because he dropped a level, it caused such an uproar. Coming out of the resurrection altar, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao and smiled, not bad, you actually knocked off more than 6,000 HP of the old village chief. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched, I never dreamed that the old village chief was actually a fighter. Yes, he is a fighter, and a dual-element fighter of ice and fire. Lin Tianhao waved his hand, okay, I'm going to level up. After saying this, he left the novice village and went to the twisted jungle. Entering the dungeon, Lin Tianhao's eyes became sharper. This time he fought with the old village chief. He did not wear the purification jade pendant. He went to fight with the old village chief this time, and he did not think about how much HP he would really knock off the old village chief. It was more about testing the skills of the old village chief and gaining the trust of Wang the blacksmith. Now the Hand of Heaven's punishment has reached 3 stars, and a normal attack can add 3 health points. But the same problem appeared. The wild monsters in the twisted jungle could not withstand his attack at all. He was killed in a few hits, and the accumulated health points were also very limited. Solo twist jungle twice. Lin Tianhao successfully reached level 10. There is no free attribute point reward for reaching level 10 again. But it doesn't matter. He didn't rush back to the novice village, but accumulated his health points to 250,000 here before going back. With a higher health point, he can be more confident. Novice village, blacksmith shop. Lin Tianhao submitted the task of confronting the old village chief. Ding, you completed the task of blacksmith Wang, and the reward is +5 free attribute points. Lin Tianhao frowned. This reward is a bit low. But Lin Tianhao still didn't say anything. Wang the blacksmith, the old village chief, is more powerful than I imagined. It's hard for me to compete with him by myself. Wang the blacksmith nodded. The old village chief has dominated the novice village for such a long time, so he must have his own unique way. Then how should we fight the old village chief? Lin Tianhao asked subconsciously. I will fight the old village chief head-on, and you can assist from the side. At this point, Wang the blacksmith continued. But before that, I need you and the old drunkard to go to the mine. Ding, blacksmith Wang has issued a hidden mission to you. Mission requirements: kill the old drunkard. Mission penalty: unknown. Mission reward: unknown. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. When the old village chief attacked him with a combination of punches, he felt that it was very similar to the combination of punches of the old drunkard. So he also had some doubts. Now it seems. Blacksmith Wang also suspected the old drunkard. Okay. Lin Tianhao nodded. The old drunkard didn't seem to notice blacksmith Wang's thoughts and went to the mine with Lin Tianhao. At the entrance of the mine, the old drunkard looked at Lin Tianhao with a smile. Shui Di, blacksmith Wang asked you to kill me. Lin Tianhao was shocked. The old drunkard actually knew it. Don't be so surprised. Blacksmith Wang is suspicious by nature. He must have discovered something, so he asked you to come with me. Lin Tianhao smiled. Since you know, why did you come? The old drunkard smiled. Of course I have to come. Because I must die. Only in this way can you fully gain his trust. Oh. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. I have taken action against the old village chief and have gained the trust of blacksmith Wang. No, you don't have his trust. At this time, a figure walked out from the direction of the mine. Seeing that person, Lin Tianhao was surprised. Because the person who came was none other than the old village chief. Lin Tianhao felt. This small novice village was about to be turned into infernal affairs by himself. It seems that the old drunkard is really your man. Lin Tianhao smiled bitterly. The old village chief nodded. Yes, including the flaws, which we deliberately left for Wang the blacksmith to find. The purpose is to let you kill the old drunkard and gain his trust completely. Then what? Cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot? Sneak attack him in the real decisive battle? Lin Tianhao asked. I guess so. Remember the mandala potion I gave you? Put it in Wang the blacksmith's wine jar and let him drink it. Then you will be the biggest hero in this battle. Lin Tianhao was silent. The old village chief seemed to see that Lin Tianhao was hesitating, and he continued. Snow Emperor. You have been delayed in the novice village for so long. Help me with this, I will definitely give you a reward beyond the current stage. Lin Tianhao was silent, he seemed to be thinking. But in fact he already had the answer. Don't look at him fighting against the old village chief last time. He didn't even have the strength to parry. That's because he didn't wear the purification jade pendant. If he wears the purification jade pendant, the old village chief will not be able to control him continuously. Moreover, he has accumulated 80 free attribute points now. If all are added to the movement speed, then his movement speed will reach a very scary level. Okay, old village chief, I believe you. After hesitating and struggling for a long time, Lin Tianhao said seriously. The good things in Wang the blacksmith's hand are of very limited help to me. I hope that the things in your hand can be of some use to me. While speaking, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow has already landed on the old drunkard. The old drunkard did not resist and quietly welcomed death. Not only him, but also his blue and white snake. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the blue and white snake. A full server announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your name? No. Full server announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the blue and white snake. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Chapter 38 The War Begins. Ding! You have completed the first kill of the old drunkard. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player Shwedi for completing the first kill of the old drunkard. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. 2 consecutive server-wide announcements sounded. This made the originally depressed Fu Tu Dun Shan excited all of a sudden. Killing 2 bosses in a row, isn't this bragging? I'm going to refute the game Brother Dong. At Game Dong Ge, what do you say now? Shwedi Master completed the first kill of 2 bosses in a short time. Let me ask, who else? In your words, from this point, it can prove what I said before. Shwedi Master's previous level drop was just a mistake. Game Dong Ge did not soften his mouth because of Lin Tianhao's sudden double kill of the boss. He responded shortly after Fu Tu Dun Shan's post came out. 2 bosses with no gold content, this doesn't mean anything, and all signs show that Shwedi is still a novice. Village. Is it worth bragging to kill 2 bosses in the novice village at this stage? A new round of collisions began on the internet. But Lin Tianhao, the initiator, had no idea. After killing the blue-flowered snake and the old drunkard, he chose to touch the corpse. Ding! You got skill book +2. Ding! You got equipment +3. Ding! You got the special item, Golden Light Talisman. Ding! You got the special item Wine Gourd. Ding! You got gold coins +10. The rewards are not particularly generous. Lin Tianhao looked at the skills and equipment, but they were not as good as his own, and there was nothing he could use. Then Lin Tianhao looked at the Golden Light Talisman and the Wine Gourd. Golden Light Talisman, Special Prop. Effect: after activating, you can get Golden Light Protection, Magic Resistance +100, Armor +300, and the duration is 5 minutes. Note: disposable consumables. Wine Gourd, Special Prop. Effect: collect natural treasures and put them into it, and you can automatically brew special wine, including but not limited to providing free attribute points, temporary buffs, etc. Note: the more precious the natural treasures, the better the wine that can be brewed. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This Golden Light Talisman is very ordinary for him. But this wine gourd seems a little bit unusual. It's just that Lin Tianhao can't figure out what kind of natural treasures get what for the time being. And in the early stage of the game, it's not easy to get natural treasures. After putting away his things, Lin Tianhao smiled at the old village chief, and then returned to the novice village. Blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Wang was forging iron. Seeing Lin Tianhao coming back, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Shwedi, you really didn't let me down. Ding! You completed the task of Blacksmith Wang. Task reward, Qing Feng suit +1. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This Qing Feng suit is very effective for him. The most important attack speed and movement speed have been improved. But Lin Tianhao already has a bloodthirsty necklace, 2 gold level rings and a 9-in-1 longbow. He has to make some choices. The 9-in-1 longbow must be kept, after all, it has blood-sucking and so many powerful attributes. The heavy thunder ring is average, for the sake of attack speed and movement speed, he can temporarily not wear the heavy thunder ring. After just a brief thought, Lin Tianhao replaced a heavy thunder ring, forming a 10-piece Qing Feng suit plus a heavy thunder ring, a bloodthirsty necklace and the main weapon, the 9-in-1 longbow. After putting on this set of equipment, Lin Tianhao's attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. Blacksmith Wang, when are we going to act? Lin Tianhao asked straight to the point. He had spent too much time in the novice village, so he naturally needed to consider leaving the novice village as soon as possible. Blacksmith Wang smiled mysteriously, now. Lin Tianhao nodded and asked, how to fight? Blacksmith Wang smiled and said, the old village chief and I have fought secretly many times before. This time, you are the variable. Oh. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Why? If we fight head-on, neither the old village chief nor I are sure that we can defeat each other, but if you help, that's not necessarily the case. I see. Lin Tianhao smiled and said, so, we are going directly to the cliff to find the old village chief. Yes, before that, go to the tavern and buy me 2 jars of wine. Okay. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised that this blacksmith Wang actually needed to drink. Tavern. After Lin Tianhao bought the wine, he did not poison the wine as agreed with the old village chief. In this battle, no matter who wins in the end, Lin Tianhao hopes it will be a tragic victory. Because only in this way can he reap the benefits of being a fisherman. After Wang the blacksmith got the wine sent back by Lin Tianhao, he first tested it with a silver needle. After all, the old drunkard is the old village chief's man. Even if he is dead, we still have to be careful. Lin Tianhao was a little stunned. Is this the absolute trust that the old village chief said? This silver needle test. It is said that he does not trust the old drunkard. But in fact, he does not trust him. Let's go. After seeing that the silver needle did not change color, Wang the blacksmith showed a satisfied smile on his face. Let's go. Lin Tianhao followed blacksmith Wang all the way to the cliff. The old village chief was still drinking tea in the pavilion. Seeing the arrival of Lin Tianhao and blacksmith Wang, he smiled. Old Wang, we have known each other for so many years, do we have to go this far? Blacksmith Wang snorted coldly, old village chief, I don't want to go this far either, but I have advised you, you didn't listen, and I have no choice. Can I listen? You want to destroy our novice village. You are the one who wants to destroy our novice village. Blacksmith Wang roared with some excitement, I want to solve it once and for all, and your method is to boil the frog in warm water. Our novice village must be finished. The old village chief sighed, at this point, you are still so stubborn. You are the one who is stubborn. Blacksmith Wang shouted. The old village chief shook his head, in this case, there is nothing to say. As soon as the voice fell, a silver-white suit appeared on the old village chief. Silver suit. This can be considered very perverted in the novice village. However, Blacksmith Wang is even more perverted. Because what Blacksmith Wang is wearing is actually a gold suit. It seems that you have already created this black tortoise suit. The old village chief looked a little solemn. Blacksmith Wang nodded with a smile, yes, I have to thank Xuedi for this. He helped me collect a lot of equipment, otherwise I would not have been able to create the black turtle set today. What a pity, there are only 10 pieces. If it were 13 pieces, I might not be your opponent. The old village chief was fearless. Blacksmith Wang scolded, old village chief, you are about to die, and you still talk big. As soon as the voice fell, Blacksmith Wang took the lead. He charged at the old village chief with a barbed shield in his hand. Chapter 39 Blacksmith Wang vs Old Village Chief. Seeing this, the old village chief jumped up and actually jumped towards the cliff behind him. There was a thin steel wire above the cliff, and his body landed steadily on the steel wire. Seeing this, the shield in Wang blacksmith's hand flew out of his hand. Bang! The sharp edge of the shield cut the steel wire in an instant. The old village chief jumped up and took advantage of the gap in Wang the blacksmith's hand when he had no weapon to kill Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith's face changed slightly. Shui di! Lin Tianhao attacked without hesitation. The bowstring arrow broke through the air instantly, and flew towards the old village chief with a strong impact. The old village chief slapped the feather arrow away with a palm, and at the same time grabbed Wang the blacksmith's collar and slammed Wang the blacksmith to the ground. -3958. The old village chief's damage was still as high as ever. Even Wang the blacksmith, who already had a gold suit, was still not good enough in front of the old village chief. However, what surprised Lin Tianhao was a huge damage number also appeared above the old village chief's head. 2775. Reverse injury. This reverse injury effect is really terrifying. The old village chief was not surprised, and there was always green light coming out of his body. +1000. +1000. It's similar to Lin Tianhao's recovery skill, which can restore blood volume. This is interesting. The old village chief's automatic blood recovery can restore 1000 blood volume per second. Blacksmith Wang was wearing a tank suit again, so they had to fight. But Blacksmith Wang didn't seem to want to fight a protracted battle. The shield flew back and charged at the old village chief again. The old village chief wanted to distance himself, but Blacksmith Wang had already used his taunting skill. After being taunted, the old village chief began to attack Blacksmith Wang involuntarily. -1598. The old village chief's attack damage was still very high. Although there was a counter-injury, the old village chief was still able to handle it with ease thanks to the blood recovery effect of the old village chief. Blacksmith Wang obviously couldn't be so weak. The shield in his hand hit the old village chief. -5285. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Blacksmith Wang's damage was quite good among combat professions. After the taunting, the old village chief looked extremely sinister. But he didn't retreat, but took a step forward and kicked against the shield. Then he jumped up and landed on top of the Blacksmith Wang. The next moment, frost condensed on the palm of the old village chief. Bang! A slap wrapped in frost hit the top of the Blacksmith Wang's head fiercely. -8299. A huge damage number appeared. Snow Emperor, stop watching the show. Blacksmith Wang used his shield to rotate upwards, forcing the old village chief to dodge. Swish! The feather arrow broke through the air. Lin Tianhao's target was not the old village chief, but Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith was hit by Lin Tianhao's arrow and shouted angrily, "Snow Emperor, what are you doing?" Lin Tianhao spread his hands. Wang the blacksmith, this can't be blamed on me. If you want to blame someone, blame the old village chief for giving too much. This is actually an excuse. The reason why Lin Tianhao attacked Wang the blacksmith was because he knew that if the old village chief died with his blood sucking, it is still difficult to compete with the anti-injury of Wang the blacksmith. The anti-injury attribute is already about 70%. And it is not ruled out that Wang Tai the blacksmith has hidden means. So, Lin Tianhao wants to help the old village chief kill Wang the blacksmith. Shui di, my anti-injury ability, even if you help the old village chief, it won't be of much use. Wang the blacksmith is still trying to win over Lin Tianhao. But Lin Tianhao's expression is indifferent, and he doesn't mean to talk nonsense. Feather arrows continue to break through the air. Wang the blacksmith's health bar began to drop rapidly. Even the gold level suit is still not immune to Lin Tianhao's real damage. At the same time, Lin Tianhao is also losing blood rapidly. Every time he attacks normally, he will lose more than 4,000 health points due to anti-injury. But Lin Tianhao's bloodthirsty heart can only restore more than 2,000. Even if the recovery skill and the attributes of the 9-in-1 longbow are added, the recovery is barely above 3,000. In this case, this more than 4,000 anti-injury will cause Lin Tianhao to continue to lose blood. The more times he attacks normally, the more damage he will suffer. Therefore, Lin Tianhao was not the main output. He was slacking off. That's right. He was just slacking off. He didn't even deliberately interrupt the attack of Wang the blacksmith. Because his goal was not to kill Wang the blacksmith. He wanted Wang the blacksmith to die. He also needed the old village chief to die. If they were all dead, then no one in the novice village could stop him. Now the intensity of the battle between Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was very high. Both of them were the ceiling level figures in the novice village. But Lin Tianhao could still see it. In terms of fighting skills, Wang the blacksmith was far inferior to the old village chief. The old village chief kicked Wang the blacksmith down with a sliding tackle, and then grabbed Wang the blacksmith's arm and threw him over his shoulder. After the over his shoulder, he immediately followed up with an inverted elbow strike. The series of actions were smooth and did not even give Wang the blacksmith much time to react. The blood volume of Wang the blacksmith and the old village chief was decreasing, but Wang the blacksmith's was obviously decreasing faster. After all, the old village chief was the one who took the initiative to attack, and Wang the blacksmith was mainly relying on counterattack. Lin Tianhao continued to slack off on the side, and at the same time, he also wanted to see the old village chief's fighting skills. Learning would also make it easier for him to deal with the old village chief after Wang the blacksmith was killed. However, at this moment, Wang the blacksmith's counterattack began. Thunder appeared on his armor, paralyzing the old village chief who was close to him. It was this short paralysis that Wang the blacksmith directly hit the old village chief's throat with the edge of his shield. Whirlwind 9 consecutive slashes. Wang the blacksmith slashed down with the shield in his hand, and 9 high-speed rotating shield phantoms passed through the old village chief's body. -2958. -2958. -2958. A series of damage numbers appeared. The old village chief wanted to fight back, but how could Wang the blacksmith miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He smashed the shield in his hand to the ground. A light shield immediately appeared above the old village chief's head. Gravity light shield. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The old village chief's strength, under this gravity light shield, his body sank slightly. It was this fleeting opportunity that Wang the blacksmith made another move. He slapped the shield with a slap. Ambush from all sides. 10 shields with spikes appeared around the old village chief after falling behind him. These shields kept hitting the old village chief, knocking off the old village chief's health. The old village chief looked a little ugly, and the frost on his fist disappeared, replaced by flames. Bang! The old village chief punched a shield, and the huge impact force blew up the shield. The explosion of flames splashed more than 10 meters away, shaking Wang the blacksmith's body. Swoosh! The old village chief's body turned into a shadow, and in an instant he came behind Wang the blacksmith. Mountain-breaking fist. With a punch, Wang the blacksmith was knocked out. Before he landed, the old village chief grabbed his hind legs. 18 falls. Bang bang bang. The scene was horrible. Wang the blacksmith was caught by the hind legs by the old village chief and was thrown into a round of extremely brutal 18 falls. And Wang the blacksmith fell on his face every time, and that feeling was very sour. Chapter 40 Seamless Connection, Decisive Battle with the Old Village Chief. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. He was thinking, if he would encounter this situation when fighting with the old village chief later. At this moment, the old village chief used all his strength to throw Wang the blacksmith into the air. Then he was greeted with fists one after another. Fighter. This kind of fist-to-flesh fighting style is very exciting to watch. But Lin Tianhao remained unmoved and continued to slack off to the end. BATI. Blacksmith Wang roared and activated the BATI body, immediately free from all control. At the moment of opening the hegemony, the shield in his hand flew out. Space barrier, Broken. This shield actually tore a hole in the space. Shwedi, I will remember you. When I meet you next time, I will definitely become your nightmare. Stop him. Lin Tianhao's face changed suddenly. Wang the blacksmith forcibly tore open the space barrier and prepared to escape. The old village chief reacted quickly and immediately blocked in front of Wang the blacksmith. Sacrificing equipment to break the space barrier, Lao Wang, you are simply crazy. Wang the blacksmith snorted coldly, today, I lost this game, I hope you can take care of yourself. Lin Tianhao's face was ugly. He could not understand how Wang the blacksmith opened the space barrier for the time being. Even if he sacrificed the gold level suit on him, there was no reason to do this step. Stop him. Lin Tianhao couldn't let blacksmith Wang leave, so he attacked again. This time, he fired 5 arrows at once. This was the limit of what Lin Tianhao could do at this stage. He couldn't let blacksmith Wang leave. But in the state of tyrant body, the old village chief couldn't stop the blacksmith Wang from charging, let alone Lin Tianhao. Destroy the terrain. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at once. Although he couldn't repel blacksmith Wang, he could change the terrain. The feather arrows blocked blacksmith Wang's way in the form of a fence, delaying his departure. The old village chief's eyes lit up. Ice and fire fist. The old village chief punched the ground in front of blacksmith Wang, and a big pit was smashed out of the ground. Although tyrant body is immune to various negative effects such as knockback, control, and deceleration, but it is not immune to terrain. There is a pit in front, and it is impossible to fly over the pit even with tyrant body. The old village chief used all his skills just to stop Wang the blacksmith from leaving. Wang the blacksmith originally thought that he would be able to leave if he activated his hegemony. But the current situation made him a little panicked. Frenzy. Wild charge. Wang the blacksmith activated 2 skills at the same time, and his speed suddenly increased. Hegemony, mad hegemony. Frozen pulse fist. The old village chief also used his hegemony and fury to the full, not giving Wang the blacksmith any chance. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at once, constantly blocking the space where Wang the blacksmith could move. As long as Wang the blacksmith's hegemony ended, he would definitely die. Moreover, the space crack was getting smaller. As long as it was delayed, Wang the blacksmith would be dead. Wang the blacksmith also knew this, and he roared. 9-hit floating combo. He actually used his skills to float in the air and wanted to rush into the space crack. However, how could the old village chief give him this opportunity? He jumped up and hit Wang the blacksmith. Both of them were using their hegemony, and neither could defeat the other. They were in a stalemate for a few seconds before landing again. But at this time, the space crack had healed. Lin Tianhao didn't care to think about how Wang the blacksmith created the space crack. He began to attack Wang the blacksmith with all his strength. Without the gold suit and the anti-injury, Lin Tianhao was already fearless. The old village chief was the same. Less than a minute. Wang the blacksmith fell down unwillingly. At the moment when Wang the blacksmith fell, Lin Tianhao's feather arrow was launched. This time the target was the old village chief. The seamless attack made the old village chief a little surprised. Shwedi, what are you doing? Lin Tianhao looked serious. Send the old village chief to his death. The old village chief roared in exasperation, you are looking for death. He wanted to rush towards Lin Tianhao, but found that Lin Tianhao's speed was a bit ridiculous. Lin Tianhao had accumulated 80 free attribute points before. At this time, he added all of them to the speed. It was to deal with the old village chief, the fighter. The fighter profession. There are many small skills, and the combo is also very scary. There is a group of people among the ancient warriors who like the fighter profession. If a fighter gets close to you, you will really lose a layer of skin if you don't die. Lin Tianhao's 80 free attribute points increased his speed by 8 points. In addition, the passive speed of the Qing Feng suit is stacked up. This effect is terrifying under the double stacking. Moreover, because the health value is stacked up, now Lin Tianhao can knock down more than 7000 HP of the old village chief with a normal attack. 5 arrows per second, the damage that can be dealt in 1 second is as high as 38,000. Shui Di, if you kill me, you are destroying the novice village. The old village chief looked sinister and roared. Lin Tianhao did not make any response, or rather, his response was only a continuous stream of feather arrows. Without the two skills of Tyrant Body and Rage, the old village chief with the skill was like a toy in front of Lin Tianhao. But at this moment, the old village chief smiled coldly. 9 shadow steps. The next moment, the old village chief turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Lin Tianhao. 1 more step, and he was already behind Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao had expected that his feather arrows would be launched as soon as the old village chief appeared. But in the case of close combat, the old village chief just turned around to avoid Lin Tianhao's feather arrows. At the same time, blue frost condensed on his palm. Ding! You are affected by the frost, the attack speed is reduced by 14%, and the movement speed is reduced by 14%. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. The old village chief's skill is a bit abnormal. Don't underestimate this 14%. Now Lin Tianhao is wearing a purification jade pendant, which can reduce 80% of the negative effects. In other words, the effect of the old village chief's skill is to reduce the attack speed and movement speed by 70%. This is very abnormal no matter what stage it is. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows at once. At the same time, he distanced himself. The old village chief had a good idea. But when he saw Lin Tianhao still distanced himself at a brisk pace, he was completely dumbfounded. However, he only used 2 of the 9-layer shadow steps. Without any hesitation, he took a step forward and appeared behind Lin Tianhao again. Although Lin Tianhao had already reacted, he swept out the longbow in his hand. But the old village chief had too much combat experience. He leaned back to avoid it and grabbed Lin Tianhao's arm and threw him over his shoulder. Then he charged his fist and punched Lin Tianhao on the forehead. Lin Tianhao turned over to avoid it, and the old village chief's punch missed, and the shock on his face became even more intense. Because the shoulder throw will cause a certain amount of dizziness, Lin Tianhao should not recover so quickly and avoid his attack. Do you have control reduction equipment? The old village chief asked in a deep voice. Chapter 41 A reborn person was abused in the fountain. Lin Tianhao did not answer. He did not like to talk during the battle. The feather arrow broke through the air. It fell on the old village chief again. The increase in attack speed and movement speed made Lin Tianhao's a very smooth. The old village chief's reaction speed was also not slow. After Lin Tianhao pulled away, his 4th shadow step was performed. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. 9 shadow steps. If it is really possible to perform 9 displacements, it would be too abnormal. Especially this skill is in the hands of a fighter. Every close approach is a fatal threat to fragile ranged professions such as priests, mages, archers, and summoners. Explosive fist. The old village chief hit Lin Tianhao's chin with a fierce punch, knocking Lin Tianhao away. But just when he was about to perform a combo after knocking Lin Tianhao away, Lin Tianhao had already landed. So fast, can the knockaway be reduced? The old village chief's pupils suddenly shrank, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He has no advantage in speed now, and he has used both Tyrant Body and Rage. If 9-layer shadow step can't kill Lin Tianhao, then there will be no suspense in the next battle. Snow Queen. We can discuss it again. You can make an offer for what you want. The old village chief was a little panicked. After all, he really didn't have the confidence to kill Lin Tianhao with 9-layer shadow step. Lin Tianhao's blood recovery was too outrageous. One normal attack restored about 3,000 health points, which was even more abnormal than the novice village boss who relied on the silver suit to restore 1000 health points per second. Sure. Lin Tianhao's hands kept moving, but he said yes. The old village chief was stunned for a moment. What do you want? Lin Tianhao pretended to think, but the speed of his feather arrows was still ridiculously fast. Attack speed maxed out. How about this, 10 god-level talent awakening stones? Lin Tianhao said. Upon hearing this, the old village chief knew that he was being fooled. Shui Di, you forced me to do this. In this case, I will kill you even if I waste this talisman. As soon as the voice fell, a light blue talisman appeared in the old village chief's hand. Lin Tianhao's face changed wildly, and he turned and ran. Talismans are extremely terrifying. He might be able to deal with a yellow-grade talisman, but the old village chief took out a blue-grade talisman. Even if he wanted to fight, he didn't have the strength. It's too late to run now. The old village chief urged the blue talisman in his hand. The biting cold air rushed out from the talisman, and everything it passed was frozen into ice sculptures. Lin Tianhao's speed was full, but it was still not enough. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao felt his legs stiffen, and saw his legs begin to freeze from bottom to top. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Tianhao was completely frozen. -9,999. -9,999. After being frozen, Lin Tianhao's health bar began to drop sharply. But the old village chief did not intend to let Lin Tianhao go. Flame-piercing cloud palm. A palm full of intense flame power slapped the frozen Lin Tianhao. The power of ice and fire completely exploded at this time. -98,510. Lin Tianhao's health bar was directly emptied and he died on the spot. Novice Village, Resurrection Altar. After Lin Tianhao was resurrected, except for a few equipment that did not need to be worn at a certain level, all of them fell off. Because he was wearing a level 10 Qingfeng suit before. Now that his level has dropped to level 9, the equipment naturally cannot be worn. Lin Tianhao resurrected from the resurrection altar. As soon as he resurrected, many NPCs gathered outside the resurrection altar. There were waiters from the tavern, the owner of the pharmacy, the owner of the tailor's shop, and some other NPCs wandering in the novice village. At a glance, there were 15 of them. When they saw Lin Tianhao resurrect, they attacked without hesitation. The silver needle in the tailor's shop owner's hand flew out and attacked Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao stepped on the bowstring, jumped up, and raised his hand to shoot 5 arrows at the same time. There was no requirement to wear the Jihi longbow, so Lin Tianhao still used this gold-level longbow. 5 feather arrows hit 5 different NPCs, causing nearly 8,000 damage to each NPC. At the same time, lightning jumps were also launched. 3 of the 5 feather arrows triggered lightning jumps, and a series of damage numbers jumped out from the heads of these NPCs. Burning in flames. The waiter in the tavern threw the wine jar and hit Lin Tianhao's feet, causing burning damage to Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have been burned and will continue to lose blood. -100. -100. The damage numbers kept jumping out. Fortunately, there was a purification jade pendant, which made Lin Tianhao immune to this negative buff by 80%. Otherwise, it would be -500 per second. Before Lin Tianhao could make a second move, the owner of the pharmacy made a move. A bottle of black potion was sprinkled around him. Ding! You are affected by the heavy injury potion, and your recovery and blood sucking are reduced by 8%. Not only the two of them, but other NPCs also used their own methods to deal various damage to Lin Tianhao. In just less than a second, Lin Tianhao's blood volume dropped by 20,000. Damn it! Lin Tianhao cursed in his heart. He is a reborn person after all, but he is being abused here. It is a great shame. If you want to abuse my fountain, then have fun. Lin Tianhao's eyes were cold and fierce, and he immediately fired 5 arrows at the limit after suffering a round of damage. Among the archer's equipment, there is equipment such as split bow. The split bow has relatively low requirements for accuracy. But Lin Tianhao's 5 arrows have to hit all of them, and the pressure is unimaginable. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao shot with feather arrows and attacked 5 NPCs. This time he found something very interesting, that is, firing 5 arrows at the same time can trigger the passive effect of the Hand of Punishment 5 times. With his current 3-star Hand of Punishment, each time 5 arrows are fired at the same time, the health value can be permanently increased by 15 points. Not only that, there is another problem with firing 5 arrows at the same time. That is insufficient damage. Especially since these NPCs are all bosses, their defense is not low. In this case, generally speaking, the damage that can be dealt by firing 5 arrows simultaneously is not high. However, the abnormal degree of Lin Tianhao's super god level talent, Hand of Heavenly Punishment, was reflected at this time. The true damage of 3% of the maximum health value caused by the passive is not affected by firing 5 arrows simultaneously. Therefore, he can deal huge damage with this passive damage alone. The old village chief has not come back yet. But he must be on the way. Lin Tianhao must kill at least 5 NPCs before the old village chief comes back, otherwise it will be very difficult for him to kill his way out of here. 5 arrows simultaneously. It consumes a lot of energy. Lin Tianhao's current attributes support him to fire 5 arrows simultaneously for no more than 15 minutes. Any longer, the accuracy of firing 5 arrows simultaneously will be affected. 15 minutes, enough. Chapter 42. It's terrifying to think about it, the Snow Emperor is being abused by the fountain. A cold light flashed in Lin Tianhao's eyes. No matter what stage of players, abusing the fountain is a great shame. Especially Lin Tianhao is still a reborn. Therefore, even if he is under great pressure now, he still has no intention of stopping. Frost, freeze. The owner of the pharmacy waved the staff in his hand, and frost appeared on the solace of Lin Tianhao's feet. Ding, you are affected by freezing, attack speed decreases by 10%, movement speed decreases by 10%, and the duration is 5 seconds. Lin Tianhao frowned slightly, the purification jade pendant is too critical. Otherwise, his situation today would be even more desperate. They seem to have understood Lin Tianhao's ability to avoid control. After Lin Tianhao's main output, the 5 NPCs immediately pulled away to recover blood after being hit by Lin Tianhao and losing a certain amount of blood. The other 10 NPCs increased their output. Round battle. Lin Tianhao's eyes condensed. His attributes are very strong now. The bloodthirsty necklace can restore more than 2,000 blood points each time it is attacked, and 5 arrows can restore tens of thousands of blood points at once. In addition, since he was in the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao could still recover his health, otherwise he would never be able to withstand their bombardment. But firing 5 arrows at once would consume a huge amount of mental power, so Lin Tianhao immediately switched to 1 feather arrow. This would make him lose blood faster, but the consumption of mental power would obviously be much lower. Even with Lin Tianhao's current ability, as long as he didn't deliberately move to avoid skills, he could even slowly recover the consumed mental power. But 1 feather arrow, and no moving. The result was that Lin Tianhao began to lose blood quickly. His blood volume was decreasing by almost 20,000 per second. With more than 200,000 blood, he could only hold on for more than 10 seconds. I can't hold on. Lin Tianhao fired 5 arrows again. Increase the recovery of his own health value, thereby slowing down the time of his death. However, this approach was a drop in the bucket. The recovery was indeed greatly improved. But it was still not enough to make up for the extent of Lin Tianhao's blood loss. Finally, after Lin Tianhao held on for 3 minutes, he fell down. His level dropped from level 9 to level 8. 30 seconds later. Lin Tianhao resurrected from the resurrection altar. These people didn't give him a chance to breathe at all, and continued to bombard him with skills. Lin Tianhao felt his scalp tingling. Past life and present life. Except for the time when Wu Qianqian plotted to kill him, he really had never been so aggrieved. Lin Tianhao still didn't sit and wait for death, but fought back with all his strength. Now he only hoped that the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace would not fall. The three most core equipment in his hand at present: 9-in-1 longbow, bloodthirsty necklace, purification jade pendant. Purification jade pendant cannot be dropped. But bloodthirsty necklace and 9-in-1 longbow have a certain probability of falling. Therefore, this time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 3 minutes. When he was about to be killed, Lin Tianhao put the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace into his backpack. The probability of dropping equipment in the backpack is low. Not only that, Lin Tianhao's backpack has a lot of things. Even if the items are dropped, the probability of dropping the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty ring will be very low. Fortunately, Lin Tianhao did not drop any equipment this time. However, he has now dropped to level 7. Moreover, he has seen the old village chief come back. The battle he will face next will be more severe. 30 seconds later, he resurrected. The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao coldly. "Shuedi, do you know the consequences of offending me now? I can abuse you so much that you can't leave the novice village." The old village chief's voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Tianhao snorted coldly, "If you think you can do that, you can try it." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Tianhao took the initiative to attack. Don't think that he only lasted 3 minutes in the last round. But with the help of the 5 arrows, his upper limit of health value has increased by more than 8,000. Although these NPCs are difficult to deal with, they also have advantages. Then it won't be like other wild monsters, being killed in a few hits, and not being able to stack much health. Fight again. Lin Tianhao's true damage increased by 150 points. However, this increase is not impressive in the eyes of these NPCs whose damage is often over 1,000. This time, with the participation of the old village chief, Lin Tianhao only lasted for 1 minute before falling down. The reason is very simple. The old village chief used his ultimate move to kill Lin Tianhao when Lin Tianhao's health value was higher than 10%. Lin Tianhao had no way to trigger the passive effect of the dead tree coming back to life. However, it was this minute. Lin Tianhao still stacked 2,000 health points for himself. At present, he can still maintain the 5 arrows, and each time normal attack can increase health by 15 points. In addition, with Lin Tianhao's current attack speed of more than 4 points, he can add 60 health points per second. Excluding factors such as being controlled, Lin Tianhao still increased 2,000 health points in this minute. The benefit is that the bloodthirsty necklace restores more health, and the true damage caused by normal attack increases by 60 points. For now, it's better than nothing. But Lin Tianhao will not give up. He wants to accumulate little by little. He can revive infinitely, but the old village chief and others can't. As for the old village chief destroying the resurrection altar, that's even more impossible. If the old village chief destroys the resurrection altar, then the novice village will be destroyed. There is no meaning for him, the village chief of the novice village, to exist. This is the main reason, and there is another reason. That is, if the resurrection altar is destroyed, Lin Tianhao will be reborn directly in the main city if he is killed. Now look at the old village chief's situation. It is obvious that he wants to kill himself so that he can't leave the novice village. If it were any other player, this account would probably be finished. But Lin Tianhao has the super god level talent of the Hand of Heavenly Punishment. He will not give in, let alone admit defeat. He will fight hard. Futu Club. Futu Dungeon looked at Shuedi in the friend list and was stunned. Because he found that Shuedi had dropped in level. And after dropping to level 9, it dropped to level 6 in less than 15 minutes. This is obviously unscientific. He didn't know what Lin Tianhao had encountered, but instinctively sent a voice call to Lin Tianhao. However, Lin Tianhao was still fighting at a high intensity at this time, so naturally he was in no mood to care about the voice call. This time, Lin Tianhao persisted for 1.5 minutes. Over 3,000 health points were added. Because the old village chief's ultimate move was on cooldown, Lin Tianhao triggered the skill Dead Tree Resurrection. With the help of Dead Tree Resurrection, Lin Tianhao had another chance to breathe. If he went to brush the dungeon, he would probably be able to stack several thousand health points after clearing one dungeon. Now it only takes 1 or 2 minutes to get several thousand health points. Futu Dungeon saw that Lin Tianhao had dropped another level and was only level 5, and he couldn't help but become more worried. What happened? Shouldn't the player be resurrected in the resurrection altar after death? Unless... Futu Dungeon thought of a very terrifying possibility, that is, fountain abuse. Xuedi is being abused by the fountain. Chapter 43 Counterattack, Kill Amy Pharmacist. But in a flash, he felt it was unlikely. With Xuedi's strength, who can abuse his fountain? Even if there is, who dares? Whether it is the novice village or the main city, those NPCs will not allow fountain abuse to happen. Killing someone in the novice village or the main city will directly make you a red name. To be precise, killing someone in the wild will make you a red name. Not to mention the main city. But in Lin Tianhao's current situation, he really couldn't think of a second possibility except that people were abused at the fountain. Thinking of this, Futu Dungeon contacted Futu Shenlang immediately. President, do you think it is possible that players will be abused at the fountain at this stage? Futu Shenlang was stunned for a moment. How is it possible? Even if there are players whose damage can abuse the fountain, it is impossible to abuse the fountain. Futu Dungeon hesitated for a moment, but President, Xuedi lost 4 levels in less than 10 minutes. Are you kidding? Futu Shenlang couldn't believe his ears. What kind of person? Can he lose 4 levels in 10 minutes? Even if he deliberately died, it would be difficult to do it. No kidding, that's why I think he's being abused at the fountain. Futu Shenlang pondered for a moment and said, it shouldn't be abused at the fountain. At this stage, no one can do such a terrible thing as abused at the fountain. What's the situation? Futu Dunshan asked. Futu Shenlang was silent for a long time before saying, I guess there is only one possibility. That is hidden maps or special secret realms. In these places, it is possible that you cannot be resurrected in the main city after death, which is why Xuedi will be continuously downgraded in a short period of time. Futu Dunshan understood. Is there any way to help Xuedi? No help. Futu Shenlang answered decisively. We don't know where this special secret realm is, so we can't help. Futu Dunshan sighed, okay, I'll contact Xuedi first to try. Futu Shenlang hesitated. Finally, he said, Young master, I don't think you need to focus on Xuedi. He is far behind us, and now he is losing levels continuously. The gap between us will only get bigger and bigger in the future. Futu Dunshan frowned, I know. Hang up the voice call. Futu Dunshan made a voice call to Lin Tianhao. However, it still didn't connect. Lin Tianhao was fighting at a high intensity at this time, so he naturally had no mood to care about other things. And his level was constantly decreasing under this kind of abuse. Level 5, Level 4, Level 3. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Tianhao dropped from Level 5 to Level 1. This is also the limit. If Lin Tianhao is killed again, he will not continue to lose levels. Xuedi, are you convinced? The old village chief looked at Lin Tianhao with a joking face. He killed Lin Tianhao from level 10 to level 1 just to tell Lin Tianhao who has the final say in this novice village. Lin Tianhao sneered, convinced. "I'll obey you, sir." The words fell. Lin Tianhao's feather arrows broke through the air. He could no longer continue to shoot 5 arrows at once. But even if it was just one feather arrow, he would resist. He and the old village chief were completely at odds. The old village chief abused the fountain. He used the old village chief and others to add up their health points. Who will have the last laugh in the end? It is still unknown. "Well, you are brave enough." Seeing that Lin Tianhao dared to resist, the old village chief sneered and fought with Lin Tianhao again. With one feather arrow, Lin Tianhao's survival time has increased from 1 minute and 30 seconds at the beginning to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because in the previous battle, his health value increased by more than 10,000. The increase in health value means that the damage and blood recovery are increasing, and the resistance time is longer. The old village chief also found something wrong. Because Lin Tianhao's damage seems to be increasing. Although the current increase is not enough to threaten them, it is not a good sign. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. Lin Tianhao's health value increased by another 50,000. The total health value has reached 320,000. With this health value, a normal attack can cause 9,600 real damage, and Lin Tianhao can resist longer and longer. The old village chief was a little panicked. Lin Tianhao is already level 1, and the level can't go down any further. But Lin Tianhao's attributes are improving, which is a very scary thing. "Shuedi, do you want to continue fighting?" the old village chief asked in a deep voice. Lin Tianhao looked at the old village chief indifferently. "What? Are you scared?" The old village chief's face was very ugly, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Shuedi, you are an adventurer. And you always need a reason to do things. What do you want?" Lin Tianhao couldn't tell the old village chief his true thoughts now. Therefore, the only response to the old village chief was the cold feather arrow. "You are looking for death." The battle started again. An hour later, Lin Tianhao's health increased by 120,000. The total health broke through 440,000. Now, his normal attack can deal more than 13,000 damage. And it can also restore more than 4,000 health. The old village chief was a little scared. Finally, Lin Tianhao was killed again. A golden longbow fell out. The old village chief's eyes lit up. "Ha ha ha, Shuedi, the weapon you are so proud of has fallen, what are you going to do next?" Lin Tianhao looked indifferent, and this time he directly took out the novice longbow. Novice longbow, cannot be dropped. Although the attribute addition is negligible, it is enough for Lin Tianhao. His own attack speed is 3.63. Without the 9-in-1 longbow, his attack speed drops a little, and he loses 5% of blood sucking. It's a bit uncomfortable. But Lin Tianhao is still not panicking. As long as his health points are added, the victory of today's battle will be his after all. It's almost time to rest. Lin Tianhao's eyes flashed with cold light. 5 arrows fired simultaneously. Lin Tianhao once again used his strongest means at present. 5 arrows fired simultaneously, each time sucking more than 20,000 blood. Not only that, 5 arrows fired simultaneously can cause more than 10,000 damage to 5 NPCs. If the blood recovery speed is fast enough, Lin Tianhao is somewhat invincible. After all, 22,000 blood is restored per second, plus the blood recovery of the resurrection altar. These NPCs can also knock down more than 20,000 of his health per second. Therefore, he will not be killed in a short time. Less than a minute. The 5 NPCs in front can't hold on. They retreated to recover blood, and the new 5 NPCs came up. Lin Tianhao did not chase the 5 NPCs, but went straight fight the newly appeared NPC. It still took less than a minute for these 5 NPCs to be disabled. The last 5 NPCs came up, and faced with Lin Tianhao's horrible damage, they were helpless and could not resist. The old village chief looked extremely sinister. Because Lin Tianhao was attacking him with all his strength. Lin Tianhao, who had the purification jade pendant, was not afraid of him as a fighter. In order to survive, the old village chief began to let other NPCs come up to resist the damage. But the health of those NPCs had not recovered yet. Facing Lin Tianhao's crazy output, they could not bear it at all. Ding! You killed Amy Pharmacist, experience value plus 12652. Chapter 44 Destroy the Novice Village, a million red name points. Ding! You have completed the first kill of Amy Pharmacist. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player for hiding his nickname and completing the first kill of Amy Pharmacist. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player for hiding his nickname and completing the first kill of Amy Pharmacist. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The server-wide announcement sounded, and it no longer caused any waves. Because any first kill of a boss of level 10 or above will have a first kill announcement, and recently many guilds have killed the boss first. But when Futu Dungeon saw this server-wide announcement, his eyes lit up. Because this server-wide announcement only has one name, and the person who killed the boss did it alone. Recently, there have been players who hunted bosses alone, but most of them did not hide their nicknames. Of course, if it was just like this, he would not think there was anything wrong. What really surprised him was, in his friend list, Shwedi's level was raised from level 1 to level 5. There is only one possibility. It was Lin Tianhao who killed Amy Pharmacist and gained a lot of experience points, so he got so many rewards in one go. As for why Lin Tianhao hid his nickname, it was because he didn't know what the consequences of destroying the novice village would be. So, he wanted to hide his nickname. He was not afraid of people. But some NPCs in Ragnarok knew about it. The NPCs in Ragnarok could not be judged by common sense. They might know that he destroyed the novice village and do something that would anger the heavens and the people in the future. Ding! You killed the tavern waiter. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your name? Ding! You killed the novice village hunter. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your name? Ding! You killed the 6 ground tailor. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player for hiding his nickname and completing the first kill of the tavern waiter. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. The entire Ragnarok Dragon Country area began to sound one after another server-wide announcements. If not many people cared about Lin Tianhao killing Amy Pharmacist at the beginning. But now, this non-stop server-wide announcement has made the entire Ragnarok explode. Fuck. What happened? Who is this great guy? Is he slaughtering the novice village? If you hadn't told me, I would have almost missed it. All the people in these notices are NPCs in the novice village. Which great guy is so awesome that he can slaughter the novice village? This is something we never dared to think about before. Futu Club. Futu Dungeon's hands were shaking with excitement. Others don't know who this fierce man who slaughtered the novice village is. But he knows. Shwedi. It must be Shwedi. Because now Shwedi has returned to level 10. There will be no such coincidence. Moreover, now I can understand why Shwedi was abused at the fountain. Because it was not the players who abused the fountain, but the NPCs in the novice village. Although Futu Dungeon didn't know how Lin Tianhao slaughtered the NPCs in the novice village, it didn't change his excitement. Novice village. The old village chief saw his men falling one by one, and he roared in exasperation. Shwedi, you are crazy, what do you want to do? Lin Tianhao looked indifferent, didn't I say it before? Send the old village chief to death. The old village chief's face turned blue and purple with anger. Shwedi, you are going too far. Even if we die together today, I will not let you succeed. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the old village chief became extremely violent. He did not attack Lin Tianhao immediately. His attack was directed at the resurrection altar. Lin Tianhao's face changed. Not good. If the old village chief if he destroyed the resurrection altar and got another blue-grade talisman, his efforts might be completely destroyed. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao didn't dare to be negligent. The feather arrows in his hand kept flying out, all flying towards the old village chief's weakness. Tyrant! Furious! The old village chief shouted angrily, and his strength was pushed to the extreme. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Tianhao made another move. He stood in the resurrection altar and took the lead in destroying the altar. The moment he destroyed the altar, the whole Ragnarok sounded the alarm. Alarm! Alarm! Someone maliciously destroyed the resurrection altar of the novice village. The resurrection altar has been destroyed. All adventurers can no longer enter the novice village and will be born directly in the main city. Adventurers who are already in the novice village will also be resurrected directly in the main city after they die. The sound of the alarm was broadcast continuously, making the players of Ragnarok confused. It was the battle just now. The man who hunted the NPCs in the novice village destroyed the resurrection altar. What exactly does he want to do? If he destroys the resurrection altar, the level 1 player will be reborn in the main city. Fuck, those who enter the game later will suffer. They come to the main city at level 1, but the weakest monsters in the main city seem to be level 10 monsters. What can they use to spawn? The players of Ragnarok were all furious. Many people cursed the ancestors of the man who destroyed the resurrection altar in the novice village. After the last resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao began to attack the old village chief frantically. The old village chief was furious and wanted to tear Lin Tianhao apart. Lin Tianhao was very calm. He had experienced too many big scenes in his previous life. This little scene could not scare him. The old village chief's violent attack fell on Lin Tianhao, although it knocked away a lot of Lin Tianhao's health. But at the same time, his health value was also decreasing madly. Because of the purification jade pendant, he had no way to control Lin Tianhao to death, and was killed by Lin Tianhao's powerful output. Ding! You killed the old village chief of the novice village. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? Hide. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid his nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief of the novice village. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the player who hid his nickname for completing the first kill of the old village chief of the novice village. This announcement is hereby made. I hope that all players will continue to work hard. Another server-wide announcement. Those people have already started to criticize Lin Tianhao. Especially those players in the novice village. They must commit suicide to leave the novice village. Because only after death can they leave the novice village and be born in the main city. Ding! You destroyed the novice village. Red name value plus 10000000. Ding! You completed the task of destroying the novice village. Task rewards, free attribute points plus 50, blessing of the gods plus 1. Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded when he saw his red name value. Killing a player is 1 point of red name value. My own, 1 million red name value. The higher the red name value, the higher the penalty for death. Generally speaking, 1 point of red name value will reduce 1 level after death, and increase the drop rate after death by 1%. Not only that, if the red name value exceeds 10 points, you will not be able to enter the main city. Even if you are resurrected in the main city, you will be expelled immediately. In other words, it is impossible to change jobs or accept tasks in the main city. Fuck, this red name value, when will I be able to eliminate it? Chapter 45 Blessing of the Gods, Reincarnation of Death. Red name players can eliminate their red name value by killing monsters. Generally speaking, killing 100 ordinary monsters can eliminate 1 point of red name value, and killing 100 elite monsters can eliminate 10 points of red name value. As for the boss, a black iron boss can also eliminate 10 points, but it needs to be killed alone. Moreover, it cannot be lower than its own level. Because there is no reward for killing monsters lower than its own level in Ragnarok, and naturally it is impossible to eliminate the red name. 1 million. Even with his strength, it is a long way to go to eliminate it. Moreover, he cannot die. Otherwise, it will be this red name value. Once he dies, all his equipment will be dropped except for the equipment that cannot be dropped. And it is the kind that can be dropped cleanly after one death. Here comes the question. How is he going to leave the novice village? In fact, other equipment is fine. Even if it is the gold level 9-in-1 longbow, Lin Tianhao doesn't care if it is dropped. But the bloodthirsty necklace. This is like a magical artifact to Lin Tianhao. If the bloodthirsty necklace is lost, he doesn't know when he can get a second piece of equipment like the bloodthirsty necklace. Is it possible to get rid of the red name in the novice village before leaving? However, he has 1 million red names, how can he get a second one? This, even if you brush until you vomit, you can't get rid of it. Finally, Lin Tianhao locked his eyes on the blessing of the gods. Whether you can change your fate depends on the blessing of the gods. In Ragnarok, the blessing of the gods is absolutely a heaven-defying thing. Use the blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao urged the blessing of the gods with great expectation. Ding! You have received the blessing of the gods. Because your red name value is too high, the blessing has changed. Ding! You have received the blessing of Hotu Niang Niang. A dark red light column fell from the sky, covering Lin Tianhao. Ding! You have obtained the death cycle. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he immediately checked the introduction of the death cycle. Death cycle, 1 star. Effect: your attack has a 0.5% chance of instantly killing enemy units. Cooldown: none. Consumption: none. Proficiency: 0/1000. Note: this proficiency is obtained by killing wild monsters, NPCs, and adventurers whose levels are not lower than your own. You can get 1 point of proficiency for each unit you kill. Lin Tianhao's mouth twitched. This is indeed a blessing bestowed by the Queen Mother of the Earth. It is only a 1-star death cycle, and it only has one seemingly simple effect. But such an effect is outrageous. The effect of 0.5% is not high. But what if this star level is raised? The damage that can be dealt will not be simple. Especially in the later stage, when facing those world bosses, can he even kill the world bosses in seconds? Just thinking about it, Lin Tianhao was a little excited. Adjust your mood. Lin Tianhao began to touch the corpse. There are 16 bosses waiting for him to touch the corpse. Especially the old village chief. This is the super boss of the novice village, and I don't know what good things can come out. Equipment, skills, gold coins, various materials. Lin Tianhao frowned. Except for the skills he could use to improve his proficiency in the dead wood, other things were useless to him. There was no other reason. His current red name value would definitely drop as long as he left the novice village. Finally, Lin Tianhao saw something useful to him. Gang Establishment Order. Awesome! In the early stage of the game, the use of the Gang Establishment Order was even greater than the Lord's Heart. Use the Gang Establishment Order. Lin Tianhao used it without any hesitation. Because if he didn't use it, once he died, he would only drop it. The key is that he would be reborn in the main city after his death, and he couldn't come back to pick it up. Please name your gang. Guxue Guild. Lin Tianhao directly named the guild he founded in his previous life. Ding! You are the first player to establish a gang. A server-wide announcement will be made soon. Do you want to hide your name? No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for being the first to establish a gang. You will be rewarded with a special gang item +1. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Shuedi for being the first to establish a gang. You will be rewarded with a special gang item +1. This announcement is hereby made. I hope all players will continue to work hard. Establish a gang. This is much more valuable than the first boss kill. Many people were still discussing the destruction of the novice village. When they heard that Lin Tianhao established a gang, they were immediately attracted. Fuck, Snow Emperor? After being silent for so long, is Snow Emperor finally making a sound again? What are the benefits of establishing a gang? Can someone point it out and popularize it? It's in the game introduction of Ragnarok. It seems that there can be special bonuses, such as 1% increase in the experience points gained by guild members, 1% increase in damage, 1% increase in movement speed, etc. Only 1%, not much. This is a 1-star guild. The higher the guild level, the greater the increase. There are voices of discussion everywhere in Ragnarok. In a level 15 dungeon, Zhu Meng Yangxiu frowned when she heard this server-wide announcement. You haven't rushed up all the time, just for this gang order. She actually wondered why Lin Tianhao's level had not risen, and now it seems that it can be explained. In order to get the gang order, she gave up upgrading while doing the plot tasks. But, you don't have a big guild behind you, so what's the point of establishing a gaming guild? Not only Dream Chaser, but other guilds are also discussing this. They all have the name of a guild, but they don't have a guild creation order, so they are not real gaming guilds. They are just spontaneous guilds. While the outside world was discussing this, Lin Tianhao began to check the situation of his own guild. Name: Lonely Snow Guild. Level: 1 star. President: Snow Emperor. Vice President: none. Administrator: none. Ordinary members: none. Wealth: 0. Warehouse: none. Achievement: 0/1000. Bonus: damage +1%. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up, and he deposited all the gold coins, equipment, and various materials and props into the guild. This way he would not drop them when he died. It's really a pillow when I'm sleepy. Before, Lin Tianhao was worried that his equipment would drop when he left the novice village. But now that he has a guild, all these things of his can be stored in the guild warehouse. This way he can take everything away. After establishing the guild, he also got a special prop for the guild. Guild Special Prop, Bronze. Effect: after using it, guild members will receive a 10% crit bonus. Lin Tianhao's eyes lit up. This is a good blessing. In the early stage, the attributes of the guild's blessing were basically 1%, but this time it was 10%. Use it. Ding! You use special props, guild members crit plus 10%, guild achievement plus 200. Chapter 46 Under the Cliff People Who Shouldn't Appear. Guild upgrades are all about achievement value. When the achievement value reaches the maximum value, it will automatically upgrade. However, guild achievement value is very rare, and only when the guild makes outstanding contributions can it get achievement value. For example, guild members awaken talents and obtain hidden professions. Or the first pass of the dungeon, the first kill of the boss, etc., can all get achievement value. In the later stage, powerful guilds can get a lot of rewards. At this time, Lin Tianhao noticed the message sent by Fu to Dungeon. From the initial concern and worry to later asking if he needed help. In his previous life, Fu to Dungeon died too early, and Lin Tianhao didn't know him well enough. But he was still concerned about him even when he was continuously downgraded, which shows that he is still quite loyal. Suddenly, a voice call came in. It was not Fu Dungeon, but another good friend of Lin Tianhao. Shuedi, our captain wants to ask if your guild can be transferred. We are willing to offer 100 million. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. This is really willing. 100 million. And it was Shadow Killer. If it was a normal situation, he might have agreed. But now, he would not agree. He wants to be in power. It is absolutely not enough to be strong alone. He needs a group of strong and capable generals, and also needs to have the conditions to attract other masters. Guild is a very critical thing. What if Lin Tianhao could do it, and the guild's bonus damage, critical hits, experience points, movement speed, attack speed, etc. were all increased by 100%. At that time, I don't know how many masters would flock to it. Sorry, I don't plan to transfer the guild. The price can be negotiated. Yingsha said hurriedly. It's not a matter of price. At this point, Lin Tianhao paused again. I don't need money. If you have special equipment, I can consider it. Yingsha was silent. Wait for me, let me see. Special equipment. Very important. The Purification Jade Pendant is a special equipment. Lin Tianhao was able to defeat the old village chief and others in the novice village. The Purification Jade Pendant played an indispensable role. Shuedi, we don't have special equipment now. Can we discuss the price? No. Lin Tianhao refused decisively. The faster the guild is established, the faster the level can be upgraded. His own level can lag behind, as long as the attributes go up. But the guild level will not fall behind, which is particularly important. Hang up the voice. Fu Dungeon's voice came over. Big brother Shuedi, are you okay? Fu Dungeon was concerned at first. Fortunately, thank you for your concern. Lin Tianhao replied. Fu Dungeon hesitated to speak, and finally said, Big brother Shuedi, my father just came to me, he wants to ask you, can the guild be transferred? The price is negotiable. No. Lin Tianhao still refused directly. Fu Dungeon didn't say much. Okay. Big brother Shuedi, when you come to the main city, remember to take me with you, the price is negotiable. Okay. Hang up the voice. Lin Tianhao began to think about the second task. In ancient times, the son of the Yellow Emperor became Hanba after his death. He fought for the Yellow Emperor and fought against Qi Yu, but was sealed by Qi Yu under the novice village. Task requirements: release the sealed son of the Yellow Emperor. Task penalty: all fire attacks you receive in the future will have their damage doubled. Task reward: unknown. From the first task scroll. His guess was correct. After completion, there will be the blessing of the gods. It's just a pity. The third task scroll he guessed, killing Hanba, did not appear. However, this task, it seems that it is not difficult for him to complete it. Because he has the Ice Flame Magic Mine in hand, he can just open the seal under the cliff. All the way to the cliff. Lin Tianhao has a headache. Because he doesn't know how to get down. The players who jumped off the cliff before are all dead. Now that the resurrection altar in the novice village has been destroyed, if he dies, the result will be to leave the novice village and be reborn in the main city. After wandering around the cliff twice, Lin Tianhao still found nothing. One arrow piercing the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet. Lin Tianhao shot a feather arrow at the bottom of the cliff. Result: no response. Then he threw a homemade Molotov cocktail down. After the Molotov cocktail was thrown down, the flames became smaller and smaller, and finally completely invisible. Lin Tianhao had a headache. At this height, he would probably die if he jumped down. There must be some hidden mechanism that I haven't discovered. Lin Tianhao pondered for a moment and continued to walk around. If I had known this earlier, I should have asked the old drunkard how to get down. Lin Tianhao began to try with the feather arrow. There must be something he didn't find. Suddenly, Lin Tianhao saw steel wire in the fog of the cliff. If it weren't for the immaculate eye, Lin Tianhao couldn't see it clearly. So that's it. Lin Tianhao understood, jumped up, and landed on a steel wire. Then the second, the third. That is Lin Tianhao. If it were any other player, even if they came here, they probably wouldn't be able to stand firmly on the steel wire. Half an hour later, Lin Tianhao finally came to the top of the cliff. Here, Lin Tianhao saw a huge yin-yang Pisces formation. Lin Tianhao came to the front of the yin-yang bilingual formation, and there were 2 holes on the 2 grinding discs, one black and one white. One of them was similar in shape to the ice flame demon mine, and as for the other hole, he also had something corresponding to this hole. That was the mysterious key that burst out from the furious yellow skin. At that time, Lin Tianhao was still wondering what this mysterious key was used for. Who is it? Lin Tianhao was just about to open the seal when his eyes instantly looked towards the end of the canyon. At the end of the canyon, a figure walked slowly. He had steady steps and a strong body. Because of the thick fog under the cliff and the long distance, Lin Tianhao did not see the man walking in the distance clearly. As the man got closer and closer, Lin Tianhao finally saw his face clearly. But after seeing his face clearly, Lin Tianhao showed an unbelievable expression on his face. Even because of shock, his figure could not help but stagger back 2 steps. How is it possible? Why is it you? Lin Tianhao couldn't believe his eyes. Once the NPC in the novice village dies, it means that he is completely killed, and there is no reason to revive. Aren't you dead? The man showed a playful smile on his face and said slowly. Who told you I'm dead? You killed only my brother. We have been planning for this plan for so long, and my brother must be sacrificed to achieve it. At this point, he looked up at the sky with some regret. Brother, your death is worth it, our plan is about to succeed. Wang Taijiang is your brother? Who are you? There is no such person as you in the novice village. Chapter 47 Village Chief Wang, The Secret of the Novice Village. Lin Tianhao thought he knew more about the novice village. The NPC in the novice village was dead. He had never heard that Wang Taijiang had a brother. Moreover, they looked too much alike. The man in front of him was almost exactly the same as Wang Taijiang. Lin Tianhao even preferred to believe that this was Wang Taijiang's resurrection. Who told you that Wang Taijiang had no brother? He has. His brother was originally the village chief of the novice village. Unfortunately, on the first day he became the village chief of the novice village, the previous village chief did not want to give up his power. The two had a conflict, and his brother was expelled to the wild to fend for himself. Lin Tianhao's pupils suddenly shrank. The man continued, otherwise, do you think novice village? How did the old village chief get the word old in his name? Because he was the previous village chief of the novice village, and I should be the current village chief of the novice village. Lin Tianhao finally checked his attributes at this time. Village Chief Wang, Silver Level 20. HP, 525500/5255500. Attack, 3999. Skills? Note, the village chief of the novice village, the brother of Wang the blacksmith, was expelled from the novice village because of a conflict with the old village chief. He became possessed by the devil and became the wild boss of the novice village. He has been planning something extremely terrifying. Don't let him succeed, otherwise he will be punished by the gods. Lin Tianhao's face changed suddenly. Because this guy was judged to be a wild boss. Not only that. It's a silver level wild boss. 5 million HP plus 4000 attack power. At this stage, it is definitely a fault level existence. It turned out to be Village Chief Wang, but I'm curious, what are you planning? Destroying the novice village doesn't seem to be good for you. Under normal circumstances, Village Chief Wang should want to regain power. But now that the novice village has been destroyed, there is no meaning for him, the village chief of the novice village, to exist. Who told you that I want to be the village chief of this novice village? What I want is to become the son-in-law of the Star Empire. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought of Princess Leona. She is the princess of the Star Kingdom, and she happens to be in the novice village. Princess Leona is in the novice village, you can pursue her directly, there is no need to destroy the novice village. Of course it is necessary. Village Chief Wang looked ferocious. Princess Leona, how can you look down on a lowly commoner like me? If you want her to surrender, you must make her ask me for something. Oh! Lin Tianhao became interested. He knew that he might start a new story mission. After I was expelled from the novice village, I took away 2 blessings from the gods in the novice village. After I left, I discovered the existence of Princess Leona and began to plan. Lin Tianhao nodded. It seems that there is no prince in the Star Kingdom. If you become a prince consort, you may compete for the throne in the future. Not bad. Village Chief Wang grinned and said, I didn't expect you to know the Star Kingdom. If Princess Leona is released, she will leave the resurrection altar, so the resurrection altar must be destroyed and cannot be repaired. Therefore, the old village chief and others must also die. Lin Tianhao narrowed his eyes and had a crazy guess in his mind. You want to use this as a condition to threaten Princess Leona to surrender. That's right. Village Chief Wang nodded. Hydra Cypress and Yellow Skin are both my subordinates. I also arranged the 2 mission scrolls in advance. I am just waiting for the destined person to help me kill the old village chief. Lin Tianhao laughed. It turned out that he had done so much, but he became someone else's pawn. So, what is your purpose here? Shouldn't you go find Princess Leona? Of course, to get the mission scroll back. Village Chief Wang grinned and said, I also want the blessing of the gods. You should be satisfied if you get the blessing of the gods once. Hand over the mission scroll and I will let you go. Lin Tianhao was a little surprised. Deliberately design opposing tasks to make your plan seamless. Not bad. Village Chief Wang nodded. Now you know everything, just hand it over. Why should I hand it over? Lin Tianhao grinned. Anyway, I'm leaving the novice village. I'm going to die anyway. The worst that can happen is that I'll be killed. Village Chief Wang's face darkened when he heard this. It's up to you. Anyway, with your current red name value, as long as I kill you, everything that should explode on your body will explode. As soon as the voice fell, Village Chief Wang's figure turned into a residual image and rushed towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also made a move. Swish! Feather arrows broke through the air. At the same time, Lin Tianhao took out 3 bottles of potions and drank them. Movement speed, attack speed, blood-sucking. All 3 attributes were temporarily improved. Minus 13,358. A huge damage number appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Immediately afterwards, a huge damage number also appeared above Lin Tianhao's head. Minus 10,000. Lin Tianhao's eyelids twitched slightly. Rounding back. Rounding back damage means taking the integer of the maximum value of the damage received to counterattack. This thing, the counterattack is at least more than 50%. If you encounter the kind of damage that is just 100, it is 100% counterattack. With his more than 5 million health points, this rounding back damage mechanism, Lin Tianhao has no chance to fight against it. Jumped up. Lin Tianhao has landed on the wire. You want to run now, it's hard to escape. Don't you think it's too late? Hearing this, Lin Tianhao thought to himself that it was not good. His intuition told him that something was going to happen. Sure enough. Above the cliff, the stone wall broke open, and a vine whipped towards Lin Tianhao. Hydra Cypress. Lin Tianhao did a backflip to avoid the attack, but the steel wire was broken by the vine of the Hydra Cypress. Before Lin Tianhao landed, he heard a sound of breaking air from behind. Swish! The sharp claws scratched Lin Tianhao's armor, causing a series of sparks. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his head. 1580. This damage is not too outrageous. Lin Tianhao can still accept it. But the current situation makes his scalp tingle. Both the Hydra Cypress and the yellow skin are very abnormal at this stage. Lin Tianhao is not afraid of fighting alone. Even if they join forces, Lin Tianhao can still deal with it. But there is also a silver-level village chief Wang, who is a little difficult for him to deal with. Lin Tianhao's expression is solemn, the steel wire is broken, and it is unrealistic for him to leave now. Snow Emperor. There is no need to waste time. Hand over the things, we can still be friends. If I become the king of the Star Kingdom in the future, I can grant you the title of Earl and the corresponding Lord's Heart. Lin Tianhao raised his eyebrows. He really had no reason to refuse. Although the blessing of the gods is good, he has no chance of success in the current situation. Unless... Lin Tianhao looked up at the cliff. On the cliff, snowflakes were falling. The temperature around suddenly dropped. Ding! You are affected by the cold air, your movement speed is reduced by 12%, and your attack speed is reduced by 12%. You have suffered freezing damage and will continue to lose blood. -240. -240. Chapter 48 Leona's Choice. Village Chief Wang's face suddenly changed. He, Hydra Cypress, and Yellow Skin all entered a state of continuous blood loss. On the cliff, a gorgeously dressed woman stepped forward. She took a step forward, seemingly stepping into the air, but after landing, ice flowers condensed from the soles of her feet, holding her steadily. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Step by step. The distance was still a little far, but Lin Tianhao had already determined the other party's identity. Princess Leona. In the current novice village, the only one who can do this is the princess from the Star Kingdom. Dear Princess Leona, you are here. Village Chief Wang changed his previous expression and showed a kind smile to Princess Leona. Princess Leona glanced at Village Chief Wang indifferently. I know what you want to do. Hearing this, Village Chief Wang was startled, then smiled and said, Princess Leona, since you know, you should know my love for you. Why are you so hypocritical? Princess Leona sneered. You think everything is under your control, then have you ever thought that I can kill you? Village Chief Wang's eyes condensed, spread his hands, and said, Great Princess Leona, of course you can kill me, but after killing me, have you ever thought about how to leave here? Your ambition will not let you be trapped in the novice village willingly. Princess Leona sneered, this, you don't need to consider. I know my own affairs. As the voice fell, with Princess Leona as the center, the cold air spread out. Village Chief Wang's face changed suddenly. Crazy tyrant, tyrant body, wing broken dance. It was just a moment. Village Chief Wang released 3 skills at the same time, and a pair of broken wings appeared behind him. The wings flapped. Village Chief Wang flew towards the cliff. Princess Leona raised her hand, and a huge ice magic circle appeared above Village Chief Wang's head. Then, countless ice cones fell from the ice array. -15,928. -15,929. A series of damage numbers appeared, just a magic circle, it knocked off millions of health points of Village Chief Wang. So terrifying. Lin Tianhao thought that Princess Leona might be more powerful. But the degree of this power was still beyond Lin Tianhao's imagination. No wonder Village Chief Wang started to run away without hesitation after knowing that the other party was going to take action. At this time, Village Chief Wang in the sky changed his position and continued to flee. The Hydra and the Yellow Skin attacked at the same time, trying to delay Princess Leona. It took only a breath. The two powerful bosses were frozen. Princess Leona raised her hand. An ice shield appeared behind Village Chief Wang, crushing him. Come down. After leaving the ice shield, Village Chief Wang did not run away, just looking at Princess Leona coldly. Kill, kill, if you can kill me, I will accept it. Princess Leona did not attack again, and Lin Tianhao figured out the problem in an instant. Village Chief Wang is no longer an NPC now, he is a wild boss. Wild bosses have a characteristic, that is, they will refresh after being killed, in other words, they are resurrected. Lin Tianhao has killed both Hydra Cypress and Yellow Skin, but they still appear here. It is resurrection. What? Don't kill? Since you don't want to kill, why not listen to me? Village Chief Wang gradually calmed down. I want to marry you and want to be the future king of the Star Kingdom. Princess Leona's breath suddenly became irritable, and the temperature around her dropped a lot. Don't be angry, we are just mutually beneficial. You have been away from the Star Kingdom for so long, if you go back rashly, no one can help you. But if you marry me, I can help you. I am a wild monster and an NPC. The key is that I have received a blessing from the gods, that is, I can upgrade and grow like adventurers. Hearing the words upgrade and grow, Princess Leona, who had always been calm, was somewhat moved. Whether it is an NPC or a wild monster, there is basically a limitation, that is, it is impossible to break through the current shackles and continue to become stronger. Lin Tianhao saw Princess Leona's emotion and thought to himself that it was not good. If Princess Leona agreed to his request, he would not be able to get the second blessing of the gods. Lin Tianhao made so much effort just for the blessing of the gods. A helper who can grow and revive infinitely, I think you know how much help he can be in your fight for the throne of the Star Kingdom in the future. Don't worry, we can fake a marriage, it won't affect you, as long as we can become the king of the Star Kingdom in the end. Lin Tianhao had to admit it. From the perspective of interests, the conditions proposed by Village Chief Wang are very tempting. Alas, it seems there is no chance. Lin Tianhao sighed secretly. However, Leona's next words made Lin Tianhao see hope again. I think there are many partners I can choose from, such as Xue Di. Village Chief Wang's pupil shrank, and he said in a deep voice, after all, he is an adventurer. It is hard to say whether we will be of the same mind in the future. No. Princess Leona shook her head, I am not going to marry him, but to give him a task. Xue Di, are you willing to support me to become the king of the Star Kingdom? If you can make me the king of the Star Kingdom, I will open 3,000 ancestral halls for you and let you become the god of war of my Star Kingdom. Lin Tianhao showed an incredible expression on his face. In the late period of Ragnarok, ordinary attack power and magic power are not enough. The top group of people are all pursuing to become gods. And the first step to become a god is to have enough incense power, which is commonly known as believers. Princess Leona's meaning is very clear. That is, she wants to build an ancestral hall to worship Lin Tianhao, so that Lin Tianhao can get the incense power of their Star Kingdom. Ding, Princess Leona has issued a mission to you. Mission requirements: help her become the next king of the Star Kingdom. Mission penalty: unknown. Mission reward: she will make you a god of war and build 3,000 incense temples for you. Accept. Lin Tianhao had no reason to refuse. In the past life, I don't know how many strong people wanted to become gods. But in the end, they all fell on the power of incense. It is too difficult to obtain the power of incense. Princess Leona, even if this is the case, how are you going to leave the novice village? Hearing this, Leona's eyes fell on the yin-yang Pisces formation. It's very simple. Release Hanba, and he will naturally break the space barrier. We can just take the opportunity to leave with him. Village Chief Wang shouted angrily, Leona, you are simply a lunatic. Do you know how big an impact releasing Hanba will have? Chapter 49 Release Hanba, Shock the World. Princess Leona smiled noncommittally, I know, but so what? As soon as the words fell, Princess Leona attacked without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 100 miles was frozen. Village Chief Wang's eyes widened, and he was frozen there, unable to move. Shuedi, open the seal. Lin Tianhao nodded, stored all his equipment in the guild warehouse, and then put in the ice flame demon ore and the mysterious key. The next moment, the earth trembled. The yin-yang Pisces pattern began to crack, and the hot high temperature emanated from below. I can't die, I'm leaving first. Leona took a step forward and disappeared. Lin Tianhao's scalp was numb. If you want to escape through the space crack, take me with you. What's going on? You're leaving yourself here alone? At this moment, a notice was issued to the entire server. Alarm, alarm, someone has released the sealed Hanba, the world boss Hanba is about to be born, all adventurers please be careful. Alarm, alarm, someone has released the sealed Hanba, the world boss Hanba is about to be born, all adventurers please be careful. The sound of the alarm resounded throughout the server, and many players were dumbfounded. What? Am I hallucinating? You're not hallucinating, world boss? Are you sure it's not a system error? At this stage, we have a hard time even beating a black iron boss, how can we beat this world boss? Hehe, although I don't know how to beat it, I can be sure that as long as we beat it, the reward will be very generous. Ragnarok exploded. All major clubs, consortiums, and government offices held emergency meetings. The sudden world boss. No matter who it is. As long as we can take down this world boss, the benefits we can get are immeasurable. Government, War Department. An old man with grey hair appeared in the meeting room. You are all the most powerful analysts in our dragon country. Our special operations team members have encountered black iron, bronze, and even silver bosses. This time, we must take down the world boss. Hearing this, the leading analyst shook his head. Sir, according to our speculation, the health of the world boss should not be less than 100 million, and all attributes will be extremely terrifying. Even if all our special forces team members attack together, the result will be a drop in the bucket. Is there no way? The old man frowned. It's not that there is no way, that is the human wave tactic. Now there are tens of millions of players in the core main cities. If tens of millions of players besiege, there may be a 1 in 10,000 chance of killing the world boss. 1 in 10,000. The old man almost thought he had heard it wrong. Tens of millions of players attack together, and there is only 1 in 10,000. Yes. The analyst nodded, this is still considering the efforts of hidden professions and high-level talent owners. Otherwise, there is no chance at all. Okay, I understand. The old man's face was not very good. The world boss is a hope, but they are helpless. The combat department is helpless. The results of other clubs and guilds are similar. That is, at this stage, players cannot have the power to compete with the world boss. Hanba is born. Not only the players are alarmed, but also some beings in Ragnarok. Star Kingdom. Royal Palace. After hearing the announcement of the whole server, Queen Fiatingyu immediately raised her head and looked in the direction of the novice village. After so many years, it finally came out. Next to the queen, there was a hunchbacked old woman. She held a skeleton staff in her hand, and a sharp and hoarse voice sounded. Queen, this may be an opportunity for us. Fiatingyu heard the words, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The Star Kingdom has been too peaceful for too long, and some changes should indeed happen. Arrange it, and the plan can be implemented. Not only the palace, but also some other people in the Star Kingdom began to act. The appearance of a world boss is entirely possible to change the current situation. Lin Tianhao didn't know this. He was standing next to the Yin-Yang Pisces formation at this time. The scorching temperature was burning his skin. Ding, you have been burned and will continue to lose blood. -4,000. -4,000. Lin Tianhao was numb. This hasn't completely broken the seal, and it's already so abnormal? You know. Lin Tianhao's purification jade pendant can be immune to 80% of the negative effects. Burning is also a negative effect. In other words, if there is no immunity from the purification jade pendant, he will lose 20,000 blood per second. In his previous life, he had never fought with Hanba, and he didn't know much about Hanba's strength. But now, he has a clearer understanding. Boom! There was a loud noise. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Tianhao was directly blown away. -99,999. It was really a damage that touched himself, the health bar would drop sharply. But Lin Tianhao didn't care. He was seeking death. As long as he died, he could be resurrected in the main city. Then, he saw a figure wrapped in flames rising into the sky. Wherever his eyes passed, there was a raging flame. However, when his eyes fell on Lin Tianhao, the flame disappeared, and he slowly walked towards Lin Tianhao. Lin Tianhao also began to check his situation. Health? Attack? Skills? Lin Tianhao? How high is this level? Even the name is a question mark. You let me out. A magnetic voice sounded, soft in the yin, hard in the soft, making it impossible to tell his gender. And this person has a hideous face, and it is impossible to distinguish between men and women from his face. According to the previous task prompts, the person in front of him should be the son of the Yellow Emperor. But Lin Tianhao remembered that in the myths and legends, it was the daughter of the Yellow Emperor who turned into Hanba. The task prompts of Ragnarok may not be completely correct, so Lin Tianhao reserved his own opinion. Yes. Hanba glanced at Lin Tianhao and sneered, have you ever thought that if you let me out, there will be a lot of suffering? Hearing this, I don't think so. You were a good person at first, and now, I still believe in you. Good person. Hanba smiled noncommittally, I was indeed a good person in the past, I helped many people, even if I became Hanba, I am still helping people. But just because I am Hanba, everyone speaks ill of me and wants to destroy me. If it weren't for my immortal origin, I would not be sealed, but completely wiped out. That's it. Hanba instantly grabbed Lin Tianhao's neck, I don't want to be a good person anymore, I want to be a big devil, the biggest devil in the world. Chapter 50. Damn it, I was abused twice in one day. Lin Tianhao stared at Hanba and gritted his teeth and said, no, you still have a conscience. If you really become a devil, you won't talk to me, but directly wipe me out. Hearing this, Hanba's eyes flashed coldly. I didn't kill you right away because I haven't talked to anyone for a long time. After saying this, Hanba slapped Lin Tianhao on the chest. The health bar above Lin Tianhao's head was instantly cleared. Then, he was automatically born in the Black Wind City of the Star Kingdom. There will be a resurrection time after death. Lin Tianhao is now waiting for resurrection. Announcement to the whole city, a very evil person has entered the Black Wind City, and the Lord of the Black Wind City has issued an emergency task, hunt down the evil person. Announcement to the whole city, a very evil person has entered the Black Wind City, and the Lord of the Black Wind City has issued an emergency task, hunt down the evil person. All players in the Black Wind City have an extra task at this moment. Task, hunt down the evil person. Requirement, kill the evil person, adventurer with a red name value greater than 10,000, who enters the Black Wind City 100 times, current progress, 0/100. Punishment, none. Reward, each hunt will give you a bronze equipment and 10 free attributes. What the hell? When the players in Black Wind City received this task, they all showed an expression of disbelief on their faces. What the hell, what did I see? A welfare task. Quickly find who is the player whose red name value has exceeded 10,000. Come out and let me kill him 100 times. 10 free attribute points per time, 1000 free attribute points 100 times, and 100 bronze equipment. If I kill him 100 times by myself, I will take off on the spot. Please calm down. I don't know what this guy did. He actually got a red name value of over 10,000. Black Wind City kept talking. Lin Tianhao was full of black lines. What virtue did he have? He actually offered a reward to himself like this. Looking at the countdown to resurrection, Lin Tianhao was already thinking about how he was going to run away. Kill out? There is probably no better way. After all, the red name value cannot be hidden. It is right above the head, and it is a bright red oversized number. In this case, it is not realistic to sneak out. So, the only way is to kill. Wearing the 9-in-1 longbow and the bloodthirsty necklace, and preparing the potion to speed up and increase the shield, Lin Tianhao is ready to rush. Here. I have to thank the good people in the novice village. A lot of things exploded after death. But in the short time when Lin Tianhao was resurrected, the national notice came again. National notice, the Star Kingdom has entered the extremely evil person, the Star Kingdom. The king issues an urgent task, hunt down the evildoer. Announcement to the whole country, the Star Kingdom has entered the place of the most evildoer, the king of the Star Kingdom issues an urgent task, hunt down the evildoer. Lin Tianhao? He was dumbfounded. Who did he offend? They actually targeted him like this. Now not only the players in Black Wind City are excited, but also the players in the entire Star Kingdom are excited. In other words, the players in the entire Dragon Kingdom area are excited. Because all Dragon Kingdom players can only be in the Star Kingdom before the second transfer. Fuck, the rewards given by the King of the Star Kingdom are so generous, directly double the rewards of Black Wind City, love it. Ha ha ha, that red-named adventurer, you should come out and die voluntarily, you can't hide, it's your honor to become our equipment and free attribute points. In the past, a group of people would look for wild bosses, but now they are looking for red-named players. But I really want to know how this red-named player got his red name value up. All the players in Longguo district were excited. And at this time, Lin Tianhao finally resurrected. Level 1. That's right. He is now level 1. The red name value is too high, and all levels and experience points will be cleared after one death. The moment he came out of the resurrection altar in Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao ran out of the city at full speed. But the red name value of 1 million above his head was so eye-catching. He's there. Who is that red-named player? Fuck. His red name value is 1 million. Kill him. Red-named players are not protected in the main city, so these players can attack him in the main city. Lin Tianhao can't care about anything else now. He can't fight back. If he fights back, it won't be the players chasing him, but the city guards of Black Wind City will come. Killing a player in the main city will be arrested and imprisoned by the city guards, and sentenced according to the red name value. The higher the red name value, the longer the sentence. With his red name value, if he is arrested, he won't have to play anymore. As for fighting the city guards, it's impossible. If the city guards in the main city attack, he has no resistance and will be killed in 1 second. Therefore, before leaving Black Wind City, Lin Tianhao can only run. He is now level 1, and there are too few weapons to wear. Purification Jade Pendant. There is also the 9-in-1 longbow with no level requirement, and the bloodthirsty necklace. However, neither of these two pieces of equipment increases resistance. These pieces of equipment have a characteristic. That is, none of them add resistance. Now the attacks of these players falling on Lin Tianhao are almost equivalent to real damage. -512, -198, -299. A series of damage numbers floated out from above Lin Tianhao's head. Behind Lin Tianhao, there are hundreds of thousands of players chasing him. Although Lin Tianhao's movement speed is fast, there are people everywhere, and he was soon blocked in Black Wind City. Damn, this really doesn't give me any chance. Lin Tianhao jumped up and ran on their shoulders. But when he got there, countless skills hit him. Even if the damage of a single skill is not very high, it can only deal a few hundred or even more than 100 damage. But it can't withstand so many people. Hundreds of thousands of people. It is because of the crowding. If hundreds of thousands of people really hit him at the same time, he has no chance and can be killed instantly. But it is true that in this situation, he loses more than 100,000 blood per second. Damn, this is the first time I feel that the resurrection altar of Black Wind City is so far away from the city gate. Lin Tianhao's face was extremely ugly. At the moment of being killed, he put all his equipment into the guild warehouse. He died. Under his strong pulling. He lasted for 9 seconds with more than 440,000 HP. He was able to last for 9 seconds because he suddenly appeared and many players did not react. Looking at the resurrection countdown. Looking at the large group of players standing outside the resurrection altar, Lin Tianhao was dumbfounded. There is no chance at all. There is really no chance at all. Fuck you. I am a reborn person, but I was abused twice in one day. Where is justice? Lin Tianhao complained in his heart. But looking at the hundreds of thousands of players blocking the resurrection altar, and the players coming from outside the Black Wind City, he gave up struggling. He has more than 400,000 HP. To be honest, it really only takes one round of attacks. As expected. Lin Tianhao had just resurrected, and a round of attacks fell. Headied again. Lin Tianhao? Boring. Really boring. Lin Tianhao chose to go offline. You guys can abuse me. As long as I am not online, killing me 1,000 times will not affect my mood.